What anja this it all anja sanata disinko. Ni speaker don he president dog judicial dan lenigi dog. Don he speaker leni bajini ban kon he wait lenigi kon. Ado esa chompe bichi in lindo. Bakadi jahot edi no. What yo to don hishin an he si zini ba kon zindoli. Njeben nashot eroli. Strat again. Versionastly. Amen.
Ichehe Kodoshi Honorable Tot Kodonjunago Todazin Hapahinzi. Thank you for our invocation this morning. Don Juno Shin Kodo Nahuit Alto Lel Kodo Beshpatas Anini Tliniki. And just for the public, if you're noticing the pink in the chambers, we're raising awareness on stress management and just self-awareness and self-care. Kodoshi ani kinanishtan dazdo nkhatelni shiki to o yubitnanishtahalno, and just taking that time to meditate and self-reflect and just that stress management adoshi to hayu nikike to but ismich in the host. So this throughout this whole day we just recognize self-care and just taking that time to reflect on calming and also just helping to reduce our stress levels. Just recognize that throughout this day. At this time, colleagues, we call for a roll call. If you are online, we do have the Chief of Staff, Mr. Rico, here in the chambers, and also our Office of Legislative Services staff, Jalissa, here in the office. So feel free to text her or call her to mark your presence.
Honorable Helena Nez Bigay. Honorable Helena Nez Bigay answered roll call. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton answered roll call. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James answered roll call. Honorable Brenda Jesus. Honorable Brenda Jesus. Honorable Brenda Jesus is excused. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez answered roll call. Honorable Shondine Parrish. Okay. Honorable Shondine Nez is excused. Oh, I'm sorry, excuse me. Honorable Shondine Parrish is excused. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not answer roll call. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not answer. Roll call. Going back up, Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not answer. Roll call. Madam Speaker, you have 19 members present, including yourself.
Yeah, thank you, staff, for doing the roll call this morning. Colleagues, we do have 19 present for the spring council session. We reconvene at 10:09 a.m. Colleagues, we do have the honor of having Utah Lieutenant Governor Deidre Henderson with us this morning. And colleagues, if you would like to recess for her to provide an introduction and a brief report to the council, I believe that would be in order this morning to have that hospitality this morning. Honorable Riquinez.
Good morning, Honorable Speaker Curley, Honorable members of the 25th Navajo Council, Honorable Lieutenant Governor, welcome. Madam Speaker, I'd like to move that we go into recess for 1 hour and provide the Honorable Lieutenant Governor Henderson at least an hour for presentation and questions as well.
Okay. Thank you, Kudo, Honorable Nez, for that recommendation to go into recess. We do have a second by Honorable Toth. If there's no objections, call for a vote to go into recess for 1 hour.
Charles Newton. Anybody green? Okay. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Seth Damon. Honorable Seth Damon votes green. Honorable Nathan Nota. Honorable Nathan Nota. Honorable Nathan Nota votes green. Honorable Jermaine Simonson. Honorable Jermaine Simonson votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not vote. Honorable Curtis Yanito. Honorable Curtis Yanito votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not vote. Honorable Amber Canespa-Crotty is excused. Honorable Brenda Jesus is excused. Honorable Shondine Parrish is excused. Madam Speaker, with a vote of 19 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Speaker not voting.
Thank you, staff. We do have 19 in favor, 0 opposed, and speaker not voting on the recess motion. Honorable colleagues, we're recessed at 10:13 a.m. for 1 hour and reconvene at 11:13 a.m. At this time, thank you, colleagues, for that motion. Koto shiyaj, Honorable Nez, dobiket ni yahaki shiche, Honorable Toth, for that recessing motion to extend the invitation and welcome to our Utah Lieutenant Governor Deidre Henderson. She is also joined by Mr. Dustin Jansen, Utah Division of Indian Affairs, and also Mr. Larry Echohawk, Special Counsel on Native American Affairs. Lieutenant Governor, I'll turn the floor over to you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, esteemed delegates. It is an absolute honor to be here with you this morning. My name is Deidre Henderson. I'm the Lieutenant Governor of the great state of Utah, and very honored to be here with members of our administration to give you a report on how things are going with Utah and the Navajo Nation, and also to bring you greetings and good wishes on behalf of the state of Utah, and particularly on behalf of Governor Spencer J. Cox, who loves all of you and has tasked me with the great honor of representing the state with the tribes, our 8 federally recognized Native American tribes that we have in the state of Utah. This is part of my job as Lieutenant Governor that I love and respect, and it's an honor to work on a government-to-government relationship with our sovereign nations, and especially the sovereign nation of Navajo Nation. I was sworn into office just a little over 2 years ago. Before that, I served in our state legislature. So I'm especially thrilled to be here in this legislature, in this beautiful chamber. And I know what it's like to be, to a degree, to be in the seats that you're sitting in, and understand the importance and the weight of the decisions that you have to make, and the things that you have to do to make sure that the people of the Navajo Nation are well taken care of and well represented. And I honor you for the good work that you do. I know that a lot of you are new also, and I congratulate you on earning these positions of trust with the people. It's something I know everyone who sits in these seats takes very seriously. And I can't remember if this is my 4th or my 5th time to Window Rock specifically, but I have been in the past just over 2 years to the Navajo Nation many times, working on various issues. And I want to stress the importance that our state and the Cox-Henderson administration in particular feel the importance of cooperation with our tribal leaders, working together to resolve problems and issues. Not a lot of the Navajo Nation is in Utah. There's a little bit, but it's very important to us that the people who live in the Navajo Nation in Utah, who are Utah citizens, who we want the very best for them, that we work cooperatively with you to make sure that any of the problems or concerns or challenges that are faced in that part of the state, that we work in cooperation with you to address those as appropriate. And we recognize the good work that's been done there in recent years, and look forward to continuing our cooperative partnership that we have to make sure that everybody in the state of Utah, and of course that extends out to everyone in the Navajo Nation, thrives and is successful as possible. I just want to outline a few things. I don't know that I need a whole hour unless you guys are going to ask me really tough questions. But I do have the experts here in the room from the state to help answer any questions that you might have. But there are a few things that I do want to highlight that we have been working in partnership. And some of you may already know this. It was really fun to meet some of you a few months ago in my office at the Capitol. A few others of you I've met here in Window Rock or in Monument Valley or El Jeto or Navajo Mountain. But a few things that we've been working on together, of course, I would like to highlight. Last year, the federally reserved water rights that we were able to finally get those secured for the Navajo Nation, for the Utah portion of the Navajo Nation last year. It took about 18 years to get that done, and we were really excited to see that happen and very, very supportive of those efforts. Our state has been supportive of ICWA and working hard on our end to help make sure that that policy is followed. We have worked on some education issues down in Monument Valley. That's up, I guess, here in Window Rock, I would say up in Monument Valley. We were able to get some funding for the Utah State University extension building there to get them a new building built, and would love some partnership and cooperation there. The community of Westwater, just right next to Blanding, has been another area that I've worked with several members of this esteemed council on funding and support to get residents of Westwater community running water and electricity. And I'm happy to report that electricity lights were turned on last September, and the water project is moving forward and hopefully will be completed by the end of this year if all goes well. As Lieutenant Governor of the state of Utah, I'm also the Secretary of State, and as such, I oversee voting in the state of Utah. And voting is an area that I feel very passionately that everyone needs to have, every eligible voter needs to have access to the ballot. And we are working with San Juan County and my office to ensure that there is better access to voting and the ballot in the southeastern part of the state, particularly on the Utah Strip of the Navajo Nation. And really, one of the last points I want to highlight is the idea that we're all better and stronger together. This is something that Governor Cox and I truly believe, that the idea of cooperation, working together, rowing in the same direction, so to speak, will get us all to our goals a lot faster. We can all be better and stronger and greater when we work together cooperatively than the sum of our individual parts. And I hope that we can continue as a state and as the Navajo Nation together to work toward some common goals. We recognize that there are challenges, sometimes very basic challenges, clean water, electricity, roads, and maybe even some political challenges. But we are committed to maintaining good relationships, maintaining the friendship that we have, the love that we share for you, and the love that we feel from you, and working together. And you all have this incredible opportunity as a legislature, as a new administration here in the Navajo Nation, to work together as well to do really big things. And I believe in you, and I have confidence that you will continue to work hard for the people of the Navajo Nation and join together to do big things. And I hope that our relationship is such that you feel comfortable letting me know if there's ever anything that the state of Utah can do to assist in the work that you do, or if there's anything that we do that's wrong, that you don't like. I want to hear that as well. And I take this role very seriously. Governor Cox has tasked me with the responsibility of overseeing our relationships, and it's one of the best parts of my job. I love it. And I look forward to a continued relationship and better communication and frequent communication. And I hope that I'll be down here again soon. And of course, I welcome all of you, whenever you're in Salt Lake City or anywhere else in the state of Utah, welcome you to contact us and visit with us. And we will do everything we can to assist you in your efforts when you're up in the great state of Utah. And I'm happy to answer questions if anybody has any.
Thank you, Lieutenant Governor Henderson, for your welcoming remarks. Colleagues, we'll just continue to use the request to speak button if you would like to speak. If you're joining in via Zoom too, you can connect with Jalissa here. But first we see Honorable Slater.
I just want to say thank you very much, Lieutenant Governor, for coming to Navajo, and thank you to Mr. Echo Hawk. Thank you to Dusty, Mr. Jansen. Also, Ozzy over at, I'm blanking the name of the title, and I won't waste any more time. But the effort that you put in trying to get the ICWA bill passed, and the strategy, the determination that the whole team here invested was very evident to me. We didn't get the outcome that we desired, but I hope that the intensity, the intelligence, and the compassion that you had for our Navajo children in the state of Utah will persist as we explore future options, either in this interim period or in the next legislative session next year. But it's worth recognizing on this council floor, because it's not something that we've received in states with, say, a similar complexion politically, and it's something that I think is setting a standard for how Western states can engage with tribal nations, and having, being flanked by a member of our tribe and a former assistant secretary on the other side, I think just speaks to the commitment that the state of Utah has. So we're not always going to agree on everything. There's a lot of places where we still need a lot of help from the state, and I'll let my colleagues who represent Utah chapters do that talking. But when it comes to our children, they belong to the whole tribe. They belong to all of us. And I just want to say ahiahet, and I look forward to continuing that cooperation and positive working relationship. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Slater. Next we have Shiaj Honorable Daniels joining us via Zoom. Shiaj Honorable Daniels, if you're there.
Good morning, Madam Speaker.
What happened?
Madam Speaker.
Honorable Daniels, we hear you.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, with Navajo Nation Council. And also, I want to thank Utah Lieutenant Governor, for coming out to the Navajo Nation. Yeah, thank you. And before I proceed, I'm going to introduce two of my constituents that are there in the audience. The first one is Davina Smith. If you could, can you please stand, Davina Smith, please? I don't know that the second one is Dr. Victoria Yazi. Yeah, she's there as well. Could you please stand up? Yes, Shema. I don't know the Kwedo. I just want to say thank you again, Kwedo. Yesterday, we had our Utah Tribal Leaders meeting. And this morning, I forwarded the report to Chief of Staff Manuel Rico. And in that report, there's 12 areas that I presented yesterday to the Utah tribal leaders meeting. And also, I want to thank Mr. Echo Hawk for being there as well, and also Mr. Jansen, Utah Indian Affairs Director. Thank you for being there. And in my report, there's 12 areas. And the first one is the first one that's on the list is condolences to the former leaders. I know that we lost a great leader with the Go Shoot tribe. I was there with the family. I was there with the tribal members when they had their gathering, when they had the funeral. So our condolences goes out to the family and the tribe, the Go Shoot tribe. And also we lost two of our great leaders, the late Peterson Zaw, Chairman, President Peterson Zaw, and also the President Ben Shelley. And the second one is I'll let you go ahead and read the whole the 12 areas that I put on my report there. But my main one is it's one of my priorities. It's the highway, Highway 163, Highway 162. Those are state roads. And Highway 163, there's an area, it's called Forest Gump Hill. That's north of Monument Valley, between Monument Valley and Mexican Hat. And milepost 13, that's where it's located. It's only fenced up to that area. And the other, from milepost 13 to the San Juan River, it's all open range. That's where most of the accident occurs. So that's my main concern, and that's one of my priorities. And also, I kind of mentioned this to the Utah Department of Transportation yesterday, that we need to have a meeting on some of these roads, like that area of the Forest Gump Hill. That's a very good area. It's becoming famous, the Forest Gump Hill Road. And over the years, there's been like 3 fatalities. So we really need to do something, and fence it in, or we need to have a meeting. We need to have a dialogue. Navajo Nation, NDOT, UDOT, and leaders. So that's one of my main priority, and also the school districts. There's an issue and concern with Monument Valley High School in Utah. So I have an individual there by the name of Dr. Victoria Yazzie. I would really appreciate if you could spend maybe 10 minutes with her after the meeting. I would really appreciate that. So with that, I'm going to have one of my colleagues, Honorable Yanito, go over some of these lists that I provided. So that's all I wanted to report on right now, and apologize for not being there. There's a lot that's going on. We have multiple meetings every day, so that's one of the reasons why I wasn't able to go there in person. So I'm going to leave you with that, Madam Speaker. And thank you very much again, Lieutenant Governor. Thank you for coming out to the great Navajo Nation. So thank you. Yeah, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. I believe the hard copies were passed out to my colleagues here this morning. It does read Navajo Nation Report, Utah Tribal Leaders Quarterly Meeting, April 19, 2023, submitted by Council Delegate Herman Daniels. Colleagues, if we don't see anybody else in queue, Honorable Speaker So.
Okay, thank you very much. And welcome, Lieutenant Governor and your staff to the Navajo Nation. And I guess the dialogue between the states and the Native American tribe is very, very important, especially for Utah Navajo citizens that live in the region, whether where the joint effort of the state and the Navajo Nation can come to the middle to try to address a lot of the concerns that where we allow the state to continue to improve things such as right-of-ways that have been granted to the states, such as the roads, fencing, cattle guard, the O&M. A lot of the constituents usually inquire on O&M issues pertaining to right-of-ways. And I know that there's a mechanism in place of communication from the citizens to the state, reporting things of that of those issues that lie within the state of Utah. The other is that we know that there's public safety facilities that are in need there in the Utah Navajo reservation, and particularly the facility that I'm talking about is it's a county facility that's there in Monmouth Valley. At one point, the county has approached the nation to have some sort of dialogue with joint efforts of running that fire station. But again, we would like to continue to have that joint effort there so that the Utah Navajo citizens are brought direct services from the state. And also the community up in Montezuma Creek. I'm not from that community, but I served on public safety, the Law and Order Committee for 2 terms. And the issue of public safety in that area is something that we need to have a discussion, and particularly some sort of cost sharing, building a facility of a public safety facility for a substation and a fire station up in that region. And that dialogue, I think we need to have for our Utah Navajo citizens that live there. They deserve that. They deserve that facility, because up in Montezuma Creek, there's facilities such as there's a school there up in Aneth. And then also in Montezuma Creek, there's a high school. There's a health facility there. But the nearest fire truck facility is maybe about 50, 60 miles away. So those efforts that we need to have those dialogues in the name of public safety to help our Utah Navajo citizens that live in that region. So that's just one of my main concerns there. And I really appreciate Utah coming to Navajo. You look at how the state of Arizona and state of Utah operate and have their communication with the nation, and you have came to the nation, to our chambers, and thank you for having this visit with your delegation from the state of Utah. So, with that, and I appreciate your advocacy on behalf of our Navajo citizens that live within the boundaries of the state of Utah. Wow, and so, yeah.
Speaker So for providing some of those comments pertaining to public safety issues within the Utah area. Honorable colleagues. We'll go forward with Honorable Ricky Nez, and then we'll turn the floor back over to Lieutenant Governor. Honorable Nez.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker Curley, honorable members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, and the Honorable Lieutenant Governor from the great state of Utah. Thank you, Ms. Henderson, for taking the time to come to the great Navajo Nation. And as you stated, you've come here at least 5 times as you remember. Kind of tells me that your heart is for the people of the great Navajo Nation. We traveled up there back in January to advocate on behalf of our dear Navajo children. Not only our dear Navajo children, but also our Native children for House Bill 40, Indian Child Welfare Act. Today, Lieutenant Governor, states and tribal nations are doing more than ever to use ICWA, Indian Child Welfare Act, to protect our dear Native children. Our dear Native children are very dear to us, just as any mother, any parent would be towards their children. The scriptures tell us in Psalms 127, chapter 3, children are a heritage of the Lord, and the fruit of the womb is his reward. Tribal nations have often, they do have critical information regarding Native families, the kinship, the clanship, that the states and private agencies do not have. This information is a critical guide that states and courts could utilize to help make these important decisions related to ICWA. States increasingly depend upon tribal nations, the indigenous people of this land, to assist in developing effective case plans that reflect Native children and family needs, identify culturally appropriate services, identify and engage extended family members, and locate appropriate placements for our dear children when necessary. Utah, the great state of Utah, is home to 60,000 Native Americans. It is home to 8 federally recognized Indian tribes. We, as leaders, just ask the great state of Utah and its leadership to support this whenever it does come back before the Utah leadership. While we were there, we spoke with Representative Sandra Hollins, Representative Dr. Rosemary Lesser, Representative Sahara Hayes, Representative Kara Birkeland, Representative Schneider, Representative Nelson Abbott, Representative Clancy. We also met with the Attorney General's office there, Alan Stevenson, and we had asked for their support on this House Bill 40. We also met with Representative Colin Jack. Colin Jack is a person that surprised me. I graduated with him from Chinle High School. His parents owned a trading post at Luca Chica, Arizona, so it was great to share pictures of Chinle High School when I saw him there. We also met with Representative Jimenez and talked with him, as well as Hobbs, and just speaking with them and talking with them and how, as Native people, we wanted to reach out to them and tell them this is how Native people hold their values as far as family. I have shared the story with you, Lieutenant Governor, how back in the southern states, there was a gentleman who was a slave, and his people were slaves. They were driven to hard labor, day in and day out in the heat, working out in the cotton fields. And he one day pretty much was providing consolation to his people. And as he was out in the cotton fields, he started singing this song, which was first recorded in 1906. He started humming this song, and the other workers just kind of stopped and listened. And it goes like this. And he kept getting a little louder, and he was putting the words together. And he says, swing low, sweet chariot, coming for to carry me home. Swing low, sweet chariot, coming for to carry me home. That is a beautiful song, Lieutenant Governor. I used to listen to that song when my mom would sit under a tree weaving a rug, and I always thought about it. And one day I researched that song, and that song was first recorded in 1906. And what these slave workers were faced with day in and out was he was comforting his people. When the Navajo people were marched to Fort Sumner and imprisoned there for 4 years, they were together. They were singing songs. They were praying. And they provided consolation to each other. When they signed the Treaty of 1868 and released to head home, they started walking west. When they approached the mountains of Sandia at the very top, they looked far into the distance, and they started singing and praying and crying with joy in their hearts, because they saw in the distance Mount Taylor near Grants, New Mexico. They were so happy that their homeland was just right there, almost home, from walking many miles. They started descending the mountain of Sandia, and they started hearing this bell ringing, ding dong, ding dong. And it was the Catholic churches that was ringing their bells. And they said, look, we heard of the Navajos that were imprisoned in Fort Sumner. They're coming home to their homeland. Let's gather up some blankets and clothing and food and give it to them and send them across the Rio Grande, send them home. This is where the word in Navajo, Bentilsanel, came out, which means the ringing of the bell. Lieutenant Governor, we will ask you to ring your bell of love for my dear Navajo people in support of whatever projects we ask for. And we want to say thank you for coming, Lieutenant Governor. God bless you, your family, this day and always. Ahiya.
Echehat shiaj kwadon jinago sado yin behin tkaligi. Honorable Nez, thank you for that reflection and just reminding us of, where we have come from as our Navajo people. And I believe we do have Honorable Yanito on call.
Can I have the floor?
Honorable Yanito, you have the floor.
Hakoshio yate bin anosko hododais noslagido 25th Council.
And then I would like to say thank you for coming to our nation, Lieutenant Governor Henderson. We met one time in Salt Lake City and at the Capitol, and you invited us into your office. And I really appreciate your presentation to our 25th Consul. And also, Mr. Ethel Branch, too, I really respect all your endeavors that you've been helping with the tribal leaders here in Utah, and then plus Mr. Jensen as well. I'd like to welcome you guys all. I wish I was there this morning. I had a local meeting with the grazing area with the Anak extension, that there's a land claim that's been issue with Bears Ears National Monument this morning. So I'm on my way that way, and I wish this communication was very advanced, so we would have just talked directly to each other. These highway meetings, it's very difficult. We are really in need of really powerful towers here. And same with all our 7 chapters in Utah, that we have a very poor communication system. And so by that, with your presentation, I'm aware with all your report that you did this morning, and all of that is in progress. And thank you for your efforts to supporting the needs of the Navajo nations and the people of the Utah. And I'm looking forward to continue working with all of you. And like I said,
Honorable Yanito, we lost your connection.
Thank you, and really support. I like to meet more Utah legislators and Congress in the later dates. And with that, I just want to thank you. Yeah.
Honorable Yanito. I believe he did say that he is on his way to the council chambers. We'll give some time back over to Lieutenant Governor for her responses and for her answers to some of your concerns, colleagues. Lieutenant Governor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to all of the honorable delegates who not only are here or listening here in spirit, but those who spoke and expressed some of their thoughts and asked questions. I very much appreciate hearing from you. To address a couple of things that were brought up, the ICWA bill, House Bill 40, this past legislative session, that issue highlighted to me how important it is and how much better we need to be doing to bring people together. Proximity is really important because it's very easy for I'll just speak for legislators in the state of Utah, myself and myself. It's easy to think you already know what's best. It's easy to think that you know the answers to the questions and the solutions to the problems. It's easy to know that until you understand better. And those of us in positions of trust don't know what we don't know. And those of us who may know, those of you who know, need to help those who don't know understand better. So that ICWA issue was tough. It was very clear that many legislators don't understand the Indian Child Welfare Act, the genesis of it, the reason that we have it, the good that it does, the strength that it brings to Native American families and communities, and the support that the state of Utah has always had for ICWA. So we need to do better. When I say we, I mean we here, the state of Utah. We need to help our legislators understand that better, and I'm committed to you that we will. because we still support and honor ICWA. It has worked very well for the state of Utah, and we our support there has not wavered, and we will redouble our efforts in helping legislators understand. In terms of some of the local issues in Montezuma Creek and Aneth and Monument Valley and those areas in southeastern Utah, I also commit to doing what we can, and some of the road issues, fencing and whatnot, to convene a meeting soon in that area with the appropriate state stakeholders, to find out specifically what the needs are and what we can do as a state to help out and address some of those concerns. So we will be reaching out to the Navajo Nation delegates who represent those areas. We'll reach out soon and schedule something and start working towards some of the solutions there that to some of those challenges as we can. I also, it was an honor for me to watch you all get sworn in. I was there that day. I got some mud on my shoes to prove it. We had a little bit of a hike out to the car afterward, and I told everybody who was in my car that they'd be in trouble with me if they got mud in my car, but they were all in trouble with me. But it was a really, really great day. It was so amazing to see thousands and thousands of citizens of the Navajo Nation join together. Honorary people from, I think, all 3 states were there. I think you had New Mexico, members from the New Mexico legislature and state government and Arizona, and of course we had a Utah delegation there, and it was a real joy to be there, and an honor. And as I work to better understand the challenges and the issues and the history and the beautiful things that make the Navajo Nation who you are, I ask for your patience and forgiveness when we misstep. It's on our end. It's not on purpose ever, and we hope to be able to do better moving forward during those times that maybe we slip a little bit, like with the ICWA bill this last legislative session. But I look forward to our continued partnership. I'm thankful, Delegate Daniels, that you gave us this list, this report. This is going to be very helpful. It's good for us to know these things, and appreciate your interaction in the state with our state leaders, and really sad that I don't get to see you here today, but look forward to seeing you soon, hopefully. And I actually want to ask Dustin Jansen, Larry Echohawk, if they have anything that they want to add or say, if that's okay with you, Madam Speaker.
Dustin, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good morning, Yate. My name is Dustin Jansen. I'm originally from Coyote Canyon, New Mexico. I don't know if anybody knows where that's at. I'm just kidding. You probably all do. I graduated from Tohatchee High School. I've went to Utah for college. Ended up staying there. I met my wife there, who's also Navajo, but she's enrolled Suicinnaboyne out of Fort Peck, and we have 4 children that we've adopted and made part of our family. 3 Navajo and 1 Suicinnaboyne child. I'm just very grateful to be back here. I always feel good coming here and feeling your spirit and your desire to serve. I actually worked here for a little bit. I was in Legislative Council, where I worked with Mariana Khan, Ron Haven, Our acting chief at that time was Ed McCool. I was then asked to work in water rights with Stanley Pollock and work on the Utah-Navajo Colorado River water settlement. And then I ended up going back to Albuquerque and opening a small firm before returning to Utah, where I currently teach as a professor of American Indian Studies at Utah Valley University. And I'm allowed to be here and work with Lieutenant Governor Henderson and Governor Cox, and as the Director of Utah Division of Indian Affairs. I'm appreciative of this opportunity. It allows me to serve and to get out and help the relationship between the state of Utah and our 8 federally recognized tribes. I can tell you that Governor Cox and Lieutenant Governor Henderson are sincere in their words and what they say. I don't know if we've ever had a governor and a lieutenant governor that put so much effort into Indian affairs and making good on the words that they speak. So I'm very appreciative of Lieutenant Governor and the things that she does. I guess I should have started. Dona nishnegi kintlachini nishna. Bilagana bashichin honagani dashachero. Bilagana dashanella. Akudalin nishna. And I remember that and I recognize that and I teach my kids their clans so that they know who they are and where they're from. And I want them to know, and I want all the youth in here to know that being Native and being from a reservation is not an obstacle. It's your superpower. It's what makes you who you are, makes you great, what makes you better to understand things and coming into college, finishing high school, and speaking with people outside your culture. You have something to offer. You have a point of view to offer that's going to make other people better and make our relationships better. So thank you for coming here and sitting in the galley and listening and watching your leaders do these things and make these important decisions that are going to affect your life. I hope you're inspired by them. I hope you're inspired to run for office when you get older. We need your ideas, we need your minds, and we need your education. And I thank you for coming. And I appreciate all the delegates here for being here, for your kind words, for your encouragement, and for all the work that you do here for your people. A lot of our meetings we have are over Zoom or telephone, and it always makes me happy to hear you speak and to hear your concerns and express your solutions. I feel very comforted not living back here on the reservation, knowing that you're here and doing all that you can to make our nation better. So thank you. Okay.
Madam Speaker, honorable delegates, my name is Larry Echo Hawk. I'm a member of the Pawnee Nation of Oklahoma, and my earliest memory in life was in Farmington, New Mexico, where I was raised, of course, just across the San Juan River from the Navajo Nation. My father, Ernest Echo Hawk, was a land surveyor that worked to locate oil and gas wells, which included a lot of work in all parts of the Navajo Nation. And it was the family business. So as soon as we were old enough to hold a surveyor's rod straight and to learn how to build a flag for the drillers, we were working. And so I have these wonderful memories of the connection that I have to the Navajo Nation. This area sings to my soul, because this is where I grew up. The Four Corners area was my home, and I've been blessed through many years to have a close working relationship with Navajo people. My father employed many Navajo people, and we got to know Navajo families as we were growing up. It's a great blessing for me to have received a good university education at Brigham Young University, University of Utah College of Law, and Stanford University Graduate School of Business. I graduated from the University of Utah Law School in 1973, so it's now 2023. That's 50 years. And those 50 years have been full of service to Native people. I spent 9 years as the senior attorney for Idaho's largest tribe, the Shoshone-Bannock people located on the Fort Hall Indian Reservation. And I had the opportunity to represent not only that tribe, but to work with many tribes, as in 2009, President Barack Obama was elected, and I did not know him, but he reached out to me and asked me to serve in his administration. So I was nominated by President Obama and confirmed by the United States Senate to serve as the Assistant Secretary for Indian Affairs of the United States Department of Interior, which I think you know is the highest ranking federal official that has full-time responsibility for Indian affairs. And that, of course, brought me to the Navajo Nation many times, and had the opportunity actually to sit here and address the Navajo Nation Council at that time. I think I took a little longer than an hour. The federal government has a lot of connection with Navajo Nation, and I had a lot of questions to answer, but it was a great blessing to give that service. So in 2018, as I approached retirement age, I received an invitation to go to the Capitol building to meet with the governor and Attorney General for the state of Utah. And I did not know what the meeting was about, but as I met with them, they asked if I would be willing to help in the work of the state of Utah with the 8 federally recognized tribes. I must admit I was a bit hesitant to do that. You know, not only because it was retirement age, but you know, sometimes relationships with between the tribes and states are not always the best that we would want. But the message that the governor and attorney general gave to me is, we want to improve our relations, and we think that you could help us to do that. I kind of had a unique profile of being a tribal lawyer. I spent 12 years in elective office in Idaho as a state official, which included service as the first Native American in U.S. history elected as a state attorney general. And then, of course, the federal position as assistant secretary. So that's a unique background, and the governor and attorney general said, we think you could help us. And I said that I would do that, and it was conditioned upon the state doing the best effort that they could make to improve their relations. And I want to just testify to you esteemed elected officers of the Navajo Nation today that it's been since 2018, and I've seen remarkable progress by the state of Utah. And I want to, in particular today, pay tribute to Lieutenant Governor Deidre Henderson, who has been assigned by the governor to be the point person for Native American issues. Having served in elective office in the state of Idaho and in the federal government, where I went numerous times to Capitol Hill, testifying before the United States Senate in the House, I've met many political officials. And I would like to compliment Lieutenant Governor Henderson because she is exceptional. Her heart is in this work, this assignment, a special assignment that she has to work with Native people. I couldn't have been more pleased and more impressed as I've watched her through the years that I've had to work with her. And I would invite the Navajo Nation to continue your work to connect with Lieutenant Governor Henderson as she leads this work for the sovereign state of the state of Utah. The relationship that the state has with Navajo, I think, is as good as it's ever been. It's never a perfect situation because there's always points of disagreement, but there's been an enormous effort made by Lieutenant Governor Henderson and Governor Cox, Attorney General Reyes, to make sure that they're doing the very best they can in their relationship with all federally recognized tribes in Utah, and in particular with the Navajo Nation. So I compliment her. I compliment the Navajo Nation leaders who have worked cooperatively with the state. It's been my blessing to have known on a personal basis, every Navajo Nation president since Peter McDonald. I cherish those opportunities that I've had to work as best I can to help to assist these esteemed leaders as they work tirelessly to make things better for their people. And thank you for the honor of being here today.
Yeah, thank you, Lieutenant Governor, and also Mr. Jensen, and also Mr. Echo Hawk for being here with us this morning. We do have 2 more colleagues who are on request to speak. We have Honorable Vice Chair Yazzie.
Good morning. Hello. She Sherilyn Yazin, she do honagatni shle. Twitzo ne bashish chin do twidich eat ne dash che do she hetashnale. And I'm one of the new delegates. I represent 5 communities, and I'm learning so much about this position, this, being a delegate, being new. And one of the most important things that I've learned was how ICWA is being used to dismantle and attack our tribal sovereignty. And special interest groups are looking to take our children, our babies, women, and also our natural resources. And so I want to know how we can become better and stronger relatives to one another. How do we do that? And I know you talked about it in terms of communication, but I also want to know, what is it that we need to learn from you, and what is it that, we could teach you, to have that ongoing relationship, so that way you're understanding, why our children, our women, our water, our resources are important to us, because it ties back a lot to our languages, who we are as Native people. And it's important also to me, when you talk about relationships, to have good relationships with all of Indian country. I know what you talked about is, having political challenges, and we don't all agree, but I think, to me, how I see it, where we agree on is what you spoke about, is to, how do we all be better? Because that's going to make us stronger. It doesn't matter, the color of our skin, where we live. I just think that's what we want. And then I do appreciate that you brought up love, to have that love for our nation. So, yeah, I want to say thank you for that. So I look forward to working with you through, political challenges we face. I don't live near Utah, but, either way, it's, the people, our relatives that live in that state, they're also my relatives. And so the individuals also that live in the urban area, our urban natives, how do we help each other to make sure that they are getting any kind of support that they need from us. So thank you.
Okay, Honorable Yazzie. Next, we have Honorable Dr. Andy Nez.
Hi, good morning. Yat Ebene. Welcome to the Navajo Nation, to the People's Chambers, as well as here, the capital of the Navajo Nation. I'm Andy Nez. I represent our communities of Fort Defiant, Sawmill, Crystal, and Red Lake, both within the state of Arizona and New Mexico. But as it was stated, we represent all our Navajo people. And while I was listening to your introduction, I know you did mention that just a small portion of the Navajo Nation was in the state of New Mexico, but I wanted to re-emphasize what my colleague here, Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie, mentioned, that we do have many thousands of more of our Diné people who live across the state of New Mexico. In fact, I do have relatives that live in Provo, Utah. I have constituents from Crystal as well as Red Lake who also live in Ogden. So I also, we send our kids there to Blanding, to UVU, to all of the universities as well there throughout. So I wanted to recognize that, and hopefully that you also see that as a priority and understanding. I also come from the Department of Diné Education, and we've met with many of our LEAs there in the state of Utah. And I know that many of our school districts up there had emphasized that they only report on Title VI funding. However, we know that many additional funding within education also support our Native American students. And as the department pursues to continue to meet with our school districts affecting our Navajo students, I think it's important to also send that message to be as transparent, to be as open-minded to our colleagues here from the Department of Diné Education to, provide their assistance as well. These consultations are for the purpose of providing meaningful discussion to help improve the outcome and, the longevity of our students and our families that are there in the state of Utah. I've also had the opportunity to hike and run and do a lot of the recreation there, from the, hiking up to Devil's Peak there in Zion National Park, the best trip I've had to date. But I also just wanted to reemphasize that tourism next door in the great state of Arizona, as well as in the greater state of Navajo Nation, we do have a lot of that recreation that's available here. And if you can also just help emphasize that there in your tourism, in your PAs, things that you do there at the state level, because we welcome our visitors, again, just granted that they respect here the Navajo Nation. But I just wanted to emphasize those two areas, and we look forward to building our relationship, continuing our relationship, and again, just thank you for being here on the Navajo Nation. I think as elected officials, or as anybody who has a true understanding or wants to improve and be of assistance and partnership, has to see firsthand the location, the people. So I appreciate you all and your staff for being here with us on the Navajo Nation's capital. Thank you. Madam Speaker, back to you.
Next, we have Honorable Shondine Parrish. She's joining us online.
Can you hear me?
Chair Parrish, we hear you. You have the floor.
Okay. Good morning to everyone. Good morning, colleagues in the 25th Navajo Nation Council, and to Speaker Curley. Thank you for making the time this morning, Speaker, for allowing the Lieutenant Governor to present and to open a conversation to address the 25th Navajo Nation Council. And I'd like to say welcome again to the Lieutenant Governor of Utah, to the Navajo Nation. This morning I'm actually joining everyone from Navajo on my way to the chambers, and Navajo is one of the chapters that is in Arizona and in Utah. So this is directly in the conversation that we're having today. So I appreciate the time that the Lieutenant Governor's staff has provided this morning. But I just wanted to reintroduce myself and to share the sentiment, and just to share the importance of working with the Navajo Nation. And I just want to share my appreciation with the work that the Navajo Utah Commission does in organizing the positions of the chapters in Utah to continue the conversation with the state of Utah. And they do plenty of work to make sure that the message is conveyed, that leadership is prepared to address, the state of Utah. And I guess, Lieutenant Governor, this morning, I would like to ask if we can continue that direct government to government relationship I know that you do a tremendous job at advocating and working with tribal nations, but I just ask that you continue the leadership in Utah to share the messages that we're providing today directly to members of the Utah State Senate and the Utah State House of Representatives, because the positions that we work that the Navajo Utah Commission has worked together to share points, and here today we've heard many of our colleagues in the 25th Navajo Nation Council who are not from Utah but support the endeavors that the Navajo Nation is pursuing. So I guess I just want to impress the importance of also your leadership in the state of Utah in continuing that relationship and advocacy for our people in San Juan County and across the state of Utah, whether they're directly on the Navajo Nation or, like some of my colleagues had mentioned, in the urban settings like in Salt Lake, because they are constituents of Utah. And I also wanted to, on that note, I wanted to ask directly to ask that members that are affected by the Utah water settlement, that we could have people, residents within the communities, to be a part of that conversation. And that's the point that our local government, our local chapter president, Larry Tooney, has asked me to impress upon this conversation today, because it does, if we're just talking about those residents, then their voices should be heard too. So I just would like to kindly ask that. And thank you all again for your time to visit the Navajo Nation. And I hope I get to say a quick hello before you all leave Winter Rock today. But I pray for safe travels for everyone, and thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Parrish. Next for questions or remarks, we have Honorable Vice Chair Casey Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just like to say good morning, Bennett, to everybody here at the council chambers. Just want to say welcome to our distinguished guest, Lieutenant Governor Deidre Henderson. Welcome, Yate. Thank you for being here with us today, as well as Mr. Echo Hawk and Dustin. Sorry about that. And the rest of your staff here. And it was really a nice surprise to be here early in the chambers, and you guys showed up before a lot of us. So, and just want to thank you guys for being here. And I think one of the things that I wanted to talk, I'm really glad you brought up the southeast Utah strip of the Navajo Nation, the voting, and that's very important, to our constituents. Each delegate represents a certain region, but as a whole, we represent the whole Navajo Nation, and that's something that even prior to me getting into this position as a council delegate, I always was concerned about our constituents out there in Utah, and I would really like, that their voice, their votes are respected and honored as in whatever jurisdiction is in the southeast of Utah. And I've seen that, and I want to thank you for supporting the, all our Native children, all our Native families, to protect and making sure they stay with their indigenous communities, not only in Utah, but throughout the United States as well. So thank you for being in alliance with the indigenous nations. And I really do align with the, I like the economic prosperity, the priorities. Taking a look at the Governor's Cox, the priorities of Utah. And that was something that I used in my campaign was, we always hear about economic development and stuff, but I really thought that prosperity was the correct term. So that was something that I used in my campaign. And there's a concern that, that I've wanted to share with you. It's regarding Monument Valley High School, Utah. And I would like to, your office and Attorney General Sean Reyes maybe to consider giving them a call and, and seeing what's going on, some possible allegations of discrimination practices, at that education. So just something, maybe give them a call and, see what's going on. And I really do believe in Navajo preference laws, and because that's a Navajo community. So I just would like, for your department, your office, maybe to look into that, but then again, I wanted to be up there with the rest of my colleagues back in January, but I didn't have enough gas money to make it up to Salt Lake. But I'm really glad you guys are here today, so it's an honor, to meet you and your staff, Mr. Echo Hawk, and, I'm good friends with the Wildcat family as well, so, and just wanted to, I know that Echo Hawks and the Wildcats are, related, so just wanted to let you know that, so, and just want to thank you, and I won't take any more much of your time, and I was invited to the dinner last night, but it was already out of town going the other direction, but maybe another time. So thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Johnson. We have Kodo Shade, Honorable Shana Enplaw joining us via Zoom.
Good morning, Shadeja, Madam Speaker Curley, honorable colleagues, and also our esteemed distinguished guest, Lieutenant Governor Henderson. Good morning, and good morning to your staff. I just want to say thank you for the great conversation yesterday evening. It was good to break bread with you. I don't think fry bread can break, but we broke bread last night. And it was good to unwind and talk about some of these issues that are being addressed today. But I want to thank you for coming out to Window Rock and to the Navajo Nation. And I think that with your presence there, you have shown us through your gesture that you are sincere about addressing these issues that are very important to us as Diné people. And then I also want to thank much of your staff. A few weeks ago, the Resources and Development Committee met with the Manti La Sal National Forest Service. And during that discussion, they were talking to us about what the Navajo people wanted as far as making some revisions into their forest plan. And so we had people from the Utah Commission as well as RDC and also local community members, and then some of our Utah chapters there in attendance. And during that time, they were very open.
Recording in progress.
Some of the things that we talked about were just our ability to offer prayer there to some of our sacred sites like Bear's Ears, and then harvesting some of the natural resources like the trees, and then also the herbs, and then the access to the watering points. So I know that with the leadership there in Utah, it is very promising because you're allowing tribes to sit at the table and be a part of the discussion. And so that has been a long time coming. And
Recording
just as
stopped.
we talked about these things last night, I think that the Navajo Nation is also moving in that direction. So I'm very thankful for you being there, very thankful for my colleagues for offering their recommendations today, and then expressing things that are very near and dear to their hearts. And I do want to wish you safe travels as you return back, and just wish you all well. And thank you once again for being there. And we look forward to your next visit when you can enjoy your second bowl of mutton stew again. So I just want to say that, and I'll turn it back over to you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Pla. Colleagues, just keep in mind we did recess for 1 hour. Just see one more for a quick introduction for Honorable Yazzie, and we'll return back the floor to Lieutenant Governor Henderson for her closing comments. Honorable Yazzie.
Good afternoon, everybody. I just want to introduce all the way from Monument Valley, Utah. This is in Herman Daniels, Council Delegate Herman Daniels area. This young lady came from Monument Valley, Utah, and I want to make sure I recognize her. I'll say her name, and I'll go ahead and let her introduce herself. Her name is Dainoa Yazzie, and she's Miss Western Navajo for 2022 and 2023.
Yate shik edo shidane she e de noa jikant najoni Yazzie inishya kilachini nishle twa baha bashishin but ane dasha che kia anu dashanele. Shamato shide e Dr. Victoria Yazzie do Francis Yazzie the third Willia. Shadejike e dane do Delia Yazzie Willia. Shamasana do shache e Marilee Kinney do Leroy Kinney Willia. Shanella Asta do Shanella Huskin e Glindy Yazzie do Francis Yazzie the second Willia. Look at how good that nasha the net college de instra. Agot ego jikant nishle. Hello everyone, my name is Dainoa Yazzie and I am the Miss Western Navajo 2022-2023, and I would just like to say hi to all of you and to just make an appearance here, and I would just especially just because and I also would just like to, I am here today just to speak to the Lieutenant Governor of Utah, just because in my home community, I realize that all of these issues that are happening, and I just would like to, let you know that, and I'm grateful that you're here today, and I've heard a lot of people sharing their gratitude and appreciation for you being here and sharing this morning with us. But I would also just like for you to understand to really look into each of these issues that were presented to you today, because they are very important to my community as I am from that community, and I would just like all of my students and my community's voices to be heard, because what they do have to say is issues that are really happening in their community. And I'm thankful that you're here listening to us, but again, listening can only go so far. We would like to see what your actions are to behind what we're telling you and what we're voicing. And so I would just like to, again, see your action plan behind of what you will be doing to help our communities in that area, because I feel like our area, it's very in the corner, but I feel like we're always forgotten in that part of Utah. So I hope that you do your best to really address these issues within our communities and to listen to our Navajo children and people.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Vice Chair Yazzie, and also your distinguished guests here, Miss Western Agency. Council for posing your questions and your concerns this morning and allowing a 1 hour recess to welcome the Utah Lieutenant Governor, Deidre Henderson, and also Mr. Justin Denson, and also Mr. Echo Hawk. At this time, we'll give the floor back over for closing comments by Lieutenant Governor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Miss Yazzie, I haven't forgotten you. We have been to Monument Valley many, many times, more times than we've been to Window Rock. I need to count them up, but I do want to make sure, as you say, that I'm listening to everybody, and the young people's voices are incredibly important. So I'm going to have my staff get with you, and we'll figure out a time to come, if you would care to host me in Monument Valley, and convene whoever wants to come and talk to me about the issues that you're facing and the way the state of Utah can be supportive. we definitely want to hear from you. Thank you for your words. Congratulations on your position, and thank you for your courage, your bravery, and your leadership. I know we're out of time, and I have a long list of things that I've written down to answer the questions that you've asked and the points that you've made. And I want this esteemed body to get back to its business. It's very important business, so I won't answer everything, except to say that we hear you. We are committed to bringing, to bridging the distance, I guess, between the Wasatch Front and the Navajo Nation, and all points in between. And we're committed to working with you to do that, to help other people gain some understanding, get some proximity, so that we can all move forward together in a way that is beneficial to everyone. As far as voting goes, we are working really hard with San Juan County, and my office, the election office in the state of Utah, has principles in that we dare not violate, and that is that every eligible voter should have access to the ballot. And everywhere we find that access is arbitrarily hindered, we are working to remove those barriers and working to help other people understand the importance of that. So I want you to know that we have that commitment. I look forward to more conversations, and I encourage all of you to reach out to me, to my office, as issues come up, whether they're in Utah or just in the Navajo Nation at large, if there are ways that we can be supportive or helpful, or just information that would be good for us to know and understand. Thank you for the honor of inviting me here today to speak to you and to listen to you, which I think is even more important. So I thank you for the generous time also that you have given to me, for the questions you've asked, for the points that you have made. I look forward very much to continuing our relationship. Hey.
Thank you, Lieutenant Governor, for visiting the Navajo Nation and spending a few hours here with us this morning within Window Rock. And you're always more than welcome to visit the Navajo Nation Council chambers anytime, and we're willing to work with you in the future. And we hope to meet again later on within the next few coming months. Mr. Denson. And also, Mr. Larry Echo Hawk, thank you for coming and accompanying the Lieutenant Governor to the Great Navajo Nation. And at this time, I'll give over the floor to Honorable Riquinez, and before we return back to roll call.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Curley, honorable members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, Lieutenant Governor Henderson for taking this time, Mr. Echo Hawk, Farmington Scorpions. Yes, I'm from San Juan River as well there, so, and Justin, thank you. Honorable members of the 25th Council, if you would go front and center, we would like to provide our honorable governor from the state of Utah a small token of our appreciation from the great Navajo Nation. And Lady and Arno Senege, Speaker, if you would come step down with us as well. Thank you. God bless you.
Ado Yate Nana colleagues of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, and also our guests in the gallery. At this time, we'll resume back to roll call.
Honorable Lamardo Azaret. Honorable Lamardo Azaret, answered roll call. Honorable Helena Nez Begay. Honorable Helena Nez Begay. I can't. It's not on here. I can't hear it on Zoom. Honorable Helena Nez Begay. Honorable Helena Nez Begay. Honorable Helena Nez Begay did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton answered. Roll call. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James answered. Roll call. Honorable Nathan Nota. Honorable Nathan Nota answered. Roll call. Honorable Jermaine Simonson. Honorable Jermaine Simonson. Honorable Jermaine Simonson did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Curtis Yanito. Honorable Curtis Yanito answered. Roll call. Going back up, Honorable Helena Nez Begay. Honorable Helena Nez Begay. Honorable Helena Nez Begay did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Jermaine Simonson. Honorable Jermaine Simonson. Honorable Jermaine Simonson did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Helena Nez Begay answered. Roll call. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty is excused. Honorable Seth Damon is excused. Honorable Brenda Jesus is excused. Madam Speaker, you have 19 members present, including yourself.
Thank you, staff. We do have 19 councilwomen and men in here, so we'll reconvene back at 11:46 a.m. And for the record, Vice Chair Simonson is online, so there are 20 present. Honorable colleagues, we are on agenda item U. That is legislation 0048-23. We do have the sponsor here with us, Mr. Honorable Danny Simpson. Honorable Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, members of the 25th Council. Good morning. Thank you. Madam Speaker, thank you for recognizing to speak. Madam Speaker, I'd like to motion first to amend the legislation, to amend the agenda to add an item to add legislation 0077-23. It's in reference to relating to emergency and the Navajo Nation Council opposing the confirmation of Secretary Designee James R. Mountain to the New Mexico Indian Officer Affairs Department. I did co-sponsor this legislation. The prime sponsor is Madam Delegate Amber Crotty. So I'd like to make that motion. Madam Speaker, thank you to all members of the 25th Council.
Thank you, Honorable Simpson. Your motion is here on the board, if that is correct. I think we had a second by Carl already. And second by Honorable Vice Chair Slater. Thank you. We do have a motion and a second in place. We'll refer to staff to read that legislation to the record.
Legislation 0077-23, an action relating to an emergency and the Navajo Nation Council, opposing the confirmation of Secretary Designee James R. Mountain to the New Mexico Indian Affairs Department. Sponsor, Honorable Amber Crotty. Co-sponsor, Honorable Danny Simpson. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, staff, for reading that into the record. For this motion to amend the agenda to add the emergency legislation. We see Honorable Norman Begay.
Good morning, 25th Council, on the staff, though. I'd like to ask the motion party to see if they can remove a table item 0058-23, put it back on the agenda. Add it back on there, on the agenda, because it was tabled. It was tabled. 58.
Honorable Norman Begay, we did get guidance from legal counsel through email. If you can check your emails regarding that, you were just requesting to modify the motion, right?
Yeah, to put 58-23 back on the agenda. It was tabled.
Honorable Norman Begay will refer over to legal counsel to give that clarification on how be the best way to address this. Legal counsel, Ms. Barbara.
Thank you.
Good morning, 25th Navajo Nation Council. This is Dana Bobroff, Chief Legislative Counsel. So we have an issue here, as I understand it, that Delegate Begay requested that the motion be modified to remove 005823 from table status and move it onto the agenda. I did send out an email on that issue in just the last 5 to 10 minutes. And unfortunately, because of the language used in the tabling motion, that 0058-23 is tabled until council, until the spring session, even if you receive the documents beforehand. If the language in the tabling motion had said no later than spring session, no later than summer session, you could have untabled it if you had received all the documents. But that's not how the tabling language reads. The tabling language reads that it is tabled until summer session. So in conclusion, short answer, 0058-23 cannot be untabled until the summer session. Back to you, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bobroff, legal counsel, for that legal interpretation. Honorable Begay, he withdraws that modification request. On the motion, Honorable Toth.
Madam Speaker, clarification on this attorney that submit email to us. It says spring session. That should be corrected. Summer. You put spring session on the email. So which one is it? Summer or spring session? Thank you, Speaker.
We'll give the floor back over to Ms. Barbara for that clear clarification for the record.
Thank you. My apologies. It should say summer session, and it was also pointed out that I left out a word about Office of Legislative Services compiling a list of the requested documents. So I'll send out a corrected email and just view this as confirmation. As I told you inadvertently earlier this morning, it's a crazy day. So thank you much. I will get that corrected email out soon.
Honorable Toth, I hope that clarified your question. Honorable Nez.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Curley, honorable members of the 25th Council, and Honorable Begay. Untabled and when I motion to table this legislation 0058-23, I did state that if the documents could be retrieved, corrected documents, missing documents, anything that's inchoate, we could possibly, before the end of spring session, bring it back, or before summer session. That is what I had stated at the time of my motion when it was approved. Thank you. I reserve my time.
Reserve time of 4:05. That is a good question that you raised, and also clarifying that. We'll refer that question over to Ms. Barbroff, legal counsel.
Okay, thank you. So, thank you for the question, Delegate Nez. I'm going to ask Office of Legislative Services to go back and actually listen to the tape, determine if there was any confusion. However, and I will ask Office of Legislative Services to read into the record what was voted on as far as the tabling motion. That should be helpful.
Office of Legislative Services. Ms. Cook? Office of Legislative Services.
Yeah, motion to table legislation 0058-23 until the Navajo Nation Council summer session, July 2023, and have all necessary completed documents made available. This motion was made by Honorable Rick Nez. It was seconded by Honorable Shandine Parrish with a vote of 14 in favor and 8 opposed, with Speaker Curley not voting. Madam Speaker.
Are there any additional questions, clarifications? Honorable Norman B. Gate, you didn't reserve your time, so you don't have any time. Colleagues, remember to reserve your time if you would like to speak on the issue again. Then Honorable Tolt, you don't have any reserved time. Honorable Johnson.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you to my Honorable 25th Navajo Nation colleagues. I do recall Honorable Chairman Nez stating that the other day, so I just wanted to make that known and on the record, and I'll defer the rest of my time to Honorable Norman Begay. Thank you.
Time of 4:41. Yields his time of 4:41 to Honorable Norman Begay. Do you accept?
Yes.
Honorable Begay, you have 4 minutes and 41 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I forgot to reserve my time. But anyway, good morning again. Auto staff Tokoro. If you read it closely, and it really doesn't say the document can be put back in spring, but the language that verbally, so I think we have a good argument on this here that we can say that, we can put it back as is because it's still spring session, and the email states also too that says spring session, so.
Okoshi, Honorable Begay, you can't reserve yield time. Okay. Okay, sorry, the audio just cut off on our end. We'll return back your mic back on.
Madam Speaker, so the argument here is that, even the language, the way it's written, so I think from the floor, I think we still have the right to put it back on the agenda. Or put it on the vote. Thank you.
So there is a question regarding the language that was stated on the floor and also the language that was part of the motion. Ms. Barbroff, with that, what Office of Legislative Services did state earlier on the record, could you please clarify the questions that were raised by Honorable Begay?
Thank you very much. Okay, for starters, let me just clarify this. The email I sent to you that unfortunately used the term spring session instead of summer session, it's my screw up. I sent you out a corrected email. You cannot use my email to undo an action taken by council, if only, but no. So now what you have is you have the language that was voted on by the council, and that language that's up on the board right now, it is Office of Legislative Counsel's legal interpretation that language does not allow you to remove 0058 from table status during this during the spring session, that you need to wait until summer session to hear it. That is Office of Legislative Counsel's legal interpretation of the situation. We have advised speaker of our legal interpretation. So if you want, if the council as a whole, two-thirds, I believe it's a two-thirds vote, I'll double check on this, but this is the process, okay? A motion needs to be made to add 0058 to the agenda. If the speaker declines that motion, then you can challenge her. If you challenge her vote, her decision, then it can be added on. But that's the step. You're going to have to go on record. So back to you, Speaker, and let me know if there's additional questions.
Point of privilege raised by Honorable Toth.
Madam Speaker, thank you for the floor again. I think legislative service should be recording this conversation. So can we listen to the tape, what it said, how the motion was made? I think that's where the it's going to clarify what Mr. Naz, Honorable Naz had indicated in his motion. That should have been recorded. All these council sessions should be recorded. So we need to go back to that, Speaker, see what the Mr. Naz, Honorable Naz at motion. Can we hear those tape or her own interpretation? And we don't want it to, I would rather listen to the tape where how the motion was made that were clarified. Thank you, Speaker.
Honorable Toth, through the recommendations from our legal interpretation from legal counsel and also from Office of Legislative Services, what was read, you do see it on the board here, honorable colleagues, and it was presented on the board on Tuesday, April 18th, 2023, and it was motioned by Honorable Ricky Nez and second by Honorable Shondine Parrish. Joe we did say, is the language on the board correct? And it was concurred. You guys, the council did vote, but our recommendation or my recommendation could be to make this a standalone motion to go move forward with the emergency legislation first. So that will give that opportunity to give time to offices of legislative services to receive those transcripts. Kodo Honorable Toti Yokediki. If that is suffice enough to provide that recommendation, and then following that emergency legislation, we can come back to that motion if you do want to take that legislation out of table after that transcripts are provided. So, honorable colleagues, with that, we still have a motion on the floor to amend the agenda to add emergency legislation 0077-23. It would require a 2/3 votes. However, we do have comments or questions regarding this motion within the request to speak. First, we have Honorable Vice Chair Slater.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and I appreciate your advisement on the matter. My thought is as follows. Delegate Simpson has provided a memo that I believe is being distributed out to the council at this time, and it clearly identifies that the understanding that many of us had yesterday that we would be touching or dealing with a BIA facility and concerned about its conveyance back to the nation or removing the withdrawal of that land to the BIA back to the nation is not the case. There's 3 Navajo Nation programs that are currently in a condemned BIA building, and they'll be moving into the new modular building that's going to be constructed on a Navajo Nation facility. That land's withdrawn by the Division of Community Development and the Administrative Service Center. None of it has anything to do with the BIA. They're going to be leaving a BIA facility. We're not going to be dealing with asbestos or anything or the condemned nature of it in that facility. Instead, we're going to be pulling the programs out of there, putting them into a safer environment that's going to be exclusively under Navajo Nation control. And the mitigation that's going to take place is going to be related to the existing building on the Navajo Nation side that's under the ASC that is in land withdrawn by the Navajo Nation government. So it has nothing to do with the BIA and the concerns that I and I think a few other delegates had yesterday related to liabilities. So with that information, I still would like to add 5823 back onto the agenda and do so because I think that was the only holdup. We all agreed that we wanted a safe office and working environment in this very unsafe situation for our employees and for our programs. And since this requires a 2/3 vote either way, I would strongly request that we modify the motion to include 5823. And if there are colleagues who make the request not to include it later on, then let's hear that. But we have to have a 2/3 vote no matter what to include 7723 and to move forward with bringing back 5823. And we can avoid going back and reviewing the record and all of that stuff because we're allowed to move forward with a 2/3 vote. So I appreciate the advisement, but my request is to modify and add 5823 in this motion. Colleagues, we have the data, we have the information that's been provided to us to address our concerns, and we can have the discussion on 5823 when it returns to the agenda. So with that, Speaker, that's my request, and I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve time of 2:12. Honorable colleagues, there's quite some confusion here. We'll refer again to Office of Legal Counsel to further clarify what Honorable Slater did question, and also if we can come to a compromise on this, Honorable colleagues. Legal Counsel, Ms. Bobroff.
Thank you very much. I have concerns about, and I want to bring those concerns to the council, about disregarding the exact language you voted on later on because you no longer like it. I think that does a much, that impinges, I believe, on some integrity of the council. You voted on specific language. That language is on the board, you voted on it. To now turn around and say, well, that's not really what we meant, even though you voted on it and the language was in front of you. I have concerns about that. However, that is, of course, your choice. I think a much better option, based on what Delegate Slater just explained in depthly about the health risks, etc., the safety concerns about people having to continue on in that building. Those concerns meet the criteria of 2 NNC 164A, I think it's 9, for emergency legislations. So my recommendation is that we take 005823, I will assign it to us of Legislative Council to convert it into new emergency legislation, and you can add that to the agenda later this afternoon. I predict about 2 hours top to get that done. So that's my recommendation, Speaker. Back to you.
Honorable Slater, he does withdraw that request. I believe that will be come forth before the council again later on today. As legal counsel did say, it'll be approximately 2 hours if you decide to wish to take that route for legislation 005823. On the motion to amend the agenda to add emergency legislation, we have Honorable Herman Daniels via Zoom.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. That was to the other legislation 058. I had a question on that, but on that amendment, I don't have any questions. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Honorable Daniels. We have Honorable Arvizo. And we don't see him in the chambers. We'll come back around to him. We go back to reserve time. Kodo Honorable Riquinez with 4 minutes and 5 seconds.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Curley, honorable members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. When we debated this on Tuesday, I was very certain that I stated that anytime during the spring session, if the documents could be produced, then we could bring it back. If not, we can wait till the summer session. Well, now that we're at this situation here, perhaps Honorable Simpson could request a new legislation just to transfer all the wording back on there and have a special session after the spring session, if that will work. Because at the time when I saw this, I did say that I support this legislation, but I will not support legislations that are inchoate, and that was what was wrong with this. So, and that was the reason for my motion to table the legislation at the time.
So just a recommendation to my honorable colleague, Honorable Simpson, if he would do that, since these documents are before us now, but I'm sure my colleagues that are not present in the council chambers would like to see these documents before them as well. So I'll reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
Reserve time of 2:35. Kodashiyaj, Honorable Nez. Next, we have Honorable Carl Slater with 2 minutes and 12 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Delegate Nez, for your recommendation as well. I think that's a pretty good recommendation. There's quite a few delegates who were not able to obtain review of their fiscal recovery fund plans for their regions, and I know we'll be requesting a special session after the spring session. So I'm happy to support 5823 at that time and whatever iteration it's in. And I'll waive the rest of my time. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Vice Chair Slater. We have waived his time. Next, we have Honorable Arvizo.
Madam Speaker, thank you for allowing me to speak on this matter of 58. I did drop off the 5823 at Legislative Council, and I'll be introducing it as a emergency legislation, and I will be sponsoring it. And I'd like to amend the agenda to add legislation 5823 as an emergency legislation. Oh, okay.
Honorable Arvizo.
I will wait on that. Yes. I got it. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Reserve time.
Reserve time of 4:08. Next, we have in line regarding the motion to amend the agenda to add an emergency legislation. We have Honorable Chair Brenda Jesus.
Madam Speaker, Curly Do Shanat Ani no Hliningi of the 25th Navajo Nation Council that is present here in the council chambers, and also colleagues that are via Zoom here today. My colleagues, with the intent of with these legislations going forward. One thing that I would expressly want to caution here is we want to extend the Sihasin CAP 3518 projects. One of the recommendations that I'd like to make is, or I guess what I would like to learn is, did we actually consult with the Capital Project Management Department in regards to these projects? I know that these were identified as year 1, 2, and 3 projects. How many of these projects have actually been completed? How many of these projects are still outstanding? Maybe we could tailor and language and structure this legislation in such to where it's not going to be a hindrance for CPMD, DCD to carry out and the built out of these projects that were proposed on CAP 3518. So I just want to acknowledge that. So and I just want to expressly acknowledge that. Have we even consulted with the project managers that are working with CPMD? So just wanted to bring out that recommendation. Madam Speaker, I reserve my time.
Thank you, Honorable Jesus. You have reserved time of 3 minutes and 5 seconds. Honorable colleagues, there were several questions for the motioning party here. We'll turn back the floor over to Honorable Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, members of the 25th Council. Madam Speaker, I apologize. I have some constituents call me on this legislation that we're trying to put on the agenda. What was the question, Madam Speaker? I apologize.
It's just a reserve time.
Reserve time?
Honorable Simpson, there was a question from Honorable Chair Jesus regarding the necessary documents that were needed, but we did clarify that this motion is only to amend the agenda to add the emergency legislation. Kodo Shade, Brenda Jesus. We'll go back to reserve time. We do have 3 reserve time on the motion to add the emergency legislation. We have Honorable Riquinez with 2 minutes and 35 seconds. We have Honorable Arvizo with 4 minutes and 8 seconds. And Honorable Jesus with 3 minutes and 5 seconds. Honorable Nez, 2 minutes and 35 seconds.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Curley. I would agree to adding the legislation 0077-23 only, and let's just vote on this and just leave the rest alone. So thank you. I'll waive the rest of my time.
Honorable Nez waives his time. Next we have Honorable Arvizo with reserve time of 4 minutes and 8 seconds.
Madam Speaker, thank you, other members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. I agree with Delegate Nez. Let's just deal with 07723 first. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I waive the rest of my time.
Honorable Arvizo waives his time. Honorable Jesus, 3 minutes and 5 seconds.
Yeah, Madam Speaker. So let's just, I agree with my colleagues here just to go ahead and concentrate on emergency legislation 7723. Madam Speaker, I waive my time.
Thank you, colleagues. We don't see anybody else in request to speak. And I believe all the questions were answered. Just for clarification, it is on the board, the motion, and it will require a 2/3 vote. And if this does go, if it does go through, it will be added towards the end of the agenda. Are there any additional comments or questions? Second call. Third call, going for a vote for that motion. It will require a 2/3 vote of the council.
Honorable Lamardo Azaret. Honorable Lamardo Azaret. Honorable Lamardo Azaret votes green. Honorable Helena Nez Begay. Honorable Helena Nez Begay. Honorable Helena Nez Begay did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Nathan Nota. Honorable Nathan Nota votes green. Honorable Curtis Yanito. Honorable Curtis Yanito. Honorable Curtis Yanito votes green. Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie. Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie. Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie did not vote. Going back up. Honorable Helena Nez Begay. Honorable Helena Nez Begay. Honorable Helena Nez Begay did not vote. Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie. Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie. Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Amber Kines Bakrati is excused. Honorable Seth Damon is excused. Honorable Shondine Parrish is excused. Honorable Helena Nez Begay votes green. Madam Speaker, with a vote of 18 in favor, 1 opposed. Madam Speaker, not voting.
Thank you, colleagues. We have 18 in favor, 1 opposed, and Speaker not voting. The motion carries, and it will be on item CC on our agenda, and we'll have staff email the updated agenda. And thank you, colleagues. Lunch was provided by Navajo Transitional Energy Company today. I believe Kratasha is on the south side. Honorable colleagues, we are back to our agenda for item U, legislation 0048-23, sponsored by Honorable Danny Simpson, co-sponsored by Honorable Brenda Jesus. We do have the sponsor and co-sponsor here with us in the chambers. Staff, could you help us read the legislation to the record?
Legislation 0048-23. An action relating to resource and development, Navajo Committee and the Navajo Nation Council, confirming the appointment of Calvin Castillo as Division Director for the Navajo Nation Division of Community Development. Sponsor, Honorable Danny Simpson. Co-sponsor, Honorable Brenda Jesus. Co-sponsor, Honorable Otto So. This legislation went before the Resource and Development and the Navajo Committee with a due pass with no amendments. It moved forward to the Navajo Nation Council. This legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order Number 9. Madam Speaker.
Legislation Ms. Cook. Honorable colleagues, do we have a motion? Motion by Speaker So, seconded by Honorable Norman Begay. Believe we do have a request to speak for comments and questions. We'll give the sponsor 20 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, members of the 25th Council. Doka Neso Kedo Shike Shine Aro de no Tsai, di ka Zoom de clini or teleconversation ni ya de hit di shni to ko ar sa han seni she de Simpson shia ar di ka e church wanashka Herferno na Yeezy White Rock Lake Valley Vicente Nandishkis Crown Point into eight abanashka ar ninsleni a Twitch insle shimashche na shashtas done ajishche doli hanatlina do her from latin anashka ada do yate benaki shnitida dodika natsos legislation de clini idani sozi 0048-23 AD ka Mr. Calvin Castillo issued up Yehudi neatly President's Office in Ada DB London Central Division of Community Development Clini issued up Yehudi Nido while so she up Yehudi neatly Office of President and Vice President Ada Aro Dika Nanishi Abat Osno Shit Anabit Ilke do Asish Yegona Lishko work ethics ni she did English Nabit Ilkino but Osno Dojishi Joa Kachina Kana Katir Kuta de higher education de clinic de Yolko Alakanaka should never caught Ishkol leader. A Kodidi Hichiabi Hichidaro Zinflo Inan Shidi Shikli as a division confirmed Shidigo as division director of community development. Ishi Joe Hichodo Arthur Ishika my man speaker Nish Kirbao Atlida Ashonda to a cat national Dida. The base on 004-23. He does it, Sozi. Man speaker, thank you.
Mr. Castillo.
Thank you, Honorable Madam Speaker Curley. Thank you, and members of the 25th Council. It's good to be with you guys. I very seldom visit the chambers. I'm learning a lot just listening on everything. But Kachitnis are my chays and Kizatlane are my nullies. Akoro tso St. Michael's though, Aronasha. There's a little mound over here, Butterfly Butte, or the Aja. Aisibana, Nashada. Akonde, Jaende Standing Rock, New Mexico, don't know. About 8 miles north of the chapter house, though. The pedo, Clido, Becasitado. Ada Ayisi Ana Shago. Chicago, Chanel. My parents were going to move to Denver, Colorado. Ado incident. The pedo thing should not jaw things in there. The Chanel is not the Dolta, the Kainat, Sudani. So in 1979, I left the reservation. I moved up to Denver. I got my high school degree up there at South High School. Then I went to engineering school downtown Denver, Metropolitan State University. I joined the ASCE engineering club. We are a small college. We competed against CU Denver, CU Boulder, Colorado School of Mines, Utah, Wyoming, with a lot of events. And the people that went to school there, they were from the industry, just learning or upgrading what the new wave or the new industry is going to. So they were retaking the class. Those are the people I really learned a lot from. From that, we got 2 projects. One from EPA, we did a quality air study. We did that. They proposed the grants to all the colleges, and then we just said, we'll do it for salary. So they paid us minimum wages to do that. The other one was the city of Denver. We did a road design for a block of work. I've mostly been working ever since I was 14, all through high school. I worked at a full-service gas station. I had, actually, my boss gave me 2 employees to wash clean all the areas, get the work orders in line. Then I started working for a miscellaneous metals outfit, Lumagard, yeah. I worked there from 1987 to 1991. If you go to the bank down here, the credit union, there's a fascia plate that goes in front of on the handrail. There's that little gadget that holds that handrail. I invented that back then. If I knew what a patent was, because that was specified on almost all the engineers across the United States. If I knew what a patent was, I probably won't be here. But I pat myself on that every time I go over there to check out money. I always look at, shake it, and say, "Wow, that's actually on the reservation of what I did." I started working for the BIA after they laid me off. The 1990 Buy America Act took the program out because all our stuff came across the seas. But in 1991, I moved back here and I started working for the Bureau of Indian Affairs. I did my intern for 3 years as a highway engineer. And then in 1996, I went to our force account in Farmington and ran our force account construction outfit up to 1999, 2000. Then after that, I was selected as the agency road engineer for Fort Defiance. Up to 2018, I was the agency road engineer for Fort Defiance. I originally applied for the transportation director position. They said they wanted to keep Mr. Silversmith, and they said, okay. I said, that's fine. But Mr. President Nyguen said, we would like to put your application into DCD. Because of your contracting experience, construction management, project management, and project scheduling. He says, can we put that in there? And I said, well, yes, go ahead, you can do that. So he did. So later on that day, he called me back and he said he'd select me for that position. And I just saw the 300 plus projects that are out there. I took it on as a challenge. I don't know, it kind of reinvented me of what I wanted to do, of how I was trained, see if I can get everything going. And it just, my mind just started going at what I was going to try to implement. So I kind of got regenerated to my engineering status. It kind of just everything just started coming back to me. So I accepted the position after he talked to me about it. But he said there was just a little bit of chapter issues. But the chapter issues is a totally different section of the program. It's totally different than what engineering I've been. But with the Bureau of Indian Affairs, I've had 40 plus employees. And I've also worked with under the program, we worked at the agency road committees back then. So I used to work with the chapters and putting the projects, the bridge projects, all the renovation projects all together. So I used to work with the chapters back then. And right now, it's all coming back to how I used to work with them, where I'm understanding what their needs is on the vertical section, buildings, all the fencing, the land withdrawal, the cemeteries that they're requesting. I can see all that, the necessary planning that needs to be take place. I started understanding that what needs to be done. It's almost similar to roads, and it's all coming back. I actually really started my BIA career at Standing Rock Boarding School. Then I went to Chuska Boarding School. Then I went to Hunters Point Boarding School. So my BIA career has been a long time. So that's a short introduction, and I will entertain any questions. I know you guys have a lot of questions on the ARPA projects, capital outlay, and CSM projects. So I guess that will be my time. Thank you.
Yeah, Kodoshana, Honorable Simpson, and also Mr. Castillo for your presentation. Ado Konelta Bijit Isogi, we have Shaja or Shache Honorable Tolt.
Madam Speaker, thank you for the floor. Also, not ani nitlin koro hasito lil. Mr. Sampson, Danny Sampson, appreciate for sponsoring the person that you trust that's going to lead the program. I kind of disagree with it now. I'll tell you why. I submit my own chapter, Casimir Elite, ARP application expenditure report. I gave it to Mr. Castillo, and I told him, hey, please, can you give this to your staff? And the staff wasn't there. So I gave the whole package to him. And right now I've been tracing it down to his excuse was I lost it, misplaced it somewhere. That gives me no confidence in how you manage. Also, no tracking system. When this document comes in, you should have been logged in and then make a follow-up. I've been emailing you and no response sometime. So I'm too far behind of that because if you don't respond, you lost my package. I need to get the legislation going, sir. How are you going to satisfy my check? Because right now, the chapter is meeting. They're discussing your issue. They're discussing the list that we submitted. Yego benchilnish. Ako ehon hindla ako. Halit aro lila. Kadero. Apologies no nanako. So you need to provide those documents where you put them, and we like to forward to the proper channel so I can get legislation going. If my legislation doesn't go, and then it comes back to you, sir. I have trust in you. I have confidence in you and gave you those package. But right now, I don't know where that package is. So I'm disappointed, and man, I tell you, we took long hours to work on it. I did some of it. I had my manager also did that. Halit edo lelako na tostle. Ako kwaere shake hotilton. I want those documents. I don't know where you put them in. I don't know who you gave it to. Iatishn tracking system, but then when I gave it to you, you just grabbed it and yeah, I will. Then need. Shanat Anin Lenigi. I know what in his staff and Lenigi Dodge Elam Dadil, the one that's responsible for this ARPA application expenditure report. She's not in the office. Is she on leave, or who can help us to retrieve all those documents, sir? I was so upset yesterday when my manager told me that you don't know where you put them. So a confidence, see, and the trust. To me, you're going to give us another time to extend. I'm going to blame you for that, sir. I don't mean to get after you. This is the reality, what I'm saying. Joto lel, jo inki. Ako ede yesidil aro passion, you know. Now you're going to put us to work to redo another one. So my manager, we're going to do that this weekend. Ede ya, no overtime. She's a staff agent. Ede hote. So I hate to bring this out in front of the council because the man has that confidence in you to be the head honcho. Ede ya, hote ero le to koro kia, Madam Speaker.
Yeah, Honorable Toth. Ado kone abijit na so gi shade. Honorable Jesus.
Yate, again, Madam Speaker, do da shajashin Mr. Castillo, shajat tkurajini da da ipashashin, ado do shanalashi, akoho da ik and nido, ado ada Honorable Danny Simpson for having confidence with Mr. Castillo and getting him confirmed to be Executive Director for Division of Community Development. Shanat ani kwa aginat dishkid. I'm coming from the chapter sector and also Division of Economic Development. I would like to know who is the Division Director for DCD? Is it the Chief of Staff from OPVP? Or is it the other executive staff assistants from OPVP? You need to take ownership of your position. The staff that is currently there with Division of Community Development is looking towards you and at you, listening out for your direction, Shanat Ani, not from what Office of the President and Vice President say. So, our next question is, have you broke your ties with Dibble Engineering? I understand they're coming in as a consultant to DCD, but I think their main concentration is under NDOT. The next one is the internal workflow of how projects are managed from start to finish in Ani. Kodod Shakali Honorable Toti Hadzi projects in Linigia and Deho Natsos. I don't know if there's a digital system that you all put these information in and it goes from certain departments or who it goes to and that whole process should not ani. If you can share that when Resources and Development Committee requests to go into a work session with Division of Community Development. There is a lot of projects. You got New Mexico Capital Outlay Project, Shanat Ani, Ado Sehasin, Cap 3518, ya. Adnana ARPA. I know that your staff, your current staff is understaffed right now. I know that the division or nation has been trying to recruit. To get these projects built up. An internal workflow. The other last question is you have ASC, CPMD, CHID, and rural addressing, and maybe I might have missed another department that's under Division of Community Development. You have tons of workforce that have that potential and the capability because they've done this work for several years now under community development. Shanat Ani, I think now is the time to sit down with your internal workforce and ask, and build off of those critical path in a project and hopefully turn it around. If it's policy changes, that's the reason why we're here, Shanat Ani. We want to know and get to the bottom, but in Hikodo legislators, It's just information that's being shared, but has there been an in-depth analysis that is done just where the barriers really? I know one of them is the 164, your lack of staff right now, and I don't know if there's other internal issues that need to be addressed. And maybe now is a time to restructure. I don't know. Those staff are your resource. And I know that they have passion for their job because they're still there. So, recommend though. Again, just like I mentioned, everyone has potential to do any work that they're tasked with, and I see that potential in you. But you already have resources. It's your current workforce, not ani. Madam Speaker, I waive the rest of my time.
Chair Jesus waives her time. Do kunne panastorgi speaker so.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, for the time. And Mr. Castillo, do shinso nike hodini do na hodosle do President hot ego na zodlo hot agent big how ya so just like to say that I'm gonna go ahead and support you on this confirmation, as I supported the other division directors that were confirmed yesterday. And I know that I sort of got someone brought up the issue that we're trying to, pick and choose and bring up old business and things like that. But there are the other division directors too. But I'll be blunt and direct with you. And this decision is based off of my vote. Is going to be based off of my region. And we're away from Winter Rock. I was here, my chapter saying we're trying to get a hold of community development. We're trying to get a hold of this program and that program. And again, your Division of Community Development is within the executive branch. The chapter system is in the executive branch. There should be there should be communication there. Somebody, and in that admin building 1 or 3, whatever number it is that you're in, you have a whole fleet of employees there that can say, hey, the chapter, this is, you reached out to us for this reason and we're calling you back. And that goes back for all the delegates. The chapters, and just that collaboration and communication with the chapter, that's something that I really, really stress, because we're not your immediate supervisor. You work at the pleasure of the president. The president can release you anytime. I will support you. I'm not going to say that you know everything with the Division of Community Development. That's a whole animal, a beast there, Division of Community Development, the amount of oversight you have. I wish that there would be additional deputy directors that could be appointed to help you, because you're overseeing 110 chapters and then all of their projects under CPMD. And then at the same time, you have ASC again. Have all the mechanism in there. But all I'm going to tell you, and again, You're a reflection of the administration and that communication. Kid for the local level. Because when we get back, our constituents or chapters would say this and that. I try to get a hold of this program. They won't call back. Don't email. They later. And I always say this is that they don't work for us. And that's an internal thing that the administration should really work on. And as a division director, because with this power, authorities that we have, we only have authorities to legislate laws and appropriate funds. We're not the project managers. We're not the engineer. We're not the person holding the shovel. Community development. Hey, staff, get with Tuba City chapter. Or get with, Newcomb chapter. Where is this project at? Where are we at? That's what your staff is for.
Yeah, Honorable Speaker So. Ado kone bana astorgi Honorable Dr. Endiness.
Akihat Shada Speaker, Arakudo Delegate Simpson for introducing legislation. Arakudo Shitna Ash and Mr. Castillo for coming before the 25th. Aro Ade as well, our guests in the gallery, as well as my colleagues here on the 25th. Good morning, or good afternoon, everyone. So I have several questions. So this morning I was actually participating in a meeting to get a better understanding on one of my chapters, the building. Very pretty on the outside, but there's a lot of internal components that are not functioning, and I think that comes to a lack of an assessment that was conducted prior to the building opening. And when I had discussed with risk management, apparently there's miscommunication with those that do the assessment, that provide the inspection, which is housed within DCD. So my question here is, what is DCD doing to work with the Division of General Services to ensure that there is a proper inventory of our buildings on the Navajo Nation? And who is providing that assessment as well as the inspection to ensure that it is compatible for use? And my second question is related to 2 days ago when we deferred and tabled one of the legislations regarding the extension to 72 months because of the overload, as some of my colleagues have pointed out, to the projects under CMPD. So as an alternative, what is your plan to expedite or fulfill some of these positions or retain these positions to ensure that some of these projects are being seen through? The next is also capturing your thoughts. We have many small businesses that I wish got ARPA funds. We have many grassroots organizations that I wish got ARPA funding. And many of these do exactly what a lot of these projects entail under your purview. So do you anticipate supporting through funding or some sort of rearrangement to ensure that some of these small businesses are able to assist you? The next thing is just to capture your thoughts on two areas. You work primarily with chapters. Many of our chapters, they close 30 minutes early. For what reason? I don't know. From your office, encourage scaffolding schedules. I understand it's 8 to 5. We have families that leave their communities early to get to work. Some come back late. They're not able to go into the chapter houses for their needs. So I just want your thoughts on that, and if that's a possibility or even an encouragement to all of our 110 chapters to be of service to community members, even if they have scaffold schedules where they're required or volunteering time to be there at the chapter before 8 o'clock as well as after 6 o'clock. And the last thing I want to capture your thought on is being at chapter meetings. I know many of our chapters have meetings on the weekends as well as in the evenings, and many times there are discussions or some support that is needed from chapter staff, but many of them, again, work at the pleasure of DCD with the Navajo Nation and say 5 o'clock, okay, I'm out of here. but we need those assistants outside working hours, and I think many of our communities would appreciate that. Again, it's a local governance center. It's supposed to be supporting our community and working with them. So I just wanted to hear your thoughts on those, and for now, those are my questions and comments. Madam Speaker, I reserve my time. Thank you.
Honorable Nez, Ado Kune Bana Astoigi, Shana, Honorable Norman Begay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was just on a dishkido, Lishikuro. Dear, Nanisha, Tahagido, Gehodi Nigi. I was wondering what you have for 40 years, Joe. If you have a plan or a laid out chapter, Dal Nishigi, Dal Setlaita on Lehirotagodaza, Hotail was in Le, I don't know what kind of plan you have for 40 years here. Chapter 18,000, community 18,000 chapter. Conge backhold the Halongo is only be the Halon be that then no. Go did a backhold at least they on rent this on the it is only be that then go the 110 chapters need to come up with the is only a Taibika on Ayato Ataigia through 110 chapters. Joe Quairo Lahot Era. Ko there's only that and I'll get chapter on Jaga to say you have to ring the bell to get into the chapter Niri Bahawatzi. Aro Kujugo get last con get down as Nera Nashe Nel Kikugo. I got chapters there that Yahuda. Some of them are still having virtual meeting, yeah. I think the health order is going to be lifted here in May. That's how she. The president of Joya had seen that. So, Edo just so never that is. She near that is still I attend. What near Nisha. I don't want to see Castillo town is go Joya or this data. Go. I just kiddo little did it. There's on Ningiani. The chapter officials, I mean, CSC, do AMS, and Ningi, legend that we know. Go outside as anybody, you get out on buying loud as I got this or so. It ain't I just kid all this. I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve time of 2:41. Ado Kwaiki Shiyaj, Honorable Daniels. Honorable Daniels, if you're still online with us.
Speaker, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Oh, Shiyaj, we can hear you.
Yes, thank you, Kudo. Madam Speaker, I say Kudo, I don't know Kudo, Honorable Simpson. Thank you, Kudo. Yeah, sabe, tanahadit, anita, ninja sozi, I say, I don't know Kudo, Hoti Nato, Nana Kudo, Kunaka, Nan Nasto Lesh. But don't need it. Mr. Castillo, Herman Daniels Jr. and Nadida. I don't know any bit on me. Don't eat it on there. Don't ask as a son, that's there. God saw that I should not let her get in the street. The Veda in Honel, Aquas the Veda, northwestern part of the reservation along the San Juan River. I don't, you see, what data? I have 4 chapters. That's on Old Zato, Shanto, and Tabikin. The North region chapters. What I have Banashnish. A cohadot, the rate adequate was in ya. It's a niche. I don't know what Nanash and the Heki Kodo. Dr. Yellowman, Pro Yellowman. So even I think so even on the lagi, but not the Yanigi, I see my hair, Sakato. I don't know what is Sakato on the spot. Yeah, I think so. I don't live on it's just kids that way as hostels on one and so that. So I quite get over. Nahans and I don't live there. They want this city. And the sea or I thought I see films in the south sea or Yasata. And I just get home. A crocodile later based on this. The Queen of Sea. I think he yells on Hailia, the Vision Community Development. Oh, they went in and saw the Bansus case. Says, there's actually plain a cocoa project so that the high year with the 110 chapters. I don't understand now this disease. Here's egg. ARPA funds. Projects so you better not see plain ho. Because I been honest and sagi for the in the Yanson ho. But I see been as a joke at the wind snaggy. I don't know what the great case of this and the key. Unless you get to New Mexico, capital outlay funds, AJ as Saddam. I don't hear it because Aniki on the Utah side. Utah Navajo Trust Fund. I don't know Navajo Revitalization Fund. Other projects that local. So what Dr. Yellowman used to do is attend the Utah Navajo Trust Fund meetings. I don't know quite on the great trust fund officer. When I don't know Navajo Utah Commission Office. We have projects. So that elder senior could a kitchen that is let's go to us. A cocodoy, I see could see neighbor honey, let's go to a kitchen that is less. For Sassan do you or another just case could do. A coca, you see the net that's ahead or the equador, says the wall. I would that air off. Toshido that he needs either door less a call. Of course, Sassan do I see could a Venus and a cocodo, Quixote, Niki, I don't could on great out of Queen Des, listen, I sing your work. Or even Nashiko Kodoe, Sassan do I'm going to be voting green on this particular legislation. So, what I have seat on it, Madam Speaker, thank you very much. I wait the rest of my time. Thank you.
Honorable Daniels waives his time. Kodo not Kirigi Honorable Yanito.
Ya te beno ya dos another anigi chija kodo report gs ingi it hodit in yon das I bajol nisin the double das I would end the hand in the dole kodoshi Jot ahot any shiba on in zido bekek ashin win sandlink a yanlki a ko a kodo nada nil adolis our turn Nelson than it linigi could it in Anath area that they request for a project manager for a multi-purpose project in Montezuma Creek. There's no response from you guys that we need a project manager, but DCD, if you can, I'll test you right now. If you can contact the Anna chapter that they need a project manager, and previously that Anath was placed under the Kienta ASC, there's a transfer that happened here. And when they were with Shiprock, in general, they had a lot of information on a lot of policy and procedures, though a lot of assistance was coming from there, but it's kind of lacking right now because of the transfer that's been, and then looking at that, maybe you need to add more staff to the office or maybe even come out with a sub-office. Another thing too is that this there's a lot of project that goes on with in the chapters, through the community development block grants that in the peso or you go the your kid, from the public, even from the disabled and teachers that Asian facilities that NJ the your kid. And then my question is on that one, home site lease. We have home site lease, yes. With these lease that a lot of us, we build our own houses and so forth, and we invest a lot of money into it. But in the future, we can't sell it. It seems like our hands are tied with this investment. I don't know what's going to happen to our houses. With that in mind, these people that's living out there, or free houses that your kid, and with that, because the home site lease, they're just leasing the area. A lot of these facilities that's out there, even at chapter level, it should be just like some kind of like a freebies, not long. What that's a policy by Liago like John Dolly some on Habansas case. A quite a ya or Anakigon and Delkidole,
Yeah, Honorable Yanito Kodo Naitin Kitiki. At this time, we turn over the floor back to the sponsor, Honorable Simpson.
Madam Speaker, all members of the 25th Council, Madam Speaker, I'd like to go ahead and defer these questions to be answered by Mr. Castillo, if that's allowable, Madam Speaker.
Mr. Castillo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Curley. Thank you for the questions. With the first one, Mr. Honorable Toth, I do take the blame on that package. The package was handed to me. I placed it on up front where the gals are. I guess they had a system. I just put it in the wrong system, and I should have followed up on it later on, but I didn't. Either one of the other chapters took the package or something else happened. I didn't understand how to, or I didn't know the process of how they were taking in the packages, whatever needs to go out or whenever it goes to the other divisions there. So I do take full blame. I'm working with the chapter out there. We're getting the package redone. We're going to get it resubmitted, and Shayla is aware of it. We're going to process it when it gets back to us. Honorable Jesus, thank you. We're from the same areas. You have a good question there about Dibble Engineering. After I left the Bureau, Dibble hired me to be a project manager and construction manager and work on NDOT projects. I did break ties with them, but this issue, they're under, I'll just go straight to the project flow, how everything's going to be done with the FRF. All these projects, the CHSN, Capital Outlay, and FRF, there's 300 and some plus projects. The former director saw the foresight that she needed help. So they started an IDIQ contract, request for proposal was sent out about 1.5 years ago. All these firms bid it. All of them are priority one. And we're this close to getting everything signed. I'm hoping to have a kickoff meeting next week with all these firms. The way we spread the work is on the eastern, southern part of it and part of the Arizona, close to I-40, there's a firm out of Albuquerque called IDSA. They're going to be project managing all the projects. On all those projects, they're going to help me put the schedule in. First thing they're going to do is rescope most of this, see if we can get it done. Find the critical path method to see if we can meet those deadlines and those critical points of all these fundings have there's different deadlines on them. ADE, they're going to help me put all that together under those projects. On the northern and up in the Utah area, we have a firm out of New Mexico, Farmington, Inaba. They joint ventures with some engineering firms, some surveyors, and some other project managing firms. They're also priority one. They're going to help manage all that. We're going to have project managers at the chapters and look at and rescope some of these projects for you. We need to, basically what I'm really afraid of is that these projects were mostly estimated in 2019. And because of the pandemic and supply chain issues, everything that's happening globally in the finance world, a lot of prices have increases. And that's why we're going to look at them. Some of them might not be realistic to do again. Some might be downsized, or some need to be asked for more money. AD, we're going to help you put all that together with those. The other firm that's going to be in the middle is Lamb Corporation. They're out of Gallup, and they also have Dibble under them and some other survey firms, and they're going to help also in that capacity. The outer firm on the western side, they're out of Tucson, JSR2. The gentleman's name is Bill Draper. I guess I went to school with him. He recognized me back when I was going to school at Winderon, junior high, down. And I said, wow, small world. But he's got some engineering firms, some survey firms, project managing firms, also joint ventures to do all those projects. And that's what we're going to do. When we get those on board, I'm going to be working with them. First thing I've done is what we call basic service agreements. Scoping, project managing, construction managing. We already kind of did cost estimates of what they think they're going to charge us. What we don't want them to do is overcharge us for a lot of this stuff. We have a cost estimate, what we think they could be charging us. Then if they go over, we're going to negotiate with them and keep it in line. And that will be the flow. The barriers are going through the 164 OOC, OMB, getting that final contract, and then for the president to sign. And if it's a chapter project, they have to go through a risk management. It's almost like a credit check. Chin Lee is the first one that got it. I commend Chin Lee chapter. They're going through the risk assessment process. So if they get a good rating, they'll probably get all the funding up front, and they're going to start running with their projects. I asked if they need assistance from the firms that we're going to bring on board, and they said no, we got it handled. And I said, wow, I commend them for that. So that's pretty much it, and I'll go over to Mr. So's question. Yes, I only have two young individuals up front that take calls, and they're running back and forth, and that phone is ringing constantly, so they'll miss some calls. But we do need more staff up front to take on the calls. I know the return email, Ziggy, that's what I'm going to push. They're not, a lot of my staff is not returning the emails quite fast enough. So that, I'm going to be on them for that. I think I've answered all your questions, Mr. So, yeah. Mr. Nez, Honorable Nez, With what you're asking about is the whole section of DCD, the engineering, the planning, the estimators, all that department is gone. So what you're saying, what you just described to me is what's happening. A lot of the stuff that are being designed, everything, it just goes through without really getting a good check on them. Right now, what we're looking at is like we're paying $900 a square foot, while the industry rate is like $200 a square foot. So that's why I want to get that section rebuilt up. The people that review all the contracts that come in, the bids that come in, the design that comes in, need to make sure they're not putting all that stuff in there that shouldn't be in there. ADE, that's what I realize, and we're getting an account. And I think that's what some of my project managers have probably described to you on that. So we're working on that. The A&E firms that we're going to bring on board, that's what they're going to be also looking at to make sure that those projects are not over-designed or just some things that they probably can do without and things like that. The CSN extension by LT, that's what we're doing. That's what they're going to help me on. The little insight on that, the first year one, we only spent 70%. Then the pandemic hit year 1 and 2, we only spent around 2% of those funds. Everything got pushed to year 3. So those are the ones we're going to work on and get those critical path methods. We're categorizing them. We're going to do construction, design, if it's just design only. We're going to do renovation. And if they're electrical hookup, those are like the low-hanging fruit that will go to NTUA. If it's bathroom additions, we can give a contract to NECA on that. And things that we're categorizing those and try to get those out of the way. The other ones that really need attention, the design and construction, we're going to try to find a good schedule to get them going and and meet those deadlines. That's how we're going to do the CSN. And that's the stuff we're working on right now. We also started that with the capital outlay with the projects that got Senate Bill 309 and House Bill 505. Those projects got extended. We got another a year, 2 years to do those. So that's what we're going to do also. We're going to also categorize them in that fashion. If they're going to be construction, if it's a design requirement, if it's a renovation requirement, and if they fits in the NECA's category for bathroom additions or NTOA for water and utilities. We're going to put them in that and put those contracts out for those. We're going to treat those like that. And you proposed a great question about small businesses. Right now, under renovation, we from 50,000 and above, the requirement is that the small businesses have to have a bond. And right now, that task group is being assembled. We're trying to raise that limit to 250, so these small businesses can bid on it. In the meantime, with the meetings that we had with NECA, NTUA, and IHS on the bathroom additions, I was talking to the acting general manager, Mr. Ray Smith. He said that he can just give him a contract on those renovation projects, and he can worry about paying the small businesses. So I'm working with DOJ on that, how we can do that. Because a lot of these small businesses need capital up front. They need to buy the material and equipment. So, but he said he has to look at his capital, how much he has first to really take on that. So that's another option that we're doing. Meeting chapters, I'm trying to hit as much as I can. There's a lot of requests coming in. We are working weekends sometimes with the chief of staff and the president on stuff, so I've got them marked down, and if I can make it, I'll try to attend. That's all. If myself and my deputy, Mr. James Adikai, we try to hit those on weekends. So I'm pretty sure when my schedule calms down from all these, I can attend and give you updates. Mr. Begay, Honorable Begay, my 4-year plan. I'm glad you asked me that. Right now, when the capital outlay, before it changed, it was design and engineering. The way I'm looking at this is just like the way the counties are set up. They have an outfit that houses engineering, architects, surveyors, and stuff like that. So when the community asks for those type of services, we will provide them. And that's what I'm trying to reestablish, to put all those positions back in there, to get a good engineering team, a good architect team, good estimators, planners, all that needs, that the whole section is gone. I'm trying to replenish that. What I also want to do also is have project managers almost at every agency and help the SPPS people, because a lot of the capital outlay projects, the chapters go, and we want to help them vet those projects and to make sure what they're asking for, if it needs right away, if like for one instance, there was asked for a building that had all these electrical comments, but it was only a 2-system wire system that went to it. It needed a 3 or 4 phase. So those had to be upgraded before that building can be really operated. So those are the kind of stuff that we're looking at to give the chapter that kind of services in 4 years. Honorable Daniels. Yeah, I've been on some Zoom calls with Utah commissions, and yes, I'm willing to work with them. Some of them I think I've worked in the past with, and yeah, I look forward to working with the Utah organizations and outfits. On Mr. Honorable Yanito's question, we will get you a project manager, either one of the firms, or if we get one hired, we'll have them out there. We're trying to reestablish all those PMs at the agency level. Those are some of the front key to help the chapters vet those projects so it can be done properly. But if they're, in the meantime, some of the A&E firms can help with the project managing out there. Home site leases, what we're doing right now with Mr. Mike Colonna's shop is we're trying to group all these requests home site. If they're in the process already, we're going to try to push them through. If it's already was a dwelling that was there and everything's been interrupted, I think he's going to try to have some type of grandfather system in for those, and all those will be probably presented to the RDC for amendment and policy change. And right now, we had a few strategic meetings, and what we've learned are 3 barriers: land acquisition, the approvers, and policies. That stool, it's not balanced. So what the president is trying to do is get those all back in order. It'll be a well-balanced stool so everybody knows what is going on. One of them is going through electronic, trying to get everything through electronic process. The other is just the staff, the priority of what we did, like on the FRF projects, we're going to use lime green cover sheets, just like they do with the blue sheets for DOJ recommendations and requests. We're working along that line for now until we get that electronic system running. So I hope I've answered everybody's question. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Simpson and Mr. Castillo, for your responses. Next in queue for questions and comments, Kodo Shama, Honorable Helena Nez-Begay.
Oh, Yad Edo Shidene in the gallery and online, Ado the 25th Council, Ado and the Shiaj, the legislation, Nikitani Solvida, Ado and the Shiaj, Mr. Castillo, Kona Nishin Lenny de Benyan, Hitataninia. Shayam, Ani Nanishin side in Holia. Doshi I or Yushi as Ketnas Nilo. Nis a lot Nishin lad open landless. No Hashin Oyoshi not on this inside at Adin Ashawe. A what end is she in Jonagoshi built Adina? Hala. Nes ingo yo at skilla go nanlisho neho testing do an ni enjun go at ket dinis do nan dalne shide do enjun go betlandlis do enjun go at kitten dasne solchi at daltio ani al sune ne hatski von nas not dat ole Ado Hadina, Filo Ale, hidden death or less. She what are a non sisker, so what are not job incense. I call Joe the net needle, so it's called nature to be. Ado what ego ear Ale non listen side, because Jira, though what on done hit at this time. Nilata, you must done in the chain, you must, you should. You know that the halon there, what are done in this time. And then Tago Yiki Kaho, oh, now the Yiko, you know, you take her. I don't want to not so, no, the day, Ani Yego Bata Hosia. I lay your Bikesa, hello, A. Hash or Yego Bata Hosia, a quaggy. Deepening not on our shoulder is because I have a really bad cold. And, of course, I support you. And I know that you're going to get the job done. And as I was just listening online yesterday, as everybody was coming forth, as a council delegate, I thought deep in the house, I thought I left that committee meeting. I don't navigate here. I look at as a council, you know, we should know where to put our votes. What I did all this here.
Shama, Honorable Begay, Ado Kodoslo, Dosa not Dot Kita. We have reserved time for Honorable Norman Begay with 2 minutes and 41 seconds. So those are the only reserved times that I have. Oh, what was 120? Oh, Dr. Andinez with 1 minute and 20 seconds. Dr. Andinez, Honorable Nez, 1 minute and 20 seconds.
Great, thank you, Mr. Castillo, for responding to my questions. Unfortunately, you didn't address all of my questions. So, and I apologize if I was being unclear, but with what time I have remaining, I do want to reaffirm the question regarding the communication on the assessments and the inspection of buildings. I was just informed that it's under OOC, and then I got a response. We do have folks from NOSHA who are listening, who reached out and said, okay, we do it. But this morning I was told DCD does it, and perhaps that's the problem. We're unsure who is actually allowing buildings to be open, and they're not readily inspected properly. The other thing I had was regarding the presence of chapter staff during chapter meetings, although you made a good point on your own as the division director, which I highly encourage that too, but with chapter staff. The other thing was just the scaffolded schedules, because 8 to 5 works. I know just across the United States, this is typically to work, but here on Navajo, we have many families that leave their residence early, come back late, and I think some of those services can be provided to them. And thank you for sharing the information on small businesses. Thank you. That's all my time. Thank you.
Yeah, Honorable Nez. Next for reserve time, we have Honorable Norman Begay with 2 minutes and 41 seconds. I don't see him in the chambers. We'll move forward. Honorable Chair Charles Newton.
I'm here, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Honorable Chair Charles Newton, we hear you in the chambers.
Speaker, can you hear me?
Honorable Chair, we hear you in the chambers. You have the floor.
Sorry, I apologize, Speaker. I'm actually getting a late lunch right now. But I wanted to ask Mr. Castillo, first I want to say thank you for sponsoring the legislation for the confirmation of Mr. Castillo. I actually had the privilege of working with Mr. Castillo already. When he was brand new, he came out to Shiprock to attend a community update meeting on ARPA that we were able to share information with the community. And I really, Mr. Castillo, I really enjoyed your attendance, but also the way that you were able to deliver answers immediately. And I yesterday I asked one of the confirmees regarding her resume. I felt like that wasn't probably a good fit for her, because I thought she was going to maybe be in a different, I guess, as a different director. I know that you have your engineering background, and it's a little bit different than what you're seeing in community development. And as you already stated, you applied for a different position, but you were asked to take this position on in your Division of Community Development. And I do appreciate that. That was one of the first things that you came out and you said, I've got an engineering background. My background is in roads. And I did say, well, technically roads really takes up a lot of issues when we talk about chapters. So I do appreciate, again, the conversations that we did have regarding the projects that are going through with chapters, but also, just your straightforwardness and a little bit of, I guess, your lack of experience in dealing with chapters. I really, really appreciate that. But I think for me, you proved to me that, you're ready to take on the position. And I say that because as we were going through our community update meeting, there were questions being posed to you by my community, and you stood up and you answered those questions. You weren't afraid to make decisions right then and there, and you were immediately pushing your employees to answer. So I really hope that we can continue, to have that type of momentum move forward, because our issue, my issue with the chapters is I don't believe in chapters. I don't. I've had my own experience with chapters, with a Chevron chapter, and I know that there's been so many issues, and I've CC'd you on so many emails, that are coming down the pipeline regarding the issues that we're facing with our chapters. So I hope that we can continue to work together, and I want you to know that I am here. I did make recommendations to the previous CCD director on laws that we should be looking at, or laws that need to be changed, with no movement. Nothing was ever done. And it was a little bit frustrating. I just, I totally lost confidence in that work. And I know that Speaker recently hired one of those individuals. And again, I have zero confidence in that person. So I hope that we can continue, again, to work together as you've already demonstrated. But what I really need from you is I need you to identify within the policies and procedures what changes need to happen, because we oftentimes have our chapters, like right now it's going on. A lot of our people are saying that they were never informed about the ARPA housing. And I emailed to ask, were there radio announcements made? How were our people informed about, the ARPA housing, the bathroom additions and renovations? How are we letting people know this? Where do they go to get their applications? Where do they go to apply for these, for this assistance? And I haven't got a response back yet. I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt, and I'm saying, okay, maybe it's because his confirmation is coming up and he's focused on that. But I do want a response, because our people need to know where they can go for assistance and then how they can sign up for these services. And especially for those instances where chapters are denying assistance, and that's happening in my chapter a lot. The people who are running the chapter house right now are saying, oh, well, you were a supporter of Delegate Charles Newton, we have no more money. And so many of our elders.
Honorable Chair Charles Newton, time. Next in queue, we have Honorable Chair Vince James.
Yade Speaker, do members of the council, ado kodo presenters no kliniki, ado Mr. Castillo, shishna ashat epo, doshina okay, ado nana kaiki ya confirmation in the yako, hitato ni yako, ado sad niri ben jahan zehako. Transportation Japan so isn't a John Detney Oko hot be fans opening. I late out a sadi land on sin ako or your dad's in an open clean and so the a hot a Nisans ado eight a day when he didn't need a co. They got hard the thing that's a conan he didn't need a co. A coco halit ado don touch a god zizito nigish the land so a coco da hot abansas case a coco the neco knows quite is jaba ado on sin stoko or hot abans and nanas case had egila don't yat a hohan zilla and so or quite gibashin echo. Ado nana staff Yanito, but not what I young Tito, what I behind Zeho. Nan Neshido, you done it late, that's not on sin, the morale's not there. Or not, it's a let day that that's a daho not on it, not just die, you got ego gosh, Kododo yo, nan especially late only. Jokot answer case, the holoko. A coco ebenina, a issue, or the chi genatish alako. A coco at a shana niji hatzi at abahan an eyed out a quarter don't need no good out that day. They need just only hito, don't have on that zada. George, I don't it open no a sad lenibi, the quid shimbe hanen zits a leacom. Ado Oshabans in the case though, I'd like to move forward with having certified chapters move forward with their own projects. Short-staffed and all behind the certified chapters, but then out the AHA behind the just staffed the whole lot. We have certified chapters that submit for grants and they purchase things through grant funding. So, quite get an certified chapters about them. I could a dog such and hitch it the hundred that dog. Dog such a JJ, you got net on a knock for the hand and he does new. Oh, costly, or what on him not outstay dog. Die back a street only. Reserve my time, speakers. Thank you.
Reserve time.
Yes, he did. Kishi and Hatsi Dida. Didi, director for NDOT Japan Sozin. Ako, Shiji Dawan's case, so he's just being transparent. We want to have that transparency within the Navajo Nation. So, one of my thing about Dida, she they said one college, high school, what do you want to be, Birotni? What would you like to go to school for? Engineering, Nila. Ako, Ada, that's good, Birotni. But one thing I'm going to tell you, Birotni, did you know that these engineers, when they go to school for civil, mining engineering, this type of engineering, did you know that actually majority of them don't do that type of what they went to school for? They actually go into upper management position. Not that Chuan Sara case they can do multitask. That's why you see a lot of these engineering people that have degrees don't actually do the job that they went to school for. Because they can handle multitask, they are really competent in becoming upper management position, holding upper management positions. And I see that a lot with these corporations. So it's not just anybody. I think Mr. Castillo is just being transparent that yes, he did apply for the NDOT position. But as you could have, and Lady Kitty, answer Madam Chair. Thank you. Madam Speaker.
Mr. Castillo.
Thank you again, Madam Speaker. Thank you again for the questions, Honorable 25th Council Delegates. First one's Herman's. Thank you. I really enjoyed when I went out there and met with your chapters. I gave them the floor plan of how things were going to get done, what Norman asked, my 4-year plan of how we're going to do it. So thank you again. Back to Andy. Andy, it looks like Mr. Honorable Inez got his answer from OSHA, so that's taking. To Ms. Honorable Charles Newton. Yes, I really like to work with you. Tomorrow's meeting on the bathroom additions, I'm going to give you something that we can probably work with on that. So I look forward to our meeting tomorrow. Mr. Vince James, yes, I'm just being transparent, and the staff, that when I go in there, I see a lot of smiley faces. I don't know if it's just me, but I feel the environment's changed. They're smiling when I walk by. I say a lot of stuff. There was a young lady that applied for the FRF, and she saw how much work needed to be done, and she goes, "No, I don't want it." And I talked her into it. I told her that this is going to really educate you. You're going to grow as a person. The responsibility you're taking on and what your contribution to the Navajo Nation. And I'm glad she stayed on. Now Tom Platero really admires her because she's putting out a lot of work for you. So that's what I like to do. I like to coach a lot of my employees. A lot of them, they just need to be tweaked. Kind of give them a direction, the big picture, the overall picture. That's what I try to push in them of what we're trying to do and what we're accomplishing. Instead of saying, I'm over here doing this other stuff and then they're doing some other stuff. I want to make sure everybody's on the same plan that our Navajo Nation president is asking for. They want service, basic service to everybody out there in the nation. And that's one of the main reasons why I took this job also. Other than that, that's probably all the questions I answered.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Simpson and Mr. Castillo, for your responses. Although we do have reserve time for Honorable Norman Begay with 2 minutes and 41 seconds. Honorable Begay. Honorable Begay waives his time. We do have Honorable Johnson new in queue. Honorable Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you guys hear me? Do I need to hold this microphone in my hand? Just want to thank the appointee, Mr. Castillo. Thank you for your presence here today with us. Thank the sponsor, Honorable Delegate Danny Simpson, for sponsoring this legislation. And we've been here all week, and you know, you got a lot of work. ARPA projects, CSN projects, and the other day we were trying to get in the CSN extension, and you know, that's in the load in itself. So, you know, I know this is something that comes up within our chapters is, you know, where does it go from here? You know, my ARPA projects for my communities got passed Monday. So now once it crosses the street, and, you know, I'm gonna be right there at your doorstep, making sure that it's not gonna get lost. I assure you that. And I would like for your team to come out and provide a ARPA project community update meeting as well. So we'll go ahead and schedule a meeting and get that scheduled with my 5 chapters: community of Cameron, Coal Mine, Loop, Tiditoa, and Bird Springs. Talani Lake. So just want to share that with you. And I do agree with you that we do need project managers in each agencies. And and I really would like to see Navajo contractors, you know, on these jobs, as well as Navajo businesses. And to me, I don't think NTUA and NECA have the capacity to finish these projects, you know, within that deadline. So I really would like to see it open up to our Navajo contractors and our Navajo businessmen. So look forward to working with you. I'm going to support your appointment confirmation. And again, you know, thank you. Okay. I'll waive the rest of my time.
Honorable Johnson waives his time. Colleagues, I don't see anybody else in queue. Go back to reserve time. Honorable Chair Vince James with 1 minute and 42 seconds.
Thank you very much, John Speaker. My question was, what is your plan to include the certified chapters to take over their project, because you have many projects under CSN, UUFB, the state projects, the federal projects, and you have over $1 billion sitting at DCD. What is your plan? And I still stand with voting red. You have to be careful. You're giving us the wrong message, and that's a wrong message for a division director to give. That just shows that there's no confidence. Reserve my time.
54 seconds. Reserve time of 54 seconds. Auto Kwaiki will have Mr. Castillo, Honorable Simpson with the responses.
Okay, thank you again, Madam Speaker and 25th Council. Back to Mr. Honorable James's question. The certified chapters, yes, I really support them to run their projects. Chinley's running with their own. I even asked if one of my A&E firms can help them provide some type of technical assistance or program management, and they said they have their own. They want to run it with them, and I really commend them, and I like that. And I would like to see that in your chapters, Mr. James. Yes, I really support the chapters running with their projects. They know what needs to be done. When they take on the project, they take on ownership. They really want to see it get it done well. So the internal inspections that will be required, it's going to be higher up because it's going to be theirs. So, with Mr. Honorable Johnson, yes, I look forward to working with you. I haven't been out there to that chapters yet, and I look forward to going out there. I think I've answered everybody's questions. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Castillo, Honorable Simpson. Honorable colleagues, I don't see anybody else in queue. We go back to reserve time. Kodol Shiyaj, Honorable Vince James, you're the only one with reserve time of 54 seconds.
Speaker, I hope I don't get time away. I was trying to say point of privilege. My question wasn't answered pertaining to the $1 billion that's sitting at Division of Community Development plus all the projects. Thank you. If I need to reserve my time, I guess.
Honorable Vince James, I recognize your point of privilege. Mr. Castillo, can you provide any answers to the Pacific question? Mr. Castillo?
Thank you again, Madam Speaker. Yes, I can respond. Earlier, I talked about what we're going to do with the IDIQ contract. We have 4 firms, and the one that's going to work in the central area is Lamb Corporation out of Gallup. They have a team of engineers, architects, project managers, surveyors, and things like that. Those are the folks that are going to help me put the schedule together, scope these projects, put the work order together, the inspection requirements, all that, and really the scheduling. That's what I'm going to look at. We're going to look at critical paths of how to get these projects done. The critical time limits on these were going to be identified. If some areas is taking too long, where we can shorten up the schedule and things like that, that's where I'm going to count on these firms to put these critical path methods in for me. Mr. James, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Castillo. Although we do have Honorable Vice Chair Yazzie with additional questions. Vice Chair?
Good afternoon, everybody. And thank you for this legislation and for you, Mr. Castillo, coming before us. I have had the pleasure to work with you. You helped assist me in some questions with my chapters, and you were able to get back to me in a very timely manner, and I was very appreciative of that, because just like you, we're kind of in the same boat. We're new to these positions, but we're willing to help each other to reach the goals that we need to for our communities. And I know you have a lot of work. We all have a lot of work in front of us, especially with ARPA and also, if approved, the CHISM projects. But I'm willing to work with you on those. One of the questions I do have is there, and maybe you're already doing that because you mentioned that you're in chapters, but how do we ask or get more training or assistance in regards to working with our chapter houses? What would that look like, especially us as officials? And are there any specific policies or laws that you would would be willing to update to help clearly define the roles between council delegates and also chapters? So that's my question, and I reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve time of 3:20. I don't see anybody else in queue for questions or comments. Return the floor back over to Honorable Simpson and Mr. Castillo.
Okay, thank you again, Madam Speaker. Ms. Honorable Yazi, yes, it's great to meet you. I like working with you. We got a good camaraderie that what we need to be done. Great question on the chapter issues. Yes, we are going to have more training, everything's scheduled. The first one that was done was very successful. We got some good ratings and good response back on the request for how the meetings went. So yes, also on the policy changes, we are looking at that. We are going to assemble a task team to look at everything, how the chapter function, what their main function are. Are we here just to hold the chapter's hand to get them through? Or is like Mr. James is saying, they want to get aggressive and run their own projects, and we assist with the engineering, surveying, architect, all the professional stuff that needs to be done. ADE, that's my 4-year plan. That's what I'm trying to push. I think it's a good idea to, give the chapters the function of running their place and having them, like I said, the ownership, the quality of it goes up because it's theirs. They want to see it done correct, and it's for their community. So that's the vision I see for the future. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Castillo. Ado Kwaigi, Shiyaj, Lotna, Delkito, Honorable Ricky Nez.
Here, Madam Speaker Curley, honorable members of the 25th Council, our sponsor, Honorable Simpson, Mr. Castillo. 3 days is legislation mandate on Sarbetan Hadit Ido. We've confirmed a few folks here. Something that I've always thought about, and in my own experience, Ashetan just case go late. Na ishten tiendo, ishijen ishin ahon tiendo da hot ehegida, bits aro, ahat el janzanla. The negists are good. Let us trade in politics, political rhetoric. Words such as transparency, accountability, or integrity, trust, integrity of the council that it nila. Transparency nigo hun katan tino. Do ira najn en go olge nahalan nde no kata nenitla yon henda atlo sad netlo go yo betani yo bedanitla ako she ahunst eben she dishna sad natlo bohjil ahla chuidon inligit Nte behund ot lahoki behwe dojni lasto a ko winson lata horat hisan when I sent you an email asking you to extend the home housing request dot datenne aroshin desh nashinson jot era khulkhatskora dot negoda ayokhonal nashlahut il ada jishihudahut il ala tleilni uchannahasla Akunda at RDC meeting I asked you again on the record ashhoran dini you see words like that na o kankia yobadesh nensantla
Ako are one day ne ashore Mr. Castillo did and la the one beta and ati. But anant le one match it. I got 2 weeks in din. Ako Lanshantle by Henderson. Eoliet and Nebasna and Nishna Nebanant, Ibasna and Nishna Neban Sahakes by Jot by Whatlandla. Ebony now, Winter, given by Henderson, yo. A co de consa as ke betra ije a transparency, though accountability, trust, unhandant and the benedandanit in our hudadi, neither. Den an hen goshit önsen hala anil twoin he erahozi. I kajen hahatzins neither. Ako hejoshin nan shidi litho the chapters lago which in the host in. I used to be a chapter president for 10 years, and I was also the Northern Agency Council president, District 13 president. Arabeshmas an kwishaho den han tsogushin shazo lo sha is ne lo kompanash atnshla. A kodik a korol to shit on the end stab hosh ato ishin shitata ne tiki hejo han tsogushin an shidol netligi mansis kesle. So here the nilto a hun tsogoti o hasti do don and skita. Washington nation sakest edat so here I'll waive the rest of my time.
Honorable Nez waives his time. We'll go back around to reserve time. Kodo Shiyaj, Honorable Vince James, 54 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. Mr. Castillo, can you please provide us the actual numbers of projects per funding sources accounts at DCD? And what is the actual overall number of projects that is at DCD? Reserve my time.
41 seconds. Reserve time of 41 seconds. We have reserve time for Vice Chair Yazzie, 3 minutes and 20 seconds.
Thank you again. I think it has been brought up before, but what would your plans be to make sure that all of our chapters, including the delegates, and also our community members, constituents, all know about, the projects that will be coming up, especially for ARPA. I just want to make sure that we would be all on the same page, getting the same information. I do get lots of requests, emails, and text messages from my constituents asking, information, and I just want to make sure I'm getting all the information clearly to them. So I want to know what your plans are to improve or increase communication, and I will waive the rest of my time. Thank you.
Vice Chair Yazzie waives the rest of her time. Mr. Castillo, I'll refer back the questions back to you.
Thank you again, Madam Speaker. Mr. James, right now we've got 318 and rising. Not all the chapters for Section 3, the 8.8, they're still being processed. There's still a lot of numbers in there that we're going to be adding to it. So the exact numbers, Ziggy, I haven't got them yet. There's some other small projects, some projects like from UNM for tracks, walking areas, little small projects like that, and even at Crown Point for the rodeo, there's lighting. There's a lot of little projects that we haven't really put on the list yet, but we are working on them. We got some scope of works done for them, and we're helping the community there get the proposals out for bid and things like that. Ms. Yazzie, Honorable Yazzie, yeah, thank you for the questions. I haven't worked with you yet. I haven't met with any of your chapters yet, but I look forward to it. Right now, if I can't get out to your chapters and provide the information, we have our website that has all the data on it. We update it at least weekly. But on there, it'll have your project, where it's been, who's got it so far, if it's being reviewed by DOJ, and all. It has all that listing on there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Castillo, for your responses. Colleagues, I don't see anybody else in queue for questions or comments. We'll go back to reserve time. Kodo Shiaj, Honorable Vince James, you have 41 seconds.
Mr. Castillo, what is the project numbers per funding sources, such as CHSN, state, federal, and ARPA? Reserve my time.
35 seconds.
Reserve time of 35 seconds. Shiaj.
Thank you again, Madam Speaker. All that I don't have my computer with me. I can get those emailed to you, Honorable James. We can provide all that for you.
Mr. Castillo, for your responses. Colleagues, do we have any other questions on the floor, online? Before we go back to reserve time, Honorable James, 35 seconds.
Mr. Castillo, what all your projects, what's the dollar amount, overall dollar amount? Reserve my time.
31 seconds.
Reserve time of 31 seconds. Mr. Castillo?
I don't have the exact number. I just know what we've done percentage-wise per year. But all that information I can get to you, Honorable James, I'll get that out to you.
Mr. Castillo and Honorable Simpson?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, members of the 25th Council. Good afternoon, Honorable Delegate Vince James. Honorable Delegate Ricky Hadzi. Confirmation by NAK all week. Honorable Delegate Vince James, because he sponsored you. Our respect. NDOT, Lance Dai Division Director, but let's see, because we have trust in him that he is working on these road projects. And they have a lot of roads within the nation to address ADA. Dohan, she could base listen that project numbers like that out of the NIDA. She out on AD Kida. Because I trust that I supported Mr. Garrett Silversmith, that he is going to be a good division, continue to be a good division director, and he'll address these road issues. So I consider a case on that. So I indicate, Mr. Castillo, I think he and he's new, just like Madam Delegate Sherlyn Ayazi Hadzi. Could up in the dealers. So ayo dika can't eat ya. Could eat Zani dika Division Director confirmation for Indadi. That kaiju are not balancedly. So in the first 100 days there's a lot of work to be done. So thank you, Madam Speaker, members of the 25th Council. Thank you.
Honorable Simpson and Mr. Castillo for your responses. Ado kodo, we don't see anybody else in the queue. We'll go back to reserve time. Honorable Vince James, 31 seconds.
Mr. Castillo, when can you provide all that information to 25th Navajo Nation Council? Reserve my time.
27 seconds.
Reserve time of 27 seconds. Kodo, Honorable Simpson and Mr. Castillo, your responses.
Thank you again, Madam Speaker. Thank you again for the question, Honorable James. Yeah, I can get that to you tomorrow morning, as soon as I get back to my office. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Castillo, Ado kodo, we do have someone in queue for questions and comments. Kodo, Honorable Chair Shondine Parrish.
Thank you, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Chair, we can hear you. You have the floor.
Thank you, and thank you to Delegate Danny Simpson for offering the legislation today, and hello again to my colleagues on the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Thank you, Mr. Castillo, for your interest and service so far to the Navajo Nation. Today, I just wanted to voice my I think not just mine, but many of our members on the 25th Navajo Nation Council, our voice to support the chapters. I think, today we've had plenty of discussion about project management, but yet there needs to be, Mr. Castillo, I'd like to know, now knowing that the head of the ASC Department of the Division of Community Development, what is your plan to fill that role, and what is your vision for the chapter houses? What are you doing in that part of your division? And I just wanted to know how the chapters are going to continue to be supported, and your relationship so far with the chapters. And Speaker, with the rest of my time, I'm going to ask if I can give it to Honorable Chair Vince James. Thank you.
3:38.
Time of 3:38, and yielding the time over to Chair Vince James. Do you accept?
Speaker, yes, I do.
You have 3 minutes and 38 seconds.
Thank you, Honorable Parrish, for the time very much. And then thank you again, sponsor, and then Mr. Castillo. Mr. Simpson, the Honorable Simpson brought up a good point that we have reached 100 days points. I would assume that within your 100 days that you would know the numbers and the dollar amounts for our chapter projects that are laid out there. That is a critical issue that we run into each day of our job as being council delegates. On top of that, we've made several attempts and other attempts to revising Title 26. What is your plan? What is your perspective of revising that Title 26 for our chapters? On top of that, what is your plan to get these chapters, Club C, certified? It is very important that we know that as Division of Community Development and having Administrative Service Center, ASC, oversee these particular project because it is within the Title 26. What is your plan as a division director that you have gotten information up to this far as the 100 days mark? How do you plan on working with the chapters to get all the 110 chapters Club C certified? And I'm trying to ask you these questions to determine if I should change my vote from red to green. But if we have Honorable Simpson stating that, it's sort of as an attack of bothering each other as delegates, that's not my intention, and I want to make that correction. I'm trying to find an angle and a way to have my support towards you that you are capable to do the job as a division director for Division of Community Development. And at this point, I still am still up here trying to figure out what should I do, how should I vote for you, but I still stand with the red because you just don't have any of these information, which you should have because you've been in your position on going on to 100 days now. And these are some vital points that you really need to find out. And this is what I mean. We really need to work with the staff to find out this information. And the morale is not there. If the morale was there, this information would just be right-handed given to us right away at once it's questioned or before you were even provided to step before the 25th Navajo Nation Council. So this is not something that I'm trying to pick on you on or to bully you or such thing, but I'm just trying to find answers on how I should support you. So again, our chapters are hurting out there. We have a lot of positions that are vacant. I don't know what the plan is for that. As you being the director, there's a lot of things that needs to be taken care of when it comes down to our chapters because it serves the Navajo people and Navajo families that we're all entailed here to do together. In the past couple of days, comments have been made that we all serve at the pleasure of the Navajo people and our Navajo children throughout the whole Navajo Nation, and that's why I'm asking these questions. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Yeah, thank you, Shiyash, with the Honorable James. Return the floor back over to Honorable Simpson and Mr. Castillo.
Thank you again, Madam Speaker. First to Ms. Honorable Parrish's question with the vision of the chapters. Right now, we're going to assemble a task team to go over Title 26. Try to put some more teeth of what directions the chapters want to go. We're going to have the agency council folks that are on those as part of the team, along with everybody else that's involved with the chapter issues. So we're going to assemble those, and we're going to really kind of nail out what kind of process needs to be done. I'm not too sure that each chapter is unique. Everybody's, one of them was if they can run their chapters, they want to be run alone. Some of them still want the ASC to run the program for them. So we got to find a common, normal place familiar for that. Yes, there's a lot of vacancies out there at the chapter level. We are under the Division of Human Resources. Ms. Debbie Nez was talking about how they're trying to recruit, trying to increase the wages, us going out and start doing job fairs and things like that to get people on board. That's one of our visions too. Even at my level, the people that have come in, we've interviewed them, and just they come in, do their interview, and they seem excited about it, but then they decline it later on. So I don't know how we can make it more the way people want to see it. They want to more fruitful for them, I guess, how they can serve their families. Back to Mr. Honorable James's question. Yes, I should know those numbers, but for the FRF, we got like over $500 million that we got to move. In the citizen funds, we're over 280, I believe, the last time I looked at it. The capital outlay, since we got some new projects that come in from New Mexico, that's adding to the list. I haven't really reviewed those yet. But like I said, I can get you those numbers. There's, like I said, those little small projects that are going to add, they're adding up to the figures also. I hope I answered your questions on that. Thank you.
Yeah, Honorable Simpson and Mr. Castillo for your responses. Colleagues, I don't see anybody else in queue. We'll go back to reserve time. Honorable Vince James, 27 seconds.
Speaker, thank you very much. Another point is in regards to the agency and district councils that we have throughout the whole Navajo Nation. How are you going to, what is the plan from ASC and your office to move forward with revamping all of the agencies and the district council resolutions that have been brought before ASC and DCD? Thank you. Waive the rest of my time.
Honorable Vince James waives the rest of his time. I'll return back the floor over to Honorable Simpson and Mr. Castillo for your responses.
Thank you again, Madam Speaker. 25th Council, thank you again. Honorable Vince James, yes, we're looking at Title 26. Like I said, we have a task team that's going to be assembled in May, and we're going to look at all of it, even the agency councils. All the functions, what needs to be tweaked, if there needs to be more bite in the languages or what their authority level is. We're going to look at all that and put that all in there. So that's the plan for the ASC side. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Simpson, Mr. Castillo, for your responses. Colleagues, I don't see anybody else in queue. Second call. Third call. Go to the main motion for a vote. Colleagues.
Honorable Lamardo Azeret. Honorable Lamardo Azeret votes green, votes red. Honorable Andy, I'm sorry, excuse me. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson. Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable George Toth. Honorable George Toth. Honorable George Toth did not vote. Honorable Curtis Yanito. Honorable Curtis Yanito. Honorable Curtis Yanito did not vote. Going back up, Honorable George Toth. Honorable George Toth. Honorable George Toth did not vote. Honorable Curtis Yanito. Honorable Curtis Yanito. Honorable Curtis Yanito did not vote. Honorable Shauna Ann Claw is excused. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty is excused. Honorable Seth Damon is excused. Madam Speaker, with the vote of 15 in favor, 3 opposed, Madam Speaker not voting.
Thank you, staff. We do have a vote of 15 in favor, 3 opposed, and speaker not voting. The main motion passes. Congratulations, Mr. Castillo. Honorable colleagues of the 25th Navajo Nation Council and also our guests in the gallery, we're moving down to our next item on the agenda, item V, legislation 0049-23, sponsored by Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson, co-sponsored by Stephen R. Arvizo. We do have the prime sponsor here with us in the council chambers. Ms. Cook, could you help us read the legislation to the record?
Legislation 0049-23, an action relating to law and order and Napagiatkit committees and the Navajo Nation Council, confirming the appointment of Ethel B. Branch as the Navajo Nation Attorney General. Sponsor, Honorable Casey Allen Johnson. Co-sponsor, Honorable Stephen R. Arvizo. This legislation went before the Law and Order Committee and the Napagiatkit committees with a due pass with no amendments. It moved forward to Navajo Nation Council. Per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order 9, this legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Madam Speaker.
Ms. Cook, legislation. With that, honorable colleagues, do we have a motion? Motion by Honorable Jesus, second by Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie. Colleagues, will we be having any questions or comments on this legislation? Second call. We do have questions on the floor. Honorable Johnson, we'll give you 20 minutes to present your legislation.
Just want to thank you, Madam Speaker Curley. I'd like to thank my honorable colleagues, the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Thank you for being here all week with us, and just want to thank you. My dish kiji nishle hashkan hazo bashish chin hanan and dish chay tsinajin additional good ego the nishle titlabe de nasha. I represent District 3 and 5, Cameron, Coal Mine, Tulani Lake, Bird Springs, and Loop communities. So just want to state that for everybody here with us today and those that are online, thank you for being here with us. And I'm here to present the legislation 0049-23, the confirmation of the appointment of Ethel Branch as the 13th Navajo Nation Attorney General. So just wanted to state that too. And like to go ahead and have my co-sponsor introduce himself, Honorable Arvizo.
Madam Speaker, Ado Basebas, Anni, Glenigi, the dish la benchito jigi Daniels, Ada Queer Huneta, the Nisi Tande. Ado Areta Hosnagi, the Isanos Sagi, Yat en Hidini Dole. Stephen Arvizo Ainge, yet since the card in Slobit, and a Bashish chin, touchy ni Edash shade, Hodich ni Edash Nale. But a yet nenschle a young bit Tesla guide haslenle a young bit ha apiagico. A ade in Shako. Church Rock, Pinedale, Marianne Lake, Smith Lake, Theru, Auto Yumbato, a Banasha. I can't long.
Thank you, Honorable Arvizo, for your introduction. I'd like to go ahead and have our Madam Attorney General Ethel Branch for introduction and her presentation.
Hello. Yat A. Yat A Shanat Ani do Shik A do Shidana She A Ethel Branch Yansha Bean Patwitnina Shle Nakai Bushes Chin Sitna Jenny Dashache Ado Nakai Dashanala Shema A. Ellen Billy Branch will, yeah, she's actually in the back there. Mom, do you want to stand and wave? My mom is my family's matriarch. That was passed on from my grandmother. And she grew up raising or herding flocks of over 5,000 sheep. And when I was growing up, you know, she carried on the family tradition, and I grew up herding hundreds of sheep as a child. And my niece, Aurora, who's also here with us, is carrying on the family tradition. She has taken over the grazing permits and now has a herd of about 24 churro sheep. Aurora, do you want to stand up and say hello? And my son is also here with us, Patrocinio Shashthagaido Thajinigi Lomakwahu. Son, do you want to stand up and wave? Shija a Dave Branch will ya nit 8. My father broke horses for Babbitt ranches, including down in Spiderweb along the Grand Canyon. Knows a lot of folks on western Navajo side, and operated a trading post at Canyon Diablo for a period of time. That's how he met my mother and my grandparents. And so I always grew up riding the finest horses with Babbitt Ranch lineage and some of the best training ever. So I kind of had a spoiled upbringing in terms of access to livestock. But I'm so glad that my family was here with me today, and thankful that you all are giving me an opportunity to introduce myself. Kintane de Kehashte, and East Canyon Diablo Detnasha, Loop chapter, otherwise known as Zizizi, Aisha chapter, and Akotao Dened Sananishlan. She'e Deneba Washington, Beagadit Aitso Shinanish. So good afternoon, Honorable Speaker, chairs and vice chairs, and members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. My name is Ethel Branch. I'm Deerwater Clan, born for the Mexican people. I'm from a sheep camp about 12 miles south of the Loop Chapter House on a dirt road. We don't have paved roads out where I'm from. And we don't have running water or electricity or anything else. And that's still how my family lives out at our homestead. They still live in the home that my Che built out of red rocks quarried near Route 66 that he brought to our home site with his wagon mule team. And we definitely intend to continue to remain there. Hopefully we'll have access to solar or power lines, water lines someday soon. As I mentioned, I currently reside in Flagstaff, sort of. Actually, now I reside here mostly since January 10th. When I was living in Flagstaff, I led the Navajo and Hopi families COVID-19 relief fund. That brought over 10 million masks and over $12 million worth of food, water, and PPE to almost 500,000 of our people, as well as Hopi people during the pandemic. And that's counting each service opportunity or incident once. Some people were served multiple times. We had 30 teams all throughout Navajo Nation. We partnered with anybody who would work with us, including some exceptional chapters. For example, Chinle chapter, Standing Rock chapter, Sheep Springs chapter. And before or throughout that process, we didn't want to be in a reactionary mode going forward. We didn't know what lay ahead. So we started laying the plan for long-term change and sustainability. So over time, we ended up developing community centers that are focused on rebuilding food security in our communities, as well as rebuilding local economies. Because we look back at the Great Depression and how our elders had survived that with almost no event here on Navajo. We had food, we had all the things that we needed. We weren't vulnerable like the rest of the country. And so inspired by that, the organization seeks to rebuild that security at the grassroots level here at Navajo Nation. So in 2020, we opened our first community center. No, 2021, we opened our first community center at Sabine Sky at the Monument Valley Community or Economic Development Center at the junction there. And that has been extremely popular. The most popular item has been the business center. 80% of our visits are to access the free Xerox machines, computers, the Starlink internet access that's available there. And we've expanded that effort. On January 7th, we opened a community center in Tohaltsoi with our partners there, and in June the organization is going to be launching the third community center in Standing Rock. And so, and I'm proud to say that the organization has also received their 501c3 designation as a tax-exempt organization, and they continue under strong leadership that I was able to nurture and develop when I served as the executive director. And before that, I served as the nation's 11th Attorney General under President Russell Begay. In that capacity, I defended and protected Diné sovereignty, our Diné people, and our beloved Dinebekea. One of the first challenges I encountered as your former Attorney General was the incident that occurred on August 5th of 2015 when the US EPA and its contractors recklessly dislodged blockage in the base of a mine adit north of Durango. That released 3 million gallons of acid mine waste into the Animas River. And this wastewater included cadmium, lead, and arsenic. This flowed south into our northern river and devastated our breadbasket economy in the Shiprock area. It also adversely impacted ranches all along the San Juan River. I led the nation's legal response to this. We sued US EPA and the contractors, and our litigation has been successful in bringing $41 million worth of settlement money back to the nation. This has also resulted in settlement money for the farmers. The law firm that I assisted our farmers in securing was able to preserve hundreds of farmers' claims. There are other law firms that were involved as well, but they were not able to preserve the farmers' claims. So I'm very proud of being able to preserve the claims that we were able to in guiding farmers to a law firm that would perform well and preserve their claims and ensure that they receive justice. And we're hearing really incredible stories of farms restarting, equipment being purchased, fallow fields being tilled as a result of the settlement funds that have been brought back into the pockets of our farmers and ranchers along the San Juan River. This litigation put polluters and the federal government on notice that with me sitting in the AG seat for Navajo Nation, they would be held accountable for any harm they committed against our water, our land, and our people. I also filed litigation against Wells Fargo for its predatory, unlawful, and unethical preying on our elders and our youth. They were taking advantage of the language, the fluency challenges with our elders and the vulnerability and the naivete of our youth, and they were opening accounts, multiple accounts on behalf of these individuals without them even knowing about it. This resulted in a $6.5 million settlement that can be reinvested in teaching our people financial literacy. This litigation also put businesses on notice that if they come into our community, onto our nation, and harm our people, with me as Attorney General, we as a nation will step forward to protect our people. I also work to strengthen our criminal justice system by leading 4 major initiatives. I convened public safety summits that were transformational for criminal justice on Navajo Nation. When I became AG in 2015, our criminal justice system was failing. I felt I had to do something to ensure that when someone calls 911, they get a timely police response, timely prosecution, and timely disposition in the courts. So I brought the leaders of the various public safety system partners together, such as the Chief Justice, the Chief Prosecutor, the Chief of Police, the Public Defender, and the Director of Public Safety. We met monthly to identify how we could better work together to strengthen our system, to ensure that it was operating smoothly despite inadequate staffing and funding and additional resources. And this grew into a larger annual public safety summit that allowed us and other partners such as behavioral health, EMS, and social services to come together. And we had hoped to expand that to include schools and other community partners. We use this as an opportunity to share our challenges. Every entity in our public safety system is under-resourced. And by people just sharing that with each other, it was very humanizing, and everybody realized that we're all struggling and that we're all in this together, and we have, despite these challenges, we have to work together. And so it changed people from just blaming other people for their shortfalls and saying that that was the reason why our system wasn't functioning, to just helping each other out and doing the best that we had with what we have and building plans for how to bring additional resources in and how to just get things done to make sure that our people were better served. This was a wonderful effort, and I've been asked by Madam Chair of the Law and Order Committee to resume this. I absolutely plan to do so. We believe May or June would be the best time before the budget season gets really underway to put that in place. Our system continues to struggle, unfortunately, but there are still real needs that need to be met on a day-to-day basis in our communities. The second initiative I led was to work with the public safety partners to develop a comprehensive plan to infuse our public safety system with $48 million worth of resources. This would have led to a surge in police officers, prosecutors, and public defenders, and it would have built housing for all of these individuals. It would have strengthened our court system, but unfortunately that effort did not succeed before the 23rd Navajo Nation Council. The third initiative I led was to help finalize the Dene Action Plan. The Dene Action Plan is designed to coordinate the nation's response to violent crime, substance abuse, and suicide in our community over the long term. So when you read the document, you'll see that my signature is on it. Myself and my former deputy, Roderick Begay, who is over here, put a lot of time and effort into making sure that that plan was finalized and ready to implement. But unfortunately, the implementation has been slow. But I'm going to do everything I can to make sure that that is a success. But in the meantime, as I stated, there are immediate needs, and the Public Safety Summit can play the role of making sure that those immediate needs are being addressed. The fourth initiative I led was to comprehensively reform our criminal code and our rules of criminal procedure. My legal reform efforts, unfortunately, were not successful, but they did lay the foundation for future efforts. And this council is now positioned to be in a place where you could quickly pass sweeping and necessary reforms to modernize our criminal laws so they better protect victims and allow our officers to operate more effectively and efficiently in order to keep our communities safe. The other major area of work when I was previously Attorney General was public integrity strengthening. I dedicated quite a bit of effort to that, first by reforming our public integrity laws with Honorable Delegate So as the lead sponsor of that legislation. We were able to get that through to extend statute of limitations and strengthen those laws. And then I back that up by implementation. We actually were enforcing those laws pretty aggressively. And then I also led an effort to coordinate all of the entities that need to be involved when there's an incident of fraud or corruption in government, particularly where we're seeing that we're losing dollars in real time. And so I brought those partners together. We identified the low-hanging fruit. We went after changes and things as simple as reforming the Navajo Nation application so that somebody has to check a box if they have been convicted of stealing assets or dollars from the nation. So unfortunately, that task force did not remain operational under the previous administration. So one of my initiatives going forward will be to reinstate an anti-corruption task force. One of my proudest achievements with that work was our successful prosecution of a chapter manager in Tuba City who stole over $1 million in chapter tax revenues. The feds had dropped the prosecution on the eve of the statute of limitations running, but my team picked it up and we were successful in recovering substantial revenues and making sure that the manager served jail time. My priorities as your 13th Navajo Nation 13th Attorney General break down into two categories. One is programmatic and the other is administrative. On the programmatic side, water is my #1 priority. I want to make sure that we have an Arizona water rights settlement. I want to make sure we settle all of our water claims. We have 2 additional claims remaining in New Mexico as well. I want to make sure that implementation is going smoothly in New Mexico and Utah. And then, of course, the second priority is housing. So making sure that we're increasing the housing supply on Navajo Nation so that our people have an opportunity to return to our community, so that our 2,000 vacant positions can be filled as quickly as possible. And part of the housing development will include comprehensive development as well, because we have to think about what do people who are living in our community, to bring people back to our community, what are the things that they need? Let's design these communities so that they don't have to drive off reservation to buy the things that they need. Let's build that into our development plan for housing so that our people can buy the things they need here in our community. And then that environment, we can create the conditions that are desirable to bringing our people back to our community, and also bringing folks in who are not tribal members who want to work for us. The third priority is rapid expenditure of dollars, whether that's ARPA money, CHSN fund money, permanent trust fund dollars, state or federal dollars, because that money is services to our people. We can't leave any of that on the table. My fourth priority is minimizing loss of our children to non-Navajo homes through strengthening of our ICWA program. The fifth priority, of course, public safety, making sure that that system is strengthened, that we have Title 17 amendments, we have public safety summits and coordination of services and resources. Sixth priority is strengthening our response to fraud and corruption through reestablishment of anti-corruption task force. On the administrative side, really focusing on customer service, making sure that you guys want to work with DOJ because we get stuff done so quickly and so effectively and smoothly. I want my team to be solution-oriented, make sure I have full staffing, housing for my staff so I can keep my employees long-term. I want to have modern and safe facilities for my staff. So that's a little bit of what I'm hoping to do as your 13th Attorney General.
Honorable Johnson and Ms. Branch, we did have a time, 20 minutes. Thank you, colleagues, for hearing that presentation. First in queue for questions, we have Honorable Vice Chair Simonson. Honorable Simonson, if you're joining us via Zoom.
Good afternoon, Honorable Speaker Curley, as well as the sponsors of this legislation, and then our Attorney General, Miss Ethel Branch. Good afternoon. Yat ehni dole ado eha koto nanish so hashin so go koto la asensi nanish nadet ago ado anlede nanish in la sto hitene becha nanado kwa gatit ahinlo bayan yantio gatit ahko akot ego nanish na hotel nas le akoho ado to the nehiego pakain luat kodo the cotton nas niho itan ya ito nesiki it ego I don't bohitin skins go a cut do what ya hotel hit net skin so ishi yada be baka do was the no a coho hala then quite aro haida bathani gaho adon leon daka dabati no ko o homaginas dago a cut ba hanenzi do skin so aje nanish in la ko the no you be baka in with a ko oba Henderson ado kwaki do not hot do zi do sin sendante o alla ban sa kesigi it o ban sin kes do le I dashin hashin so go in behosen dik at ho no kon hita nant tro di kwa hait di sadon hit hoti no o koho net behosen kote na khenya kote yego kis ani o ze bes nani de an le de hot kwa bebe le de hot out kaya panina sa honidlon o koho do yat hon da hashis atin out go holjish so ha ashi o ze the nendlon betlitten ajdo na away hasli koho di ne naso di trohiki yegon zli kis ani o ze kote and hit na his nago do dan his nigo koto ya han it ratit hi koto dasnisha ado ye gondilzis koto na an sheet a koho that's ya halet kwa nafanan na do lis hala denne agent the nanny gleni Navajo ni gleni hin ke ratit hindle a kola what on daton la hate dole o yen so open this case got how hadeste the shigata shidna and the members of 25th Navajo Nation Council o yat ya had she dole and I wait my time.
Honorable Simonson waives her time. Next up, we have Honorable Dr. Andinez.
Shada Speaker, as well as Honorable Johnson and Honorable Arbizo for bringing forth the legislation. Arakodo to Madam Attorney General and your pursuant as the 13th Attorney General for the Navajo Nation. So thank you for touching upon the areas that you have identified towards the end of your presentation regarding your initiatives. And so I want to capitalize on a few things and get your feedback as well as your position on behalf of the nation. First and foremost, I've been conducting research now on producing a legislation that develops a hate crime for the Navajo Nation. I know there's a lot of discrimination that occurs among our employees as well as within our schools and across the Navajo Nation, including border towns. I'm just interested in learning your position on that and what you would contribute to that legislation. Secondly is cross-commissioning. I know you did identify public safety, and with that here in my communities of Fort Defiance, Sawmill, Crystal, and Red Lake, we share counties, we also share states. Out of the four, 3 of them are in New Mexico as well as in the state of Arizona. And so cross-commissioning, your position again on that. Also next is, I know with this 25th Navajo Nation Council, we're going to entertain a lot of interest towards our environment. Right now we consider carbon capture, helium extraction, etc. And so what is the position then coming from the Attorney General's office as well as DOJ on situations like that that affect our environment here on the Navajo Nation? Next, you talked about prosecuting rigorous violations. I know the Navajo Nation has a history of those that mismanage funds, that produce corruption, not only in Tuba City, but across the Navajo Nation. And so are those going to be entertained? Next, I do want to ask about the safety of our people. We talk a lot about Navajo Nation here in its physical location, but again, we have many Navajo members that live in urban spaces. And so when we talk about missing and murdered Indigenous women and Indigenous people, we also talk about the influx of activity from our homeless, unsheltered relatives and communities. And so again, that position there coming from the Attorney General's office, and if that's something that we can see as an initiative from your office. At this point, those are my current questions, Madam Speaker. Thank you. I reserve my time.
Reserve time of 2:12. Honorable Toll.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam, one of the concerns that I have, I spent 25 years with law enforcement. One of the major problems that Eastern Agency encounter is jurisdiction. Can you look into it? Because there's a lot of land, and there's trusts and fee land in Eastern. And we have some state road that runs from Teru to Farmington, another one from 491 all the way up to Shiprock. And then we have McCounty Road from Pruitt all the way into 509. That is, the Navajo Nation don't have a jurisdiction because they're not peace officers. When I left PD, we used to have certified as a peace officer by the state of New Mexico. So that needs to be revisited and see how we can improve the enforcement. Right now, if you have an accident on these state roads, if you call Navajo police, they're going to say call the state or McKinley County or Sandoval. Those are some of the issues that we have in the Eastern Agency. I would recommend for you to look into with your staff or the chief of police, even law enforcement. Right now, the Navajo Nation, when I used to be academy training sergeant, we used to put the planning together, lesson plan and all that, presented to Arizona ALIWET. When ALIWET approves it, the Navajo police used to have a jurisdiction with the state of Arizona, throughout this Arizona. So that's being taken away, and also Eastern. So I would request for you to look into it, see how we can, even if you deputize state police or county, they're not going to come out. That's what happens about 3 or 4 years ago, because the state always bring this issue of liability, you know. So can somehow we look into or do a legislation so we have police officers can, you know, where their authorities are. Right now, it's not happening. So I would recommend if somehow look into it and see if we can have a clear police authority right now. Then I reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve time of 1:57. Colleagues, do we have any additional questions or comments via Zoom? If there's none, we'll turn back the floor to Honorable Johnson and Ms. Branch.
Yeah, honorable colleagues of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, thank you for your questions, your comments, and your concerns. I'm going to go ahead and defer those questions to Madam AG.
Yeah, thank you, honorable members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. I'll go ahead and start in reverse order with Delegate Tolth and the questions that you raised. Certainly having seamless response, police response, is very important to me. I want to make sure that that's happening no matter, essentially I want to make the state lines irrelevant to us. So if we can have agreements in place with all of the jurisdictions that overlap with Navajo Nation, that's absolutely a goal that I support. And we actually have already met based on the first council session and how much the issue of cross-deputization came up. I've already met with staff and we've been talking about this and how best to approach it. And I think one of the first steps that I'd love to do is meet with the members of the council who are interested in the cross-commissioning initiative and understand better, you know, what you want to see in those agreements, because right now the agreements are all different. We don't have a standardized agreement, so I think identifying what that standardized agreement is would be an important first step, and then we can take that and use that as a negotiating tool with the different law enforcement that we interface with. And we're also trying to identify all of the cross-commissioning agreements that are in place. Unfortunately, we don't have a database of all of the current cross-commission agreements, nor do we have a database of the past cross-commission agreements. What happens is we draft those agreements, and then, you know, we're not always in the loop in terms of where those end up. So we're in the process of drilling down on that, and making sure that we're able to have a better sense for what all different types of agreements are out there. But I think, you know, we shouldn't waste time with that. Let's go ahead and meet and start setting our objectives for what we want to see going forward. Obviously, with the concerns that you're raising, what we have in place already is not adequate. And I think we can learn a lot from your experience and how that worked previously to guide us going forward. So I think if we could meet maybe the first week of May with all of the delegates who are interested in establishing cross-commission agreements, I would like to do that, and I can send correspondence to the speaker to set a meeting that week so we can go ahead and move that process forward and bring in, of course, head of public safety to be a part of that conversation as well. So, yeah. Let me just write that down so that I... Okay, and then going on to Honorable Dr. Nez, with many questions for me to address. In terms of hate crime legislation, I would love to work with you on that. That's certainly, you know, I have uncles who would herd sheep most of the time, and then they would run away for a couple weeks and hang out in Winslow. And I certainly want to know that they're safe when they're out there. Certainly, I was Attorney General when L'Oreal Sinigini was brutally assassinated, essentially, by Winslow PD, and that was unacceptable. And I want to make sure that those things don't happen. And so I know there were conversations with the City of Winslow that the Human Rights Commission led. So following up on that, I'd be happy to join you to be a part of that and see what kind of gains they were able to make, and see what kind of agreements we could work out with border towns to make sure that our relatives are safe when they're off the nation. And the mayor of Winslow actually is Navajo, and she's the older sister of one of my close friends from high school. And so she has already indicated that she would love to work with us. And so I'm happy, absolutely, to be a part of that. And then in terms of cross-commissioning, I addressed your question there. On helium extraction and things that impact our environment, in terms of my position on that, I don't get to have a position on that. You are the elected leadership. That's a policy question. So I look to the elected leadership to guide me in stating the nation's policy with respect to those things, and setting the legal framework for the activity that can happen on the nation. My job is just to implement and make sure that the laws are being followed, and that we do have adequate laws and regulations governing different areas. And so I'm agnostic with respect to that in my role as Attorney General. In terms of theft of funds, making sure that the money is going to our people is most important to me. So if funds are being stolen, I mean, that's the worst. It's not going to our people. And so absolutely, we will get that anti-corruption task force in place. And we had previously developed a checklist, kind of like a call list. So if somebody identified theft or mis-expenditure of dollars, they would know exactly who to notify at Navajo Nation to kind of get the ball rolling. And what we would do as a task force is when these incidents would come up, we would meet regularly, and we would talk about where these incidents were, make sure everybody, ethics and rules, prosecutor's office, insurance services, risk management, Office of the Controller, we would make sure that we were all on the same page, and that all the right people, Auditor General, all the right people were notified and engaged. The other part of it was making sure that we weren't duplicating efforts, and making sure that we were being as efficient as possible as a nation. So absolutely high priority for me to make sure that we're minimizing losses and misuse of funds and assets of the nation. In terms of safety of our people and in urban spaces, one of the things that became very apparent, and I'm sure this is obvious to all of you, our people have dual residency. Many of our people are living, kind of moving back and forth between the nation and urban communities. We're a highly mobile population. Many of our people who live on the nation work off reservation. And then, of course, our relatives who live and work off reservation are coming home on the weekends or in the evenings throughout the week to check on their family. In some instances, when I worked in education, some of the parents would leave their children on the nation with grandparents or with one of the parents, and then the other parent lived and worked in the urban environment during the weekdays. So when it comes to the MMIW issue, I don't really necessarily think of it as an urban issue because we have such a highly mobile population. Absolutely, when I was reading that report that came out a few years ago, it was shocking to me to see the list of cities most impacted by MMIW, because it was like Gallup was on the top 10 list of missing and murdered relatives. They were all essentially communities: Albuquerque, Phoenix, Salt Lake City, cities where many Navajo people live. And that raised for me the question of how many of these people are Navajo? So I think it's a tremendous issue that disproportionately impacts Navajo people, to be honest. And so I would absolutely love to join you in an effort to minimize the loss of our people in that way. And certainly my chief prosecutor would find this of high interest as well. So I'm happy to meet with you and him to come up with, and other delegates, I know there are other delegates who are interested in this issue as well, to talk about how we can better protect our people. So there are so many issues that feed into this. So yes, let's have that conversation. Probably would also include bringing in social services, behavioral health. And actually, this is probably a breakout discussion that we would need to have at the Public Safety Summit, and have some focused objectives in terms of what we want to do to address this problem. So yeah, for that question. For Delegate Simonson, my loyalty is to the Navajo Nation, 1,000%. My son is half Hopi, and we do enjoy visiting his relatives there. And I am no longer with his father. Hopis can be unreasonable. Just kidding. Yeah, no, absolutely. It's a fair question to ask. Again, my loyalty is 110%, 200, 1,000% with Navajo Nation. But I think it is helpful to kind of understand that perspective as well. I know there's a lot of history, but we also have to be mindful of the future and preserving as much of access to water and growth and opportunity for our nation as possible. So I think it's really important to keep that as our guiding principle when we work with Hopi on issues. I certainly, do believe we should be trying to seek a fair solutions, and solutions that are compassionate to humans. And certainly, in my experience, that leans in favor of Navajo Nation. But again, we do have to be mindful of wanting to resolve these issues and move forward for the benefit of our people. So by our people, I mean Navajo people. So thank you for that question.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Johnson and Ms. Branch, for your responses. We have Honorable Norman McGay.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Speaker. Talking about the Cross Commission, I know in Alamo and Torchile, they've got the Cross Commission, but it doesn't do no good. All they can do is hold the person for a certain amount of hours, yeah. After that, they can't do nothing if the Navajo cops don't show up. So the way to resolve this whole Cross Commission, I think, is that we need to fund like Socorro Jail or Bernalillo County Jail or Laguna Jail, so they can take these people under arrest and take them in these sites and hold them there while the Navajos cops show up about 2 or 3 days later, and pick them up. Cross commission Nishkita. So we've had a lot of these issues over and over. And like I said, there's most of the time the Laguna cop shows up first at either in Alamo or Torchile. And then the Socorro sheriff shows up in Alamo all the time. In fact, I think they have a couple of sheriffs there that work from the community of Alamo, We just need to maybe sit down with you and talk about this, how we can resolve this issue. I think it's resolvable because we can talk about it and then see what we can do. If we can get some money, I think it's maybe buy a cell or something in these, or a bed or whatever. Since we don't have a bed in Crown Point, we used to have 2 beds, but we don't have that bed option because 40 Fines Window Rock takes our beds away, and then Shiprock takes ours too. So go out of bed at Nitla, so they have to let them go. So that's my concern I have with the 3 satellite. Thank you. Reserve my time.
Reserve time of 2:36. Arokaigi Vijanasto, Honorable Yanito.
Yate Shema Dosh Sitsilip Yaina Azato. That little one that you've fallen, he's my little brother too. Yeah, Lankodot on hit your report in Lagi. On your you mentioned the policies that you worked on, and in those policy referring to the policy that you mentioned, why did you just list like 6 priorities on that policy, and which are all of the policy? What are they based on? Second one, I know that you were involved with the illegal dumping at a radiation waste on a 6-acre lot down in Setka between Tina's Ponce and Sweetwater. That settlement, it really impacted the family that's been terminated from that site. Up to this day, there's still. The family there are still impacted by the illegal waste that's been established there at the Testka. How did you get involved in that, and can you kind of clarify on how the settlement went?
Honorable Yanito, Ado Kune'anana. Speaker So. $3:30.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the time, and Honorable Johnson for introducing this particular legislation, and also Madam Attorney General. Ms. Branch, thank you for having the interest for serving in this capacity for the Navajo Nation again. And right now, I have a lot going through my mind, and just thinking about the conversation that, or the relationship between the council and when you were the Attorney General on the 23rd Council. A lot of the friction that that we went through pertaining to the gaming loans, and then also with the amendments of those loans, and then also with the facilities to comply with the gaming compact in Twin Arrows, and also the gas station, and really put everything on a delay for 2 years. Those are the only thing that is in my mind, and I'm not sold yet on it, and those are just some of my concerns at this time. In other capacities that happen, and I'm not too sure if those issues are taken care of, which the former Attorney General had moved forward with some legal actions. And just wondering if you could expand on that to see where we're at, if anything is in the courts or anything is in the legal atmosphere of the Navajo Nation at this time. This time, reserve my time, Madam Chief or Speaker.
Reserve time at 2:49. Arokaginana Shiaj, Honorable Vince James.
Ahiahadan Speaker, Ado Nana Shinale, Doshitla Ash, Honorable Johnson and Arviso, Yad Eheko, Ado Ms. Branch, Yad Eh. First, I'd like to say to you, thank you for your kind, hearted support throughout the whole pandemic with the Navajo Hopi relief program that you had established, and it assisted a lot of my constituents in my areas within my chapter. So thank you very much for doing that with you and your team. I do have several questions. My first question is going to be on how much percent do I have from you to have that respect towards Department of Justice employees? You know that I chair HESI, and hearing some comments in response from staff of Department of Justice that the management is not respectful there is kind of a touching message that was provided to me. And so what kind of percentage do I have from you to have that respect to the current existing Department of Justice employees? My second question is in regards to President Nez. How much President Nygren, let me go back, excuse me, President Nygren having the legal authority to take a position on any state or federal conflicts in the position that is approved by council. In this case, it would be the 25th Navajo Nation Council. And so we ran into those issues during the administration of President Nez. So how do we stand within the current situation if we were to fall into a position where there is contradicting assertings or conflicts that are approved by council, and how much authority do you have, and how much authority does President Nygren have? Lastly, I also like to ask the question on having the understanding of if both the council and executive branch are DOJ's clients as Navajo Nation, that we're all under this rainbow and within the four sacred mountains, and the issues under discussions or in questions are the same. Why is the council always prevented from reviewing any attorney-client memos on issues regarding the executive branch programs or staff? And that will complete my question, Speaker. I reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve time at 1:53. At this time, we return the floor back over to Honorable Johnson, Honorable Arviso, and Ms. Branch.
Thank you, Honorable So and Honorable Bench James. Thank you for your questions and your comments, and thank you for everybody here that's joining us with us today. Thank you for being here. I'll go ahead and defer those questions to Madam AG.
Great. Yeah, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and start in reverse order again with Delegate James's questions, or rather Chairman James's questions. So, and I also just want to thank you, Delegate James, for your leadership in making sure that our people were taken care of during the pandemic. You were out there in the field going above and beyond, making sure that your constituents and any Navajo tribal member was getting the PPE that they needed, the water, the food. So you were a shining example of leadership on the front line, and I just want to say hihat for your bravery and your commitment. To your third question, if both council and the executive branch are DOJ clients, why is council always prevented from reviewing attorney memos regarding executive branch issues? I think it really depends on the particular issue. That would not be my rule. If there is something that an executive branch entity is asking for guidance on, and our attorneys advise and issue a legal opinion, most of the time I wouldn't see that there would be a need to make that confidential. In fact, the Attorney General is supposed to publish opinions, and when the Attorney General does publish opinions, legal opinions, those are supposed to be forwarded to council as well as the president. So I will work harder to make sure that when there is an opinion issued that council is interested in, that we issue those in the proper way that can be shared with you. So I don't know what the background is on that particular question, but I think it's helpful for all of us to have clarity in the law. And a lot of the times the questions we get from executive branch employees is to have that clarity in the law, that guidance. And I think all three branches benefit from having that clarity. So I would err on the side of making sure that everybody understands what the state of the law is from all three branches. In terms of President Nyren and having legal authority to take a position, a lot of times Navajo law governs who gets to state the position of the nation on a particular issue. So I think, again, that would be kind of fact-based. What is the issue? Who has the authority to state the position of the nation under Navajo law? And so that's where I would look, would be to our statutes. And if there had been previous DOJ guidance on the matter, looking at that as well. And I think, this being my second time in this role, I think also having just informal conversations and trying to get everyone on the same page. And I look to the president to, really continue standing behind that vision and that effort to work strongly with the council. Part of my job as Attorney General is to make sure that there is one unified voice from the nation. So doing what I can to make sure that there are channels, open channels of communication between council and the president's office. It's something that I commit to doing my part to facilitate, to make sure that everything is in order in our house at Navajo, so that isn't causing problems for us externally. I appreciate the question, and I have seen this come up, as Delegate So indicated. There were instances under the Big A administration where there wasn't that shared approach. So as much as we can have unity, I want to see that. I want to do my part to make sure that happens. And your first question regarding employees, I'm not aware of any issues that employees have with my respect and treatment of them. I'm a hard worker, and I take great pride in the work that I do. And so I hold my employees to a high standard as well. But I also understand that I need to have people in those positions, and nobody is perfect. And so I will continue to challenge my employees to function at a high level. But I certainly want to make sure that they are happy coming to work every day. And we've taken some measures since I joined the department to make sure that we are improving quality of life for our employees, even just the human interaction among my staff. The second day on the job, I held a Zoom session, and I had everybody share their top 3 issues that they were working on. And many of my staff told me that that was the first time they'd ever met other staff members in the office. And having high morale in the office is very important to me. And just being fully staffed. And in order to be fully staffed, the people who work for you have to be happy to come to work every day. And one of the things that my staff has shared with me, we have these monthly Zoom sessions with all of our legal staff. One of the number one things that they appreciate about the Department of Justice are the people. And so increasing the opportunity for human interaction with my staff is very important. So we have little social things on occasion, and I want to continue doing that, not only having dessert or food, but also professional interaction as well. For example, on our last all-attorney call, we talked in depth about the Supreme Court case that we argued a month ago. And so, it was a closed session, and folks could really learn the thinking that was going behind all of the different pieces of that. And had an opportunity to ask questions, things of that nature. So, I very much want to make sure that my employees are growing, that they're being fulfilled, that they want to remain at the department for the rest of their career if possible. So it's something I take very seriously. And if you do have concerns that are expressed to you, I want to hear what those concerns are, and I want to address those because I want my people to be happy at the Department of Justice and the Office of the Prosecutor and the Navajo and Hopi Legal Services Program. So thank you for that question. Yeah. Honorable Delegate So, yes, it was an unfortunate era that we served in together, where there was a lot of friction between the executive branch and the council. And I'm very excited by the composition of this council. I feel like there's a lot of opportunity to work together. I'm excited about the president and his commitment to working with the council because together we can do great things. And what I observed when I was Attorney General previously was, competing against each other to do the same thing and expending twice as much resources and energy to try to do the same thing, but wanting to prevent the other side from succeeding in that thing. So that's not what I want to spend my time doing. I want to get things done for the Navajo people and for leadership. You guys are who our people go to. You have that direct line of communication with your constituents. And so I look to you to tell me what the people need. And so I'm going to do everything I can to make sure that we can all move forward together and that you can all be successful in meeting the needs of your constituents, because that's going to improve, I know through you, that that's improving the quality of life for our people. In terms of the gaming loans, we just, I continue to serve on the investment committee in this capacity, and we did provide a new term sheet to gaming enterprise that allows them to meet their goals, but also make sure that the nation is preserving maximizing its return on an investment and meeting its investment goals as well. So again, I think about the future and what lies ahead, not so much the past. So that's my perspective on that. And same thing, with the development that could happen at Twin Arrows, that should be happening at Twin Arrows. I'm very much in support of that. That's jobs for Navajo people. Hopefully that's housing for Navajo people. Lots of Loop people, lots of my relatives. No, just kidding. No. Yeah, so, housing is so important. Jobs are so important on our nation. And that's a prime development opportunity, right? And we have so many of our people who have to work in Flagstaff and have to go to school in Flagstaff. Even, one of the saddest things to me when I go to Twin Arrows, or when I did go to Twin Arrows before the pandemic, they used to have name tags that would say where people were from. And I would ask people, I remember there was an individual whose name tag said Chin Lee. And so I asked them, I was like, oh, is that where you're from? Assuming that they now lived in Flagstaff or Loop. And they said, yes, that's where I'm from. I drive in every day. And that was heartbreaking to me, because we shouldn't be asking that of our people, to drive hours just to get to a job that is probably not even paying the gas to get to that job. So, I want to make sure that, again, housing and development is successful on the nation. And Twin Arrows is a prime opportunity for that. On the question of anything in the courts or the legal atmosphere at this time, I don't really understand that question. Other than, we have that Supreme Court case that we presented oral arguments on, and so we're hoping to get an opinion soon. And we have our LCR trial next week, and that is going to be a 3-month trial. We do have other federal litigation that's happening as well, but it's not as high stakes as that. One of those items is litigation to defend or protect our New Mexico water rights settlement. So we are actively doing that. We have some voting rights litigation that's happening, redistricting related litigation in San Juan County, New Mexico. So those are all high-profile, high-level litigation, federal litigation that's happening. We have some really phenomenal litigation that's happening relating to Navajo Hopi issues and ONER. ONER has failed the Navajo Nation, as you know. They have failed in everything that they have been tasked to do, essentially, and they've had no accountability. One of the things that we learned in doing the due diligence on this litigation is that they were earning money off of properties that they had purchased, and they weren't depositing that in the trust fund. They were just spending it to do whatever they wanted to do with it, as though they had no accountability, because they didn't have that oversight. And so we're holding them to task in federal litigation in 2 different cases. One in the Court of Federal Claims, where we're seeking $40 million in damages, and then the other one in the District Court of Arizona. So I'm very happy. That is litigation that we started researching when I was Attorney General. It kind of grew out of the work that our Navajo Hopi Legal Services program was doing, and just losing all of those cases. And I just felt like we have to be doing more for our relocatees, and seeing the housing that people were given in the Hard Rock area that weren't adequately built out. And of course, seeing the chapter house at Coal Mine Chapter, beautiful, beautiful structure, but the appropriate diligence was not done to lay the proper foundation to ensure that that building would remain. In fact, the original Coal Mine Chapter house is probably structurally more sound than the new one. That my experience is mostly being out in the field and seeing for myself, and talking to our people and listening to our people. That inspired that investigation that has now led to these 2 cases. And I'm very proud to see that we're continuing to advance with that litigation and are holding O'Neill accountable, the United States accountable for what it did to our people and for the promises that they made to our people. Yeah. And then Shiaj, Delegate Yanito. So why did I just list 6 priorities? Well, one of the things that I'm challenging myself and my team with is to be focused for the next 4 years. We're already a quarter into this 4 years, so we have 3.75 years left. And so I want to make sure we get things done for our people and for our nation. And so by having priorities, that's helping me focus my energy and my effort. What did I base these priorities on? What I believe to be of greatest impact to our people. So water, number 1, Tuobe ina, right? So to have a future in our homeland, we have to have water. And especially facing intensifying climate conditions. And so that is why water is my number 1 priority. And then, what good is a homeland without our people here? And so bringing our people home, that's why housing is the next highest priority. Making sure that our culture continues to thrive, our language continues to thrive. We've made substantial gains in the last 25 years in terms of cultural and linguistic revitalization, but that really requires our people to be here accessing those resources within our 4 rivers, our 4 sacred mountains. So giving our people access to come home is important to me. And repopulating our nation. We could immediately diversify the economy of Navajo Nation if we just brought Navajo people home. So I think that is a high impact objective, and that's why housing is my 2nd highest priority. And then I don't want to go through all of the priorities, but that's kind of how thinking of what is the highest impact, what is most meaningful to our people, and to our nation. And then, of course, I have my AAGs developing their own focused goals on what is going to, number 1, create a more efficient, effective government for the nation, and number 2, what is going to have the greatest impact on the day-to-day lives of our people at the Hogan level. And so we're working through that process right now, because yes, everybody has to do their job. There's a minimum standard of job documents I have to sign for our government to function. But we can also, with some of our time, focus on those high impact issues. And of course, some of this is guided by what your objectives are and what your needs are as communicated to you by your constituents, the Navajo people. And this isn't, a fixed thing. It's something that can shift, and hopefully, some of these things get checked off as we go. Hopefully we have our settlements, our Arizona and New Mexico, the Zuni River and San Juan River Basin settlements done in 2 years, and then that's off the list. And then I focus on the next thing, right? In terms of the SETA, I don't fully recall everything relating to that situation. I did request some background information. I believe this is the situation where there were individuals who continued to live near a site where there was radiation continuing to emit from the site. And it's a difficult situation asking people to move. And you never want to be asking people to do that. Certainly, I understand that. Because my family was almost forced to move because of the water that was available in our community. That was going to become the replacement source for the coal slurry to Mojave Generating Station, and they were going to force us to relocate for at least 15 years. So I understand how much of a non-starter it is to ask people to move, because that your home is a part of who you are. But in this situation, remaining at home, if I'm recalling correctly the situation, of course means exposure to radiation. So I know Navajo Nation staff was working with families to relocate them to safe radiation-free sites. And I think that's what this relates to specifically. But I'm happy to research the issue further and discuss that with you further and understand more deeply the concern that you're raising. Go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Johnson and Ms. Branch, for your responses. Colleagues, I don't see anybody else in queue, and I'll go back to reserve time. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez with 2 minutes and 12 seconds. Delegate Toth with 1 minute and 57 seconds. Honorable Norman Begay with 2 minutes and 36 seconds. And Honorable Yanito with 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Honorable Speaker So with 2 minutes and 49 seconds. And Honorable James with 1 minute and 53 seconds. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez, 2 minutes and 12 seconds.
Great, thank you, Speaker Otto Kwaeki, Madam Attorney General, as well as our colleagues introducing the legislation. Thank you again for addressing the questions. These are areas that I am just keeping track of at my own pace, working with the team to research so that we're being proactive. And I just wanted to clarify too at the point on our missing and murdered Indigenous relatives. I hope it didn't come off that it's an urban issue. I know in your response it was stated that way, but I understand that it's a global, national, tribal issue. The other thing I just wanted to acknowledge too is the abduction of some of our relatives, our unsheltered relatives in urban spaces as well. I know there are growing concerns related to that, and I just wanted to kind of clarify that point. But I do look forward to you as well participating in this study and the proposal of a hate crime legislation for our communities on and off the Navajo Nation. So looking forward to that, and thank you for, again, responding to my questions and my interest here, and congratulations, thank you. Madam Speaker, I waive the rest of my time.
Honorable Dr. Andy Nez waives his time. Kuroshi Honorable Toth, 1 minute and 57 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and all my colleagues in this House. Just a concern and issue. I've been getting all the people are disappointed. They are complaining about you as Attorney General. So I just wanted to know why. Is it because of how you perform your duties or how you associate with people? To me, as a delegate and also my constituents, we want a good attorney to represent Navajo Nation. Right now, we don't have that case because I don't know, about a couple of times Navajo Nation lost a case. What is wrong? Is the attorney themselves to understand the tribal laws? The Nebezani. Those people's, the attorney is supposed to help us to defend. Right now, we've been losing case. If I was herding sheep and lost a lamb or a sheep, my mom would spank me. I think that's what we need to do. How come we're losing cases with all the attorneys in this House and also in the Department of Justice? Why is we're losing cases? and we spend a lot of money outside to do our job. I thought the in-house is supposed to take care of us. So that's my concern. That's the reason I wanted to express that concern to you. So what can we trust you? Can my community trust you? Can the trouble government trust you? How can you?
Honorable time. Though Kwaiginana for reserved time, Honorable Begay with 2 minutes and 36 seconds. So reserved time of 2 minutes and 36 seconds. Going on to Speaker So. Honorable Yanito, you're up next with 3 minutes and 30 seconds.
Yeah, thank you for your response, Ma. You mentioned that, the highest impact is your priority 3. Is there any kind of a proposal for these people that you remove from that cell sites? And where would you move these people to? Because they have no place to go. That's their livelihood, and that's where their ancient lands are. Because there was a chapter resolution to not have that kind of cell site there. And I don't know how you guys support it with David Taylor, with the abandoned mine land. I want to ask you, did you ever gone back over there to those families and visit the family today? And they're impacted, they need houses and so forth. And is there a way that you can propose some kind of proposal that they can have a house?
Honorable Yanito.
I reserve my time to Mr. Told over here.
2:06. Time of 2:06. Yielding time to Honorable Told. Do you accept?
Global Star, yes, Madam Chair. Just like I was saying, we want an attorney that can defend this government, not losing case. So people are calling, like I said, emailing us. I don't know why, but they're opposing. So how can we turn around with your authority, with you as our Attorney General? How can you help us? So those are some of the issues that people are trying to get an answer from it. The other thing is that the attorney always say, attorney privilege. That tells me they're hiding something. So we need to at least somehow we can get around and let us know what's going on. So how can you help the Navajo people in DOJ? I know we have some people in there that trying to learn the system. So I just wanted to bring that out to you. I'm thinking and I'm trying to support you, but I'm getting calls and emails. So they have a legitimate complaint. So we need to tell our people, hey, we can do the job. We can defend the Navajo Nation. Thank you, Speaker. I don't have Mr. Shiche. Thank you.
Shiche, Honorable Toth, Adokuna Banat Stoigi, 2 minutes and 49 seconds. Speaker So.
Thank you very much. Well, I appreciate your response pertaining to your new new, I guess, I'm looking at it as a reset that you're saying that you're gonna that's gonna happen, but I just that is just my concern. It happened once, and it's very easy to happen again, and just don't want council to be told you can't do this, you can't do that, and a lot of it was because of that. And bottom line, you indicated earlier that we're the client, work for us, and the interests of the Navajo Nation. I know you are qualified. You did your job as Attorney General, but just don't want to have those same type of disagreements to start coming through the cracks of the doors in the future. And President Nygren talked about working with each other, and I really hope that is the mindset. And so that's where I'm at for now. I'm going to reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve time of 1 minute and 5 seconds. Reserve time, Honorable Vitz James with 1 minute and 53 seconds.
Had Nana Speaker, though members of the council, though presenters, excuse me. Thank you again, Ms. Branch. In regards to the 164 review process, what measurements are you going to be taking for DOJ staff to asking for additional documents when they receive a 164 review chapter project or any other projects? Earlier, we heard that there's a lot of projects on the table at Division of Community Development with over $1 billion that is also sitting on the table to move forward with these projects. And it's been on the table for years. With that being said, is there any plans to return the capital improvement program back to the programs that the attorneys have been holding on for so long up to this far to move forward with those chapter projects that we have at our local level? A fine example is that 3 of my chapters took years just for them to finally receive their gooseneck flatbed, and it kept going back and forth between DCD and DOJ attorneys, going back and forth, back and forth. Another fine example is regarding the Ganado Senior and Veterans Center. That project went back and forth between DCD and attorneys at DOJ as well. It just creates a bureaucracy within a bureaucracy within an internal bureaucracy and an ongoing bureaucracy within the Navajo Nation. Reserve my time. Thank you.
12 seconds, reserve time. We have a new player in the queue. Kadosh Yaj, Honorable Nez.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Curley. Honorable Casey Johnson for sponsoring this legislation for Madam Attorney General Ethel Branch. We don't need another branch of Department of Justice. We only have one. I'm glad that we had confirmation for Heather over there, Heather Claw. Madam Attorney General, you really have some good attorneys at Department of Justice. I really enjoyed working with your attorneys for the past 4 years, and when our chapters have issues, my left-hand man over here, Mr. Roger Begay, is always eager to respond professionally. When I say professionally, we have a good Navajo attorney here that helps my chapters, and I'm sure he has lots of requests for assistance from 110 chapters. I also enjoyed working with April Quinn, as well as Catherine Belzowski, Mel Rodas, as well as Paul Spruhan, and other attorneys from your office. So I know that you're a very fair person. From the first time that I met you, I always thought about the Gold King Mine spiel, when you really just put your voice out there in support of our dear Navajo people, the farmers along San Juan River. And I knew then that you are very outspoken for our people, and I appreciate that very much. Back a couple of years ago, Ms. Branch, I introduced a legislation 0222-20, the criminalizing hemp and marijuana because of all that happened along the river, including the farm board members who are supposed to be leaders, but they all were complicit to breaking Navajo Nation laws. And it's been in the court system litigation. I would like for you to provide an update with Mr. Charlie Galbraith at some point with the San Juan River Farm Board, and give them just a summation of where this is at, because a lot of those farms over there still have those hoop houses that are being held as evidence. And I'm sure they would like to get that out of the way, donate them, do something with them, so some people can apply for those leases, because I know that they weren't using those farms, and they were in some way got involved in just having their farms used by other people to grow hemp and marijuana at the time. So I just would like your assistance with that, as well as the Gold King Mine spiel. We're going to have 2 meetings, one in Shiprock and one hopefully at Ninanizad, to pretty much give them an update on the 10 million establishment of the mitigation fund, as well as the other 31 million. And I know combined together, some of those monies are restricted and parts of it are unrestricted. So we would like your assistance on that and helping farmers understand where this is at. So that's all I have to say, Speaker, and I'd like to waive the rest of my time. Thank you.
Shiaj, Honorable Nez waives his time. Honorable colleagues, we'll return the floor over to our sponsor and our co-sponsor, and Ms. Branch. Honorable Johnson.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Vince James, Honorable Vince James, and Honorable So, and Honorable Ricky Nez, thank you. And I'll go ahead and defer this over to Madam AG. Yeah.
Yeah. Again, reverse order. Honorable Delegate Nez. I'm very glad to hear that you've enjoyed working with our attorneys. Of course, you know, Rod, I had the honor of working with Rod previously as my deputy. And all of these attorneys, they were all here when I served previously, and I've witnessed some of them have grown tremendously since the last time I worked with them. It's really wonderful to see that. And I find them all to be very professional as well, and I'm glad that that has been your experience too. So, yeah. And then in terms of the criminal case, absolutely, let's do that update. Maybe we could even do it the same time that we go out and we're doing the Gold King Mine sessions as well. Since I don't know if it's some of the same people who are impacted, but if we could spend, you know, the first hour talking about Gold King Mine and then the second hour giving those updates, I know you want to do that in the coming month. I can work with Mr. Galbraith to make sure that that happens. That is something that I have spoken to him about to make sure that we're moving those things forward. So I think it would be great to take advantage of that opportunity to provide those updates. And I understand what you're saying in terms of the practical challenges that presents, those hoop houses present to people and their business, essentially, right? Their farming or leasing business. So we don't want to stand in the way of people supporting their families, for sure. So thank you for that. And then I've addressed the Gold King mine updates. That's something that we're preparing. I've also spoken to the attorney for the farmers as well. And I think I would like her to come out there as well, potentially. So I want to sit down with you and talk through the details of what those updates will entail. Maybe you, I, and Paul could sit down and talk about that a little bit further, especially for the unrestricted funds. So next week is the LCR trial, so I'll be in Phoenix for that. But if that's something, the meeting with Paul that you want to have like the first week of May, we could do that, if that works for you. Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah, thank you. And then Delegate James, let's see. I know it can seem frustrating to see something go to the Department of Justice only to have a request for additional documentation or follow up on different things, additional information. But our job at the department is to protect the nation from liabilities and to make sure that the laws that the nation, that council has passed are followed. And so sometimes stuff gets to our office and it's incomplete or incorrect, and it does require additional follow-up. And we do try to provide those responses as quickly as possible. We are working with our team to make sure that they are being as responsive as possible. One of the things that we're working on is utilizing some software and an online program so that you can actually see when a document is sitting at DOJ. Because as I'm sure you've noticed, everyone's favorite excuse for not doing something is DOJ. So many times it's not DOJ, many times it's actually back with the program, and we've said, you need to provide this additional piece of information or whatever so that we can meet the legal requirements for having a complete package, or the insurance is in place, we're minimizing liability to the nation, we're protecting the nation from future liability. So I think that software will be very helpful for everybody, because then you can just go on the web page and see, oh, here's that RFS package, and this is where it is right now. And that should be online here in the next quarter. So I will make sure that that does go online in the next quarter, because we also internally, we want to see that tracking. We want to show how short the timeline DOJ actually works on and how quick our turnaround actually is. And it gives us something to work towards, So that is in queue. And in terms of having documents on the table regarding projects, I'm happy to sit down with you and go through your list of projects where stuff is just in paralysis, and we'll do the follow-up to make sure that those things are moving forward. And I hear what you're saying in terms of the bureaucracy within bureaucracy. So one of the things that we've done is do a poll with our attorneys to identify what are some changes in the law that can be done to allow our government to operate more effectively and more efficiently. And so we're compiling that information, and that's something I want to share with the council so you guys can see, okay, here's where there's some conflicts in the law or confusion in the law, or here's some additional unnecessary process, so that you can make those changes in the law that are necessary. And so I appreciate that, and we want to make sure that our government is operating as trim as possible. We want to make sure that dollars are being spent as quickly as possible, and that is so important right now with the ARPA funding and the timeline associated with that. So this is absolutely a high priority. So that's something that I can connect with the speaker on, to sit down and convene you all to go through what those recommendations are, and then also get your input based on what you know and what you've heard in terms of whether that list is complete or if there's additional things that need to be changed to make the government operate more effectively and efficiently and eliminate red tape. So let's definitely have that conversation and identify those things and move them forward. And some of these things are already in motion, like the work that Catherine and DED are doing with procurement matters and business regulatory matters. But let's get it done. Let's get it done as quickly as possible, because we don't have time, essentially. So thank you for emphasizing that. I appreciate that very much. And then Delegate So, in terms of council being told you can't do this, you can't do that. Unfortunately, that is part of our job. There are the laws. I'm the chief legal officer as the attorney general. And so if there are laws on the books for the nation, part of our job is to make sure that those laws are followed out of respect to the council and the role that you have in passing laws. And so many times that does prevent a challenge for something that you want to move forward. And so what we can do is recommend changes in the law to eliminate those challenges, those barriers, or alternative approaches to achieving the same end goal that complies with the law. And so that is something, the president says, he calls us the Department of No. And we've had this conversation with our team that we want to change that reputation. We want to be solution oriented. We don't want to just say, no, you can't do this. We want to say, you can't do it this particular way, but if you do this, that, or the other, you'll still be able to achieve what you're trying to do. Or, here's a solution, like an amendment that can be made to eliminate red tape or whatever the impediment is. But we definitely want to actually provide a solution. Let's see. And I agree, I don't want to have disagreements. I want to work together. I want us to be a team. That's how this is supposed to work. And I'm committed to that. So, let's see. Delegate Tolth, the comments about an attorney who will not lose cases. I think you can see from my track record as the nation's 11th Attorney General, I very rarely lost cases. The only cases that I recall losing were the relocation benefit cases. That was a problem, and so we brought in litigators who are known for winning cases, and we've been able to turn that around. We're actually now starting to win some of those appeals, and we have a focused effort to build stronger records at the trial or administrative court level so that we can be more successful in future appeals. I'm not here to lose cases. I'm here to win, whether that's an actual court judgment in favor of the nation or revenues to the nation in settlements, and not just little payments to the nation, but really pushing the other parties to maximize the return to the nation. So in terms of things being attorney-client privileged, part of my job is to protect the nation from a legal perspective, and so that is why we utilize the privilege. We don't want information or documents getting to other parties and being used against us. So that's part of our job. And I know it can be frustrating. There's information that you would like to share with your constituents, and that constituents should have access to. And so we are working hard. We will work hard going forward to make sure that we're only making confidential and privileged the things that are necessary to be protected. So, for example, we had a conversation recently where there was a request to have copies of documents on a highly sensitive matter. And you know, most of the information is public information. So we're going in and we're working with the presentation that was given to take out the things that are actually sensitive, that relate to our legal strategy or facts that we don't want other parties to be aware of, so that the rest of the documentation can be provided to you and shared with your constituents. So that is something I'm happy to do to make sure that you're able to be as transparent as you would like to be, but bottom line is I'm going to make sure that we're protecting the nation's legal position and not creating vulnerabilities for us. So, and then let's see, how can we help the people in DOJ? My job as Attorney General is to represent the Navajo Nation government, and that's just that's my statutory obligation. However, there are some attorney generals that are able to bring cases on behalf of the public, and that is something that we can create greater authority for the attorney general to have through some statutory, through law reform. And that is something that I absolutely want to do. We have some lessons learned from some of the litigation that I participated in on behalf of the nation previously. That's a conversation I want to have. That's something that Heather spoke about yesterday. So we want to make sure that if there are instances where the government is not necessarily being impacted, but a substantial number of Navajo people are being impacted, that we can act on their behalf. So I appreciate that comment, and I want to do something about that in the near term. So let's get that moving forward. Delegate Yanito, on your question, so the cell site was created in 2011, so that was well before I became the Attorney General previously. And so that's not something, I didn't remove any people. And that all of that had been done, whatever had happened. And my understanding of what happened is that US EPA and Navajo EPA employees worked with the families that were at risk of radiation exposure, or that were actually being exposed, utilizing some special funds that US EPA has for relocation in these instances to actually move those families into new homes that were in safe environments. And so that is what happened there. And so I think that covers everything that oh, wait a second. There were additional questions from Delegate Tolf. Let's see. I'm sorry to hear that there are complaints about me as in my previous term as Attorney General. And I can't tell you why there are complaints. I think I did an outstanding job. As I stated, I won most of my cases. The settlements that I helped negotiate, we brought tremendous return to the nation. Let's see. So I don't know what the complaint is about losing cases. In the one instance, as I mentioned, where I saw that we were actually losing cases, I brought in additional resources to turn that around, and that has been successful. And then spending a lot of money with outside counsel. We are the largest indigenous nation in the world. Our Department of Justice is as large as some state Department of Justices. And my attorneys are busy every single day. They have more work to do than they have time, in part because I have about a 30% vacancy rate at the Department of Justice at this time. And so there is work. As you all know, you probably have a request to the Department of Justice that has not been addressed. And so there is work, there's additional work to be done beyond the volume of work that my staff is able to do. And so that's why I have the authority and the ability to bring in outside counsel to make sure that all of the legal needs of the nation are being addressed. Unfortunately, we can't do all of that in-house. Part of that has to do with staffing issues. Part of that has to do with, specialized legal knowledge. For example, on bankruptcy matters. That's an instance where we would bring in outside attorneys, expert in that area, to assist us with that type of work. And it would be very difficult to bring that kind of expertise in-house. And additionally, we don't need that kind of work done all the time. So then it doesn't make sense to hire someone full-time to do that work if we're not going to have a full plate for them to be working on all the time. And then in other instances, it's a foreign jurisdiction where we need to appear, and we don't have anyone in-house who is bar certified in that jurisdiction. An example that's sort of on point to that is with our Supreme Court litigation. We hired someone who regularly appears before the Supreme Court. He's argued over a dozen cases before that court and clerked with the court, so he knows how those judges think and is best able to tailor an argument that will speak to those judges, to the justices, and we don't have that in-house expertise ourselves or that experience. And so that's an instance where it makes sense to hire outside counsel to do that work. But I do appreciate your comment, and I understand it. Let's not spend more than we need to. Let's try to get as much done in-house as we can, and that is absolutely what we try to do. And where we're lacking in expertise in a particular area, we do try to have outside counsel work together with in-house counsel to build that internal expertise so that we don't always have to hire someone outside to do that work. So thank you for those comments, and I appreciate them, and I take them to heart, and we'll be making sure that we're minimizing our expenditure on outside counsel as much as possible. But at the same time, we want to get things done, and if we need additional help to do that, I want to make sure we have that help. If there's something that comes up like the Gold King mine spill, we want to bring in folks who can handle that kind of litigation, immediately dedicate the time and resources to that. Wells Fargo, we brought in outside counsel on that as well. But again, those folks did work with our in-house counsel and our in-house attorney. We've really built the skills and the expertise of our in-house litigators as a result of working with outside counsel on these different types of cases. And I think that addresses all of the questions that were asked recently.
Honorable Johnson and Honorable Arvizo and Ms. Branch for your responses. For Honorable Chair Brenda Jesus.
Madam Speaker Curley, good afternoon, everyone, colleagues. I have just two questions. Honorable Vice Chair Johnson and also Honorable Arvizo for initiating this legislation for Miss Ethel Branch Ado Shanat Ani Gatit Ahin Linigi Hiha. We only have two questions. So, chairing Resources and Development Committee, the land surrender issue from Intech back to Nina Hanza chapter. I've really taken this particular initiative to heart since there was a lot of testimonies on behalf of leadership with the Nina Hanza chapter and even constituents. And right now, I know that one of your legal counsel, Ms. Quinn, is working on this particular assignment right now, but I know that there is a question of liability. And if we could, somehow work together with Resources and Development Committee along with the Nina Hanza chapter to initiate and actually just close out this project, and what, could we best, how could we best remedy or rectify this issue would be the question. And I would really like, your assistance to get together with your team, legal counsel team, and see what can be done here, because I understand that this has been in the talking stages with 24th Council RDC as well. So I just want, to put an end to this and just really give that land back to the community there. The next one is, and this is probably going under the chapter unit question in regards to chapters. I know that in some of these communities that we do have private property or even fee land and whatnot. And in particular, St. Michael's community right across this road, as a matter of fact, as you get out the intersection, there's this old subdivision. I don't know how this subdivision was developed, decades ago, but the constituents there have census numbers, and also they're registered voters of the local chapter. But apparently the chapter officials have been telling the what they call the St. Michael's Neighborhood Committee that they can't assist them because they're sitting on private property. And this is where, the cross commission comes back into play, because number one, I know that there's a lot of criminal activity in that subdivision. There is evidence of contacts that have been made with public safety to address a lot of the issues, and then also to even try to better the road system or even get lighting in those streets. But the chapter is indicating that they are resided on private property. So I really would recommend in some way to really start exercising. How can we make this cross commission a little bit more aggressive, to the point where either the county or the Navajo Nation Police, or I know we can't really do state, but I know that they come in and out through this area, but how can we make this a little bit more stronger position? Because again, we know that there's limited law enforcement throughout the Navajo Nation, pretty much just spread really thin with a massive land base that they have to deal with. I really think that's something that we really need to look at and exercising with the 3 tri-state counties, and getting some stronger cross-commission agreement in place, so that we could at least have law enforcement when, a lot of these communities need it. And it's really unfortunate that a high percentage of the time that a lot of our constituents, when they call for law enforcement for whatever reason, when they dial 911, it's either that it's a 1-hour turnaround time to get a response, or it's never a show up for anyone from the Public Safety Division. So this is one area that we really need, because again, we do really have to look out for community safety. So those are just the 2 areas that I wanted to address. Madam Speaker, I reserve my time.
Reserve time of 15 seconds. Ado kodo do tla na dol kido. Kodo shin reserve time bana doljish. We have reserved time for Honorable Norman Begay of 2 minutes and 36 seconds. Waves. Honorable Speaker So with 1 minute and 5 seconds. And we also have Honorable Chair Vince James with 12 seconds. Oh, no. First, on the Speaker So, 1 minute and 5 seconds. No, we don't see him in the chambers. We'll go next to reserve time of Honorable Vince James of 12 seconds.
Speaker, I'm ready to vote. I waive the rest of my time. Thank you.
Honorable Vince James waives his time of 12 seconds. We'll go back to the sponsors, Honorable Johnson and Honorable Orviso. Ms. Branch, for your questions that was raised by Honorable Chair Jesus.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I'm going to go ahead and defer the questions to Madam AG.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chairman and Honorable Chair Jesus. Let's sit down, you, me, and April, and let's talk about this. I think you understand the issues, but I don't think we've talked enough about the solutions. And so let's talk about what those options are. That may require bringing in InTech as well to be part of that conversation so that you feel comfortable with the path forward. But I agree, one of the things that I dislike the most is issues that have been here for more than one term of council or president. So let's get those issues resolved. The people deserve that. The community deserves that. And there is a solution. So let's decide on what that path forward is, and let's just start moving in that direction. So yeah. And then in terms of the issues with the St. Michael's subdivision, that too, let's sit down with Chief of Police or DPS Director, maybe both of them, and talk about what the issues are and how we can resolve those. I fully support, exercise of Navajo sovereignty everywhere within our jurisdiction, our boundaries, regardless of the status of the land. Those are Navajo people. We want to make sure that this is the Navajo community. Let's make sure that their needs are being met. So, go ahead.
Oh, good afternoon, colleagues. I did not know that you pressed your own button up here when you're out down there on the floor. You wait for somebody to press your own button. But good afternoon, colleagues. I will continue chairing for a little while Speaker takes a quick break. So thank you to our sponsor, Mr. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, and our co-sponsor for providing the response to Chair Brenda Jesus. Colleagues, it appears that we have a request to speak from Chair Eugenio Charles Newton. Chair Eugenio Charles Newton.
Speaker, can you hear me?
Good afternoon, Chair Eugenio Charles Newton. This is Chair Parrish. Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you so much, Chair Parrish, and then thank you, Delegate Johnson, for sponsoring this legislation. Like Mr. Toltz, I've been getting a lot of emails and text messages about concerns regarding confirmation, and I'm also getting concerns from farmers from the Shiprock up along the San Juan River about confirmation at this point. And then I guess in terms of the employees, there are a lot of good employees, as was stated by Delegate Rick Naz. And I know that there was a high turnover, I believe, of attorneys that left when you were AG, and then attorneys are starting to leave again. We already know that replacing or actually filling positions is difficult to do. And then we know that, with attorneys, it's a little bit more difficult to do. So I want to know, how you plan to address that so that we're not losing any more attorneys. Number two is I was reading through the comments, and I believe that there was a comment by Mr. Rizzo. Can you address that? I believe it's attached to the legislation. And then my third question is, in terms of working with counsel, I know that there was some issues the first time you were AD working with counsel. I hope that we don't have that same issue. And I want your commitment now that you're going to work with counsel, and that you're going to understand that you have two bosses. You have the president, but you work at the pleasure of counsel. I believe there's two positions that work at the pleasure of counsel. That is the controller's office or controller, and then yourself. So if I can get that commitment from you that you'll work with counsel, I would appreciate that. I reserve my time.
3:01. 3 minutes, 1 second.
Thank you, Chair Eugenia Charles Newton. Your reserve time is 3 minutes and 1 second. Colleagues, do we have any other requests to speak from the floor? I don't see none. Before we go back to our sponsor, I'm going to call on Speaker Otto So with reserve time of 1 minute and 5 seconds. Speaker So.
Thank you. Madam Attorney General, really like to just indicate that confirmation, during confirmation time is different. Usually go through the working with individuals and if each other scenario comes through. But when when the dust settles, it's a whole different ball game. And I really hope that you do, we all, not you, we all work together on the initiatives. And like I said, I still have concerns. And that's just my thought, because this is a vote that's going to happen on behalf of my constituency. And I really hold that dearly. And, but I'm still in the thinking process, and whether to vote and support the legislation or not. So.
Thank you, Speaker So. Next, we have, with reserve time of 15 seconds, Chair Brenda Jesus.
I'm going to go ahead and waive my time, Pro Temp, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Chair Brenda Jesus. At this time, I'm going to turn the floor back over to our sponsor and co-sponsor and agent.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem Speaker Parrish. I'll go ahead and defer to Madam AG to respond to Chair Eugenia Charles Newton. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chairman. And thank you, Honorable Chair, for your questions. In terms of the employees, at any given time at the Department of Justice in the last 8 years, there is always a certain amount of turnover. It's a difficult environment to work in for folks if they have to relocate to come here. I lost some attorneys because inadequate housing. They were living with in-laws, and that didn't always last for more than a year or two, especially for young families, growing families. And so that is one of the impediments, is the lack of housing for my attorneys. And I know that's something that impacts every department, division, program, even Office of Legislative Counsel, and the employees of the legislative branch as well. So there's a certain amount of turnover that is to be expected. But when I was Attorney General previously, getting fully staffed was a tremendous priority for me, because I know that, if we're filling that vacant position, that's papers that are moving, that's work that's being done. And so we did our very best to fill those positions as much as possible, and we were very successful in filling a number of positions. But there is a certain amount of vacancy that unfortunately is difficult to budge. And there has been some movement of attorneys. Whenever there's change in leadership, the employees have a certain level of anxiety, not knowing what is around the corner. Some of the folks at the department are new to me, and so we're still getting to know each other. And so some people just leave without giving an opportunity to build new relationships, or it's the natural attrition, and so they've suffered through inadequate housing long enough, and they're ready to leave. This is a natural breaking point for them. But certainly it is a huge priority of mine to improve the morale. I think the pandemic has done a lot to impact employee morale at the Department of Justice. There's a lot of isolation, and so I'm trying to bring our team together and give them that sense of shared goals, shared mission, and re-inspire them as to why they're in that position, which is to improve the lives of the Navajo people and to strengthen our government, allow our government to function more efficiently, more effectively, to bring to life the vision that you all have for our people, and to do that as quickly as possible, and to build out the boundaries of Navajo sovereignty and to strengthen our base of sovereign authority. So that is something that I am committed to, and we are working on actively. So I thank you for raising that issue. It's a challenge that I take on full force. That's something that's very easily measured, is how many employees you have. And so we are measuring that. I took the measurement from the day I came in, where we started out with 34 vacancies. So that is extremely high. That is extremely high. And we have had a few folks leave recently. It's not very many. And so I'm not too concerned about that, though if somebody is thinking of leaving, we do try to work with them to see why they're leaving and to see if there's something we can change to keep them with us. So that is happening, and we are also actively recruiting. So we hope to increase our numbers and, of course, retain folks for as long as possible, because we put a lot of time and effort into training people. And one of the strongest assets a DOJ attorney can have is institutional knowledge. And you only get that by working here for a number of years. This is high priority for me, so I thank you for that. In terms of the comment by Mr. Russo, first of all, Mr. Russo did get some facts incorrect. I was not a partner at that law firm. Previously, I was an associate. And additionally, Mr. Russo says his comment is not personal. Mr. Russo works for O'Neill. You guys heard we're suing O'Neill, and that was because of me. And Mr. Russo didn't have any oversight, and he allowed O'Neill to spend money that should have been coming to Navajo relocatees, but it wasn't, and that was under his watch. Mr. Russo was also the president of the Navajo Bar Association when I was Attorney General previously. And I was working very hard with the Bar Association to try to ensure that we were lowering the barriers to entry for Navajo prosecutors. And that was not something that he agreed with. And so there was some conflict with Mr. Russo in that respect. And the entire bar membership was able to observe that in a very unfortunate incident. That is not an impersonal comment that Mr. Russo has made. But in terms of the procurement of Kanji and Katzen as outside counsel, that was something that I delegated to my deputy and was not part of the interviews or the process to procure them. So in terms of working with the council, and understanding that there were some issues. I too hope that we don't have those issues going forward, and I absolutely commit to working with council. That is a very important part of my job, and I do serve at the pleasure of council, and so I want to make you all successful in the next 4 years, try to do as much as we can together. And of course, the Department of Justice is very important to the overall functioning of our government and everybody's ability as the Navajo Nation government to get things done for the Navajo people. So, Hiahat, thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Johnson, Honorable Orviso, Ms. Branch. Honorable Chair Parrish for helping pro temp for a few minutes. At the reserved time, Honorable Chair Charles Newton with 3 minutes and 1 second.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Madam AG, for answering the questions and being as truthful, I guess, as we all can be. I appreciate you coming back and serving the Navajo people and the Navajo Nation. I'm going to say this with sincerity, with hope, with positive thoughts. I really, really hope that we can work together to make changes, much needed changes in our laws that have to be made. As you know, we have our civil procedure, our criminal procedure that needs to be addressed, as well as Title 17 and our Achinapepe Hazani Act that needs to be updated. So I look forward to working with you. And if I can get your commitment, to get these procedures and these laws changed, then you have my commitment to work with you and alongside you. And so I look forward to the next 3 years and a few months that we have left. But at this time, Speaker, I'm going to go ahead and waive the rest of my time. Thank you.
Honorable Charles Newton waives her time. Do Koigi Bijit Nabakat for questions or comments. Second call. Third call. I don't see none. Honorable colleagues will go to a vote for legislation 0049-23.
Lamardo Azaret. Lamardo Azaret. Lamardo Azaret votes red. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable George Toth. Honorable George Toth. Honorable George Toth did not vote. Going back up, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable George Toth. Honorable George Toth. Honorable George Toth did not vote. Honorable Amber Kines Bakrati is excused. Honorable Seth Damon is excused. Madam Speaker, with a vote of 17 in favor, 3 opposed, Madam Speaker not voting.
Okay, staff. We do have a vote of 17 in favor, 3 opposed, and Speaker not voting. Congratulations, Ms. Branch. Honorable Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, members of the Council. Good afternoon. Madam Speaker, you know, we're trying to get legislation. I believe it was, my apology here, I had here. We're trying to get legislation number 005823. We were trying to untable it this morning, and we ran into some problems in trying to untable this legislation in reference to some confusion on what was directed during when it was tabled. So one of the recommendations was to do another legislation to do as an emergency. As you know, this legislation is pertaining to trying to get a modular office building in Crown Point, so certain departmental offices can operate in a safe building. So I'd like to make a motion to add an item to the agenda. It's legislation 0081-23. It's sponsored by Honorable Delegate Stephen Arvizo, and is an action relating to emergency for the Navajo Nation Council, approving $3,879,180 from the citizen funds for a new Navajo Nation modular office building in Crown Point, approving the related expenditure plan. I make that motion to add this to the agenda, Madam Chair. Madam Speaker, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Simpson. We did put that amended language on the board. It does read motion to amend the agenda and add emergency legislation 0081-23. Colleagues, it will require a 2/3 vote of the council. Do we have a second? Second by Honorable Parrish. We do have a question by Honorable Chair Vince James.
Yes, and Speaker, Ado Kodo Belke no Aji, do Shal Kahatsi, members of the council, had Egida had late Nahagada Ilese Adoba Lugo E Kohot in Hatni Nahagada Zeltana Kotol Ni. But Anta Nane Taha no da Bayatile. Ola what an hiltes what a call. Hajodi Sakodo agenda be lansi linki. Altsabe be hatidika. Adequi Jeshi a what ata baka ko. Adonana dik at Kodok o quit on do yashhoda. O at you go by Yeltio Adoti legislation dust so he. Adequi Jeshi what anal sauce. Nasto red the not sauce paper and the different colors going hit ni. Ako deal saban dit in the Kodobe lansi linki altsa. Adon da ad a kid the Kodat ehigi hahilt ehon Nahayat etoli. Adon although as delegates were able to request for a special session. Do ag ade ya spring session a leto do ag ade ya council session ne dashanat no lini a kodat aho adula ebel khan si case o yat ko dik ade quishin at the ketas so aton the bata wil ji so di kwagi kot ana hiti ne ako Ashon ha na lo den kwagi kot anan hit na do ne ko na di ni do ben nan hit the kid ko o hot ba hadis do motioning party no thenigi ilsa with what has been brought before us since Monday and days before that, making it known to the public. Let's get through that and then we can get to these kind of items. So we're not interrupting our current agenda that was actually posted prior to Monday and which we've had all week long. Ashon, they're not all just not Ash. Honorable Simpson, Ado Undat, Honorable Parrish. Hola Ada, she's on the Honorable Norman Begange, Yaltio, kindly requesting to withdraw this and let's go through our original agenda first, and then when we get to the last item, once we're done with the last legislation, we can decide to do these kind of amendments to the agenda. Just kindly, respectfully, requesting. I know every legislations are important, every legislation are a priority, but with the respect of our Navajo people and what we've had before us as the agenda throughout the week as our original spring session agenda, let's conclude those legislations first, and then we're still obligated to do a spring session, another council session somewhere down the road. So Speaker, reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve time of 1 minute. Honorable colleagues, there's a request on the floor. We'll go back to the motioning party. Honorable Simpson.
Madam Speaker, members of the 25th Council, Honorable Delegate Vince James need each kitty do no can't nigo jo she I say basis you can let it nigo aro the he needs on a nigo da basis do kone that's how I was taught you. When you give your word, you keep your word. I could do that. Well, you tell but you see on a table got do that. So hopefully the staff are listening. This legislation that was tabled, that's similar to this mercy legislation, I want to make sure that when it was tabled, there was a directive that was given by Honorable Delegate Ricky Nez I want that recording to be heard by the staff, because it was directed that once we acquire all the documents, that this nation can come back to the floor during the spring session. So with that, we're going to stick with that directive by Honorable Delegate Ricky Nez, what was stated during that table of motion. So we want that recording. So with that, I'm going to honor Honorable Delegate Ms. James' request. If it doesn't happen, we're going to attempt again to try to add this to the agenda. This is our respect for Honorable Delegate Ms. James' request. So I'm going to go ahead and withdraw my motion, Madam Speaker. So it's our respect. If not, we don't get those recordings, because I know that can be put back on the table, put back on the floor. So it's Madam Speaker.
Honorable Parrish, do you concur? Honorable Parrish concurs, withdraws her second. All right, thank you, Honorable Simpson. We'll get that with you within 30 minutes. We do have our IT put in it on a file for you, and we'll send that out to the council. Thank you, honorable colleagues. We're going back to our agenda. We are on item W, legislation 0054-23. We do have the prime sponsor here, Honorable Speaker So, co-sponsored by Honorable Seth Damon. Staff, Ms. Cook, could you help us read the legislation to the record?
Legislation 0054-23, an action relating to law and order and Navajo Committee and the Navajo Nation Council, amending 2 NNC Section 852 to increase the Navajo Hopi Land Commission membership to add representation for the Chilchimbito community. Sponsor, Honorable Otto So, co-sponsor, Honorable Seth Damon, co-sponsor, Honorable Shandine Parrish. This legislation went before the Law and Order Committee and the Navajo committees with a due pass with no amendments. This legislation is going before the Navajo Nation Council, and per Navajo Nation Council Rule of Order 9, this legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Madam Speaker.
Yeah, staff, we do have a motion by Honorable Told. We have a second by Honorable Orviso. Well, we have any questions or comments on this legislation, colleagues? We do have one on the floor. We'll give Speaker So 20 minutes.
Yeah, members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. This particular legislation has been introduced to address a certain concern pertaining to the Navajo Hopi Land Commission. Today, the Navajo Hopi Land Commission has a responsibility to ensure that the Navajo Hopi Land Settlement Act, the Public Law 93-531, it was a court hearing. Out of that court hearing, the judge has ordered relocation to happen, to move families off of lands that were identified as Hopi partition land. Families that lived in there to be relocated off those lands. There was lands such as Navajo partition land that was identified within the 1882 executive order. Within the Navajo Hopi Navajo Hopi partition land, the MPL iki the neban that is ango tanas nilibitin that has be gonna das pertaining to the code that addresses the Title II, subchapter 11, or 11, Article 1, and that's the establishment of the Navajo Hopi Land Commission. Akoko bi gonna ya teda ilya 1989, December 15, Navajo Hopi Land Commission, executive branch years ago, it used to be under the legislative branch, so, or placed within the legislative branch. So the oversight is the legislative branch at this time. But right now, what we're trying to do is the community of Chilchibito, they are part of the Navajo Hopi partition land. Navajo partition land. There's Navajo partition land. The Navajo citizens that live in that area, they're directly impacted by the Navajo Hopi Land Settlement Act. Right now, we don't have anybody speaking on their behalf at the Navajo Hopi Land Commission. The current scenario, we have Honorable Daniels that represents Shanto chapter. We have Honorable Helena Nesbike, who represents Tonolia chapter, Kaibato. Adon da a copper chi lopihi out. Ado gap. Adon da nabalachet, myself, Delegate Otto So, a Tuba City chapter. Adon da a wachet nan a Honorable KCB Gay, chapters of Cameron, chapters of Coal Mine, Loop, Tonani Lake, Bird Springs. Adon da a wachet nan a Honorable Cheryl Yazi, a Delicon, Tisto. Adon da Indian Wells, Ajbanhas, they represent these communities. Nabalachet, Honorable James represents Jedito, the community of Jedito. Adon da Nabalachet, Nana Honorable Jermaine Simonson represents the community of Whippoorwill, Pinion, the community of Black Mesa, Adon da Hard Rock, Forest Lake. Those areas are indirectly, those chapters are indirectly impacted by the Navajo Hopi Land Settlement Act, whether it's an MPL or Bennett Freeze and Nahatatzil. Nahatatzil, that land was purchased by the nation and put into trust utilizing the Navajo Hopi Land Settlement Act. Hopi partition land has nani this particular legislation, what we are doing is allowing the voice of the community of Chilchibito, MPL bihi ahgi ad bazaditsa. The last council and the council before, we were all juggling these that community to try to provide that representation at the Navajo Hopi Land Commission. And in the policy, it identifies chapters. It identified Twananestiza. It identified Nahat Adon the Teen, White Cone. Adon da you watch it Nana Yadi Copper Mine, I be Tone, by the way, Gap, Shanto, Jedito, Cameron, Coal Mine, Loop, Tonani Lake, Hard Rock, Forest Lake, Pinion, Black Mesa, Whippoorwill, and Hachi Blue Gap. What apitas ako yi kunnet neke. That's what the Navajo Hopi Land Commission represents. We are adding the chapter of Chilchibito. Chilchibito is a community that is indirectly impacted by the Navajo Hopi Land Settlement Act. Kunnet bihi the nayi kehet. With this, the last Navajo Hopi Land Commission, we were going to move forth with adding in Honorable Brown at that time, but let's just wait until the next council. Alcohol, Ebony, na ade Bishmas, unliniki, ade yayalkidoli, ade within the Navajo Hopi Land Commission. Alcohol, Ebony, na, Coco Dibe has ani a nilsos. Alcohol, Bishmas, ya, in Title 2, subsection 852, Chapter 3. Subsection 11, Article 1. So the duties of the Navajo Hopi Land Commission. To monitor, to collect, and update information on any and all land dispute, conflict between the Navajo Nation, the Hopi tribe, and any claims to the land, to the area described in the Act of June 14, 1934. That communication is still ongoing. We have families that are indirectly impacted by the accommodation agreement. There are Navajo families that still reside on Hopi partition land today. They're on a 75-year lease. Add on that we have Navajo families that are living in NPL. There's other issues such as grazing issues in those areas because those families in NPL, their grazing permits were canceled October 13, 1973 by the federal government before the Settlement Act was actually settled. But large grazing permit, but it's not canceled. She has family. She has the Honorable Parish has constituents who has grazing permits that are directly impacted to this. Ebony na. Ade Bishmas, ade not ani, ade yayalkidoli. Hala ade yakunzen. Ade the neket, any shohedi yadi quaket, any babbage nahot. Nikodosha not ani, there's ain't do listen. Dot I see yego ade nahot eat over spahazeta. Ebony ye 18 hinant, Honorable Shandin Parish a busy a bit so the Tatnas and the Anja bit so they are directly impacted by the Navajo Hopi Land Settlement Act. A big echo hoto a yan date niya. I don't the non-nation high scene atika. There's still litigations that we are still talking with the federal government with. There's still actions that we are trying to amend the Navajo Hopi Land Settlement Act, so that we can request Congress to change these policies, because this policy has been put in place and it's only indirectly impacting one generation. There's issues pertaining to finances, pertaining to the second generation. The lease revenues that we are generating off of Twin Arrows, those lease revenues goes into this fund, and it only benefits the relocated Chenaniki. Le nasty the natch at the has naniki so became the hastido. Bears okojanot inloli. Okay, we want to try to continue the advocacy to amend those policies so that we can get those dollars to indirectly benefit the second generation, the third generation of relocatees. Bada alchinigi, hala itahaz nanigi, ya beso pedet behezani ekoko. According to the statute, to benefit the relocatee. Alchini itahaz nanigi, there is this dependent. So if a person relocated out and there was 3 kids, they got maybe 2 bedrooms extra to the house. Ako eben na ko hot has ako ade chilchibi toje neket inigi hot baban si kisto the Navajo Hopi Land Commission hot aban si kisto Madam Speaker so hot yayan sakis khala so ade the ne so bazad ille ade khish so yayalki dole ako eben ya kodo ya kodo behaz ani tate nilso adon da kodo to ha shit to jon da to ije bidot so it eda da beninani gi hollodo teneket ingi ad si pa to benefit those people that live there to make sure that their voice is heard at the Navajo Hopi Land Commission. And to give some time to my agent here to reflect on her community there in Chibito.
Speaker So Adel Yat Nana 25th Navajo Nation Council. Good evening, everyone, and hello to everyone online. Thank you, Speaker So, for being the prime sponsor on this legislation, and also thank you to our co-sponsor, Speaker Seth Damon, for also signing on to this legislation. Colleagues, thank you for listening this afternoon or this evening on the impacts of the settlements and the history behind the Navajo Hopi Land Commission. Over the summer and ever since I was a little girl, many people from my communities of Kayenta and Chilchimbito and even the younger generation that I grew up with in school would talk about how they raised their livestock during, they would migrate the livestock up and down the mesa. And if you've ever been to our communities, you'll know that in Chilchimbito and Kayenta that there's what we call Black Mesa in our community, so it's a diverse landscape. And in the community of Chilchimbito in particular, they are very proud of their livelihoods and how they've raised sheep and cattle. And over this past summer in particular, many families came to me as I was spending time in the community and expressed the need for a voice for Chilchimbito on the Navajo Hopi Land Commission. And as Speaker So had mentioned, that this is an ongoing conversation that's been happening since his tenure. And I'm sure Speaker So has, he has been an advocate for our people in this respect for many years. So this is a conversation that has been ongoing, but yet still needs representation for the community of Chilchimbito. And if you've ever also been to Chilchimbito, you'll know that it is the home of the world's largest rug. When we were inaugurated, the rug behind us, that was the rug that came from our community. And so in the community of Chilchimbito, although it's it's one of the smaller communities on the Navajo Nation, there's much rich culture and history and the way that we are raised in our culture, that is still very prevalent and alive in our community there. And so today, colleagues, I just want to take the time to advocate for their voice to be a part of the commission so that we can make sure that their grazing permits and that the way of life that we have sustained for many years continues. I know that this issue is much older than I am, but I'm willing to take on the responsibility of continuing the conversation for our community members. And again, thank you to Speaker So, because I think one of the conversations when we had earlier on is about the workload of the commission itself, and so that there is, the regardless if it's myself, our former council delegate Brown had also wanted to be the voice as well, and so allowing the delegate from District 8 to work with the community directly. They're from the community. That's where they grew up, and it allows the voices directly from the community to be heard on the commission. So this evening, I just want to say hello and to the community members from Chilchimbito who are listening this evening, and I thank you for your time. Thank you, Speaker So.
Okay, the addition of is this adding a member to the Navajo Hopi Land Commission, making sure that the voice of the community of Chilchimbito is heard within the commission. Like I indicated, why not have the person that represents that chapter here to this body, to the Navajo Nation Council, be the person to represent their community? We're not trying to change any other policy and procedures and things like that. We're just adding a member to the commission.
Yeah, Kodoshija, Speaker So, Doshadeja, Honorable Shawndeen Parrish. We do have questions in the queue for comments. Kodo, Honorable Riquinez.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Curley, honorable members of the 25th Council, Honorable Shichui, Honorable So. Tsiridonan Agoben Hilhuinla. Erinig Rodasatagi, Shiteji as a beadle, Salone, Lato, Handinan, Kado, Les Arge. Chuyat Ethel, that's good. Chilchimbito, Quichach Ishido, Todnesh, has Agi. The RDC back on the 24th Council, but I'm glad you're doing this. I'm going to vote green, and I don't think there's a whole lot of talking that needs to go on this. We could just go directly to voting on this, but I see there's a list up there, so I'm not going to stop them from exercising their freedom of speech. So I would like to just waive the rest of my time, and I support this legislation. It's really simple, so because I need to get home too myself. As soon as I vote green, I'm going to head home. Thank you.
Honorable Nez. Next in queue, we have Vice Chair Yazzie.
Good evening again, everybody. Those that are still here in the room, our staff. I know we're getting tired, but it's been a good week. I think it's been a good week because you're teaching me a whole lot about, our needs of the people and how everyone is willing to work together to make sure that we make all of these things possible. Now, I do agree with you that all of our voices need to be heard, especially those that were impacted by the Navajo Hopi land dispute. Are you opposed to hearing the voices of all the chapters that are affected by this legislation? Have they been made aware of it? So I'm still working on my relationships with my chapters, and I need more time to ask what they think about how this will impact them. Would it be possible to table this legislation and move it into our first commission meeting? Let's discuss it there and then bring it to our constituents' attention to hear what we are trying to do. Yes, it seems simple, but I know also what I'm learning is what we do is not simple. It impacts many people, and I want to make sure I'm hearing and being fair to everybody. So I do want to hear all the voices that, that this legislation will impact. I reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve time of 3:29. Honorable Yazzie. Ado kune shiyaj bana asto. Honorable Daniels.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. Kudo, Adonana Kudo, Zono Begit Lahazna Kudo. Really appreciate the presentation that was made by Delegate Otto So. Honorable Parish, Fair Parish, I totally agree with my older brother here, Honorable Nance. I know that I'm on the Navajo Hopi Land Commission as well, representing Shanto. It's over here on the MPL, Navajo Partition Land. Eben na ajita sata. So dito ahote Naveta Chilchimito goes into NPL. So we need a representative from Chilchimito, 88 IC Pado. Hayashkit was Haja Yahanata or less to be part of the Navajo Hopi Land Commission. So that Nego Stokado. So Kado is an Alphobi Atelia. Arunana Kado is not going to change any laws. Kado that delegate also Nenegate. This is just an add-on to Navajo Hopi Land Commission. So that Naha Kaniki. So idiot or Apahan Vito. I support this legislation. I mean this is the good over and so I don't want to prolong the time here, but I support this and I waive the rest of my time. Thank you.
Yeah, Shiyaj, Honorable Daniels waives his time. Ado kune banas so igi Shiyaj, Honorable Yanito.
Yat Ekodo legislation present Othagi, Otto, and Parish Najona. I need Toba Odins, with this whole conflict here. Later Otis Ando Atkashogaho, Oti Jonai Jinzla, Belchaton Netligi. But I guess it's a big issue once you start hearing a lot of conflicts with our deeds at Nahalo Bansas case. Yeah. Did you guys select Jermaine Simonson? Because she represents the heart of that Hopi in Bansas case. Yeah, Quag. Jodat, and someone that's from that area that has a lot of knowledge about these kind of conflicts. That's Jermaine Simonson. You guys can consider that. Reserve my time.
Reserve time of 3:43. Ado kune Shiyaj bana asto. Honorable Chair Vince James.
Kadan, Speaker, thank you very much for the time. Other presenters, Shanale, Dod, Honorable Parish, Doshet Kahashni, the 25th, Do Isanot Aigi, Yat A, Shikodo, Bahnadish Kido Lehigi, what number of individuals that are impacted of the now Hopi land dispute are within Chilchimbito chapter? What number are we looking at? What number do you have before us to provide us that information? And I think this corresponds back to Honorable Yazi's question that we need to have the detailed information, and maybe it is appropriate to maybe try and see if we can get some supporting resolution from the chapters, and then a supporting resolution from the current Navajo Hopi Land Commission as well. That would be an exhibit to this legislation. But again, my question is pertaining to the numbers of individuals that were affected by the Navajo Hopi land dispute. How many are in Chilchimbito? Reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve time of 3:44. So we'll just go over to Speaker So.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and just go in order pertaining to how the questions were presented. I don't thank you very much, Chairman Ness, for the support. And yes, those families actually came to RDC on the last council requesting that their interests to be heard in yanda oka ko ani tlaho ko be daso aja adon da aja lo da shin tsago lo ozeke ya badet akoko epe koko nal koko they are directly impacted, that community. Hala lady before the council was reduced, there was about 18-member commission. Each chapter had a representation there that were directly impacted by the Navajo Hopi Land Settlement Act. Aro peshma sa anbo ohna aliado adi hoshten nat akoko these are just some of the little areas that at the time when when the council was reduced, some of the little things that were overlooked. Chilchibito has been part of the Navajo Hopi Land Commission. But when the 88 to 24 happened, Title 2, the whole code. I believe it took about almost a year to revamp the code to make those adjustments from 88 to 24. So these are just those little areas at the time that they have overlooked. Indirectly, in 2017, a community was overlooked, and we that was the community of Tachi in Blue Gap. Blue Gap is iso bihi ande. We had to the audit khana al tahobanna audit bishmas an ita yan khan jataho honorable K. Allen Bikay he became the representative, the voice of his community from Tachi Blue Gap area. And today, our colleague that represents that community is Madam Speaker. So we are just trying to make sure that the voices are heard for those peoples that are indirectly impacted. to go back to the chapters that were directly impacted, or to get the chapters input. I guess that's Honorable Yazi. That will be up to you. But let's say if Tisto wasn't on here, and your Tisto community members wanted to be part, their voices to be heard, what would you do? I wouldn't deny the voices of those individuals that directly impacted to be heard through their delegate at the commission. I don't the tabling process, it's within council's authority. In Hinhasala, every council delegate here has the authority, has the will to table a legislation. If you don't agree with it, just vote red. If you agree with it, vote green. But again, it will not impact the chapters. Right now, what we're trying to address is those community members that live there, that their voice is not heard at the commission. Because right now, there's on the 24th council, there was monies that was going into one trust fund account that had two policies governing it. One policy governing it, but the Navajo Hopi land dispute or the public law identified two funding sources. You have the Navajo Rehabilitation Trust Fund that was established to actually benefit certain individuals, a listing. And then you had, that was tied to the New Mexico settlement portion of it. You have the Arizona portion of it, which was generating revenue, but was going into that one pot. So we had two sources of monies coming into one pot, and with different beneficiaries. So we had to go back and fix that. In return, as we came back and fixed that, the relocated trust fund came into the picture, which addressed the New Mexico portion of the settlement funding and the Arizona portion of the settlement. And so each of these impacts people living in NPL. Each of them will impact people that were relocated, people that were directly impacted by the Bennett freeze, people that were indirectly, that relocated off the reservation, like into communities of Flagstaff, Albuquerque, Farmington, Durango, some of these people that relocated off, they were from chapters such as Chibito. They were from chapters like Hard Rock, chapters from Pinion, from Blue Gap. The 1882 executive order, we lost about 1.9 million acres of land in this decision. It impacted a lot of Navajo families. Even non-legal, each and every delegate, you have a relocatee living in your community because they chose to live there. And the reason is the leasing ability and infrastructure, water, electricity. MPL, there is a moratorium of infrastructure. The same moratorium that was in place on the former Bennett freeze. Infrastructure, housing development, leasing, economic development. That's why you have relocatees living in your community. They're your constituents. today. In this case, this particular legislation, the community of Chilchibito, Babeban Sikis, do Bazat Adits at Dolly, do Tah Bazat Odits at the Dolly Ad, a thought Hatnego go so best. Eben na go Shenash ego go Ha ila dan, Hait ego Arulayan Sakis. Tatnas Nilishbidet it, Daka. The net in Naniki, the ne be Kodo or Zedo Kis Ani Yelch in Antehi, but Ade it a Kade Yado Kaya Baradet, and a bib bidet it. Tatnas Nilito bidet it. It's not the Navajo Nation government's responsibility. Right now, we are saying that it's council's responsibility to make sure that that voice from Chilchibito is heard. Na hote even na kodo di behs ani pe ben niya. Di de so Honorable Daniels di de so here. And then I really commend you, Honorable Daniels. You've been representing, you've been talking with Honorable Nathaniel Brown on behalf of Chilchibito for 8 years. Ajan nizadit eko kadnda bekehol jishanan did adit not ani adit na lahi binjet bido zohiben ye kodo yapin ye behas ani niltos. Ado kodo nant shinale Honorable Yanito. Honorable Jermaine Simonson, she's a member to the commission. So the Public Law 93-531, as of today, there is Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson, who is a member. Also, Honorable Vince James, who represents Jedito Island, and or Jedito Aj. Ado you have Honorable Cheryl Yazi, who represents Tisto White Cone area. E Aj bihi ahiki. Ado Nabalache Kodonana Honorable Jermaine Simonson Pinion Whipperwell Hard Rock Ado Tatent so the Snitzel Sage so Ado what the Jean Card I don't you watch it. None Honorable Speaker Crystal Curley. So she's a member. Honorable Daniels. So the Honorable Helena Nesby Gay. Ado myself as in the commission. Today the commission is a 9-member commission. What ego nan shigi bide nil nisho. Yunan shot and Abik Aho Bahashna. I don't the Honorable James, the number pertaining to population, I really don't know what the indirect population number is that's directly impacted by MPL and in that vicinity, but there's people that live that is directly impacted. And then there's people that relocated into that community as relocatees. Just trying to get the community members that are directly impacted by the Navajo Hopi Land Settlement Act to be heard. It's always adding when they talk about the 1882 executive order in Bennett Freeze, it's one. Because at the time the interest was the 1882 executive order in the 1934 area. But they just have different names to identify different portion of how lands are indirectly impacted. But within the 1882 executive order, there is Hopi partition land. O Zekeya Badet Aniki through the courts. And then the other is Navajo partition land. The Nekeya Bandadet an Bandet Ango the Neshada the Tonke Eno Bandatist. Then that last piece of it is the District 6, the original Hopi reservation. There's 3 different land status within the 1882 executive order. Indirectly, Honorable Honorable Simonson, Honorable Casey Begay or Casey Johnson, Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie, and Honorable Parrish. Ado Saige Helena Nesbigay. You have Navajo citizens that reside on Hopi partition land today, which the Navajo citizen indirectly agreed to live under Hopi jurisdiction. So we have to make sure that those individuals' voices are heard. There's policies in place that sort of muzzles the Navajo Nation government at some point, because agreements that were agreed upon allowed agreement that the Hopi tribe, the federal government, and the AA signer to sign. The Navajo Nation don't have a voice. The Department of Justice hired an outside attorney to represent the AA signers. And that's what Honorable James always had concerns on pertaining to that, because he indirectly has constituents that trying to get service for roads. On the last council, Honorable Elmer Begay was trying to get electricity to one of his constituents who just lived about 200 feet from the nearest power line. But Hopi tribe just don't want to work with the nation to try to extend. They don't want to work with NTA to extend power to that family. It's very important that this commission has to move forth, and we have to make sure that the voices are heard. We're not trying to change major policies. The only way that change can happen indirectly to the policy is that if Congress changes the Public Law 93-531 Act, 8A, Congress, they have the authority to change that, and that will indirectly those people is going to impact them. But right now, to make sure that ONER continues with their mission, we continue to make sure that the federal government lives up to their responsibility, because we still have a litigation case that's in place, which Madam Attorney General spoke to. The litigation is a trust litigation. And that's our job, to make sure that the federal government is responsible for certain things that they have promised within the settlement. The Navajo Nation Council established the Navajo Hopi Land Commission. Many years ago, the land dispute would come to the council. 809 council delegate, and at that time, it took, the business took a long time, and that's when they said, we are going to establish the Navajo Hopi Land Dispute Committee. Commission yet. The dialogue and conversation took too long, so they established this body that is indirectly impacted by the Settlement Act. So it is what about station and what is what yeah.
Kia shaja speaker so koto sod behinzi ikito kodon kichahinzi them clarifying some of the questions and responses. Ado koto not the kidiki koto shiche. Honorable Toll.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do konasi tanenat ani. Do adische legislation also do yeah. The intention is good, yeah. I stand that. But remember, any decision, even though if it's our authority, yeah, we need to think about our people first. There's already on email that chapter is opposing. So my recommendation, I'm going to table this. What they need to do is you go back to that chapter and get their input. That will tell us that you're making a decision on behalf of your people. We have to watch ourselves. So you need to go back. If this is past my motion to table, if it's passed, then we'll give you instruction to go back and consult with your community. Ate ata nido, or we agree to it, what your plans are, then hot the nebasnanish. Just see hot answers, kiss hot. If we're going to do that behind their back, then so we have to go back to our community. That's number one. No matter what authority we have, we need to tell our people. You're going to have to strategize with them. So I'm going to table a motion to table with it before spring session, or we have, summer session, or we have special session. So you have enough time to go back and tell your people that this is our intention. So, thank you.
Chiche does have a motion on the floor to table the legislation. We'll get that language on the board first before we go to a second. Shiche, Honorable Toth, Lake with the Baka, Shagwata. Shiche. We do have a second by Honorable Vice Chair Yazzie. Honorable colleagues, we do have a motion to table the legislation 0054-23 up to summer council session or the next special session, whichever comes first, to consult with the community of Chilchimbito. Point of order raised by Honorable Parrish.
Point of order is clarification for the email reference by Honorable George Tolth, because the community that was referenced in the email is not clear and the motion does not reflect that.
Honorable Parrish, can you refer to which email that you are referring to so we can all be on the same page?
I'm referring to the email that Mr. Honorable George Tolth referred to in his motion.
Kodoshiche, Honorable Tolth, there is a question raised by Honorable Parrish for that clarification on what you meant with the email reference. Kodoshiche. Point of order by Honorable Chair Vince James.
Speaker, I raise a point of order because Honorable Toth made a motion with what is written on the screen, and he agreed to it. And there's nowhere on the screen on what he agreed to it indicating anything regarding an email. So I think as Speaker, you need to go back to what we have on the screen. There's no reference on the screen regarding an email, nor a table was being made regardless based off an email. Speaker, that's my point of order. Thank you.
Honorable Vince James, that is correct. Honorable Tolth did consent to the motioning language here on the board. It does not reference an email on the motion. Honorable Tolth.
Okay, clarification on that. Effective the party and in Leniki I know this resolution came through from other chapter. Ako Sagishi jo reference it all Chair, I want to change my title to that. So that would be my clarification. Okay?
Kodoshiche, Honorable Tolth. To which document are you referencing? Are you modifying your motion to?
Excuse me. Yes, modify my motion to, hold on, please. This one.
To the community of Netatsil. Consult with Netatsil.
Neatatzil. Is that the right pronouncement?
Point of order raised by Speaker So.
I'm trying to figure out who the motioning party is now. I see two delegates trying to put affix the tabling motion wording. So, Madam Speaker, could you refer directly to Mr. Toth? So since he's holding the motion for the tabling motion. Yeah.
Kodoshiche, we do have your motion that was stated first on the board. And specifically, where are you requesting to modify your motion, or if there is if you are modifying it?
That's what I'm trying to do, Madam Speaker. I think a better word would be the community that are affected to this plan. That would be the proper. So Mr. So has the knowledge who the community is. So there's a resolution came from it's NDCG 2023-04054 that came through our email. So oppose it. Okay.
You did state communities. Specifically, to which communities are you asking for consultation from?
Jo community aje keda hat enigi after are affected. Vicky, I know there's some chapter that affected to that area. Jo aje Chinchibito and also around that area. Jo hashin sogo aje relocate al yage after ko ade lata no jota kodo motion table to modify my motion. Thank you.
Kwaikishiche, Nijunago be ehozano communities, the Bakat and June, so we know which communities that we are referencing to. That's within the Navajo Hopi Land Commission areas, or are we talking about the whole 110 chapters or Western Agency? Kwaikido, the behozan that you did just reference Chimbito and surrounding communities. That's it.
Oh, Elatishan surround, Madam Chair, surrounding community, Ajogi HA, effective of Navajo Land Commission, Aja members than Lenny, Joba the Hajor, Ko Ade, that any resolution can come, they agree to this. Ideya. So I don't know the area, but I know Kayanta, Tuba City, and around those area. Do Kayanta, Kwadeya. Asian Aja effective, okay? If not, we can vote it down or vote for it. Thank you.
Point of privilege, Honorable Vice Chair James.
The way I understand kodo the neck etchet the way I understand him is to consult with the Navajo Land Commission communities. That's what he's trying to say. So if I'm wrong, then say I'm wrong. Thank you.
Honorable James, Honorable Todd, Navajo Hopi Land Commission communities.
Oh, Madam Chair, what all after Snan or out of a cedar effective a Hopi Land Commission, the Quake that any after snow. Thank you.
Chichenana, Koting Kaya, Ashot Abaka. Goshi, Kodo second in party, Kodo Vice Chair Yazi, Shakwata. Second in party concurs. Now, are there any comments or questions to the motion? All right, no debate for that tabling motion. I believe it was in Rule 19. Was it Rule 19? Oh, Rule 19, tabling motion of the Navajo Nation Rules of Order states on letter C, the sponsor at his option may be given 3 minutes to express his or her reason not to table the legislation. No other further debate shall be allowed. Kodoshaja Speaker So, you would have 3 minutes.
Yeah, kodo did Janajin Ado. First of all, I'm just going to go ahead and just be directly and blunt. I urge the body to vote this tabling motion down. Reason is that the community Chilchibito Vizad Atidodi Tzada Ade. The resolution that's being referenced is not within the community of Chilchibito, do Adeta. But yes, Nahat Atzil is part of the Navajo Hopi Land Commission, impacted by the Navajo Hopi Land Settlement Act. But what's the difference? That chapter has been impacted, and this chapter is directly impacted. So with this extra consulting, you're just going to hold the voices of the community. You're going to listen to the chapter, or you're going to listen to the Navajo citizen who is directly impacted. If it were me, I'd rather listen to the Navajo citizen who is directly impacted. Washington, Kaya Ozay, Nights, Kachin Lego, Kadishing, Nakat, and Kaya Atani Tanle. Balchin Leonanda Ilchich, Kaya Dajoki. Even Nago, Yatita, stage, those monk Yana Rahajib, Nayana Rahi Bizarre, but it's at all even here. With that, I really urge you guys to vote this tabling motion down, The further we do this, we delay the voice of that community at the Navajo Hopi Land Commission. This is a tribal process that's in place, and this tribal process we are following. Eastern Land Commission what ego go ba la da si tlin di de dolil et men yazi na che bija khatotso di tanitzin. You know, this is the same thing. We're just trying to make sure that the voices of the Navajo people that were indirectly impacted by the Navajo Hopi Land Settlement Act, that their voices be heard, and today to allow Honorable Parrish to be that voice of her community.
Yeah, Speaker So, for stating your reason not to table the legislation. Colleagues, with that, we're going to a vote for the tabling motion. It will require a majority vote.
Lamardo Azaret. Lamardo Azaret votes green. Honorable Helena Nez-Begay. Honorable Helena Nez-Begay votes red. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Honorable Chair Charles Newton, yes, this is a legislation for 0054-23 to table.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Curtis Yanito. Honorable Curtis Yanito. Honorable Curtis Yanito did not vote. Once again, Honorable Curtis Yanito. Honorable Curtis Yanito. Honorable Curtis Yanito did not vote. Honorable Amber Canespa-Crotty is excused. Honorable Seth Damon is excused. Madam Speaker, with a vote of 3 in favor, 17 opposed, Madam Speaker not voting.
Thank you, staff. We do have a vote of 3 in favor, 17 opposed, and Speaker not voting on the tabling motion. So the motion fails to table. Our colleagues, with that, we're back on our main motion. Next in queue, we have Honorable Vice Chair Simonson.
Oh, that's a thank you, Speaker Curley. Can you hear me?
Vice Chair, we can hear you. You have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Shananda, Mr. So, and Honorable Shandim Parrish, also members of 25th Navajo Nation Council, the Navajo Khani. So I just want to add, a little bit of information to the reason that Chimpito needs that opportunity to be on the Navajo Hopi Land Commission. So several years back, I visited with a family at the base of, so they're in Chilchimbito, but they're right up against that mesa. And that mesa on top is Black Mesa. And so the family lived at the base, and we were talking, I was talking to him, and he mentioned that they used to live up on top too, on top of the mesa. And he said, so the Eshi and they went up and down. So of course the top of the mesa, they'd be up there for the summer, and then on the winter months they'd be at the bottom. And so so while they were busy, living their winter life, and they were getting ready to move back to the top. And when they got up there, they found that the whole place was bulldozed and that their hogan was gone. And I asked him, I said, did you guys say anything? Did you share this story with anybody? What did you do? And he said, well, nothing. We didn't know. We were just told that Peabody was coming into mine, and then that was it. And so those are untold stories. And there's probably not just him. There are probably many others. And so I think by allowing Miss Parrish to taking a seat at Navajo Hopi Land Commission, she can start to collect those stories. And of course, it's up to the community of Chilchimbito to voice those things, to talk and share those stories. And every one of these communities and Navajo Hopi that are part of Navajo Hopi Land Commission, there's the NPL, there's Nahat Utzi, there's Bennett Freeze, there's also second generation now. So I think this is something that we should really, take a look at. Maybe, if you're feeling, like you have a good enough case, I don't know, maybe you bring that you bring that up again, and you say, wait a minute, there are families that were moved that never received compensation or an opportunity, nor were they ever informed. So I think it's really important to allow Chilchimbito to tell their story, because they certainly had families that moved up and down on that mesa, and when summer months, they'd be living up on top of Black Mesa, and then the winter months they'd be living in Chilchimbito. But that's how they were rotating, and and so this is what we need to do. We need to, the way they travel was a place called Mesa Trail. And so we need to recognize that and give them the opportunity to share their story and it's going to be up to that community what they want to pursue and how how aggressive they want to be in their pursuit. So each of us has our own issues that we really need to address. Like ours is I guess all across the board is permits, and so so I think it's really important that we get Shandine onto Navajo Hopi Land Commission so we can start to collect data, and that's probably missing, but this certainly would be opportunity to do that. So I waive my time, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable Vice Chair Simonson. We have Chair Brenda Jesus.
Good evening, Madam Speaker Curley, Inda Adat legislation Koto Hitato Nolso Zigi, Chair Parrish, and also Honorable Aroso Heha. and then members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. I just have a really quick question in regards to the relocatees. I know that in St. Michael's, there are some folks that are living there in close proximity around Denny's area. Quishi families relocating to Padilla. So I'm just wondering how they fit into this matrix of the Navajo Hopi relocatee issue. So Ekwa not the Desh Kitten. So and I know that some of them have permits too, and permits based on law, and I don't know if they've been reassigned to these districts. So I'm just curious if that is a way to also consider the relocatees in St. Michael's. So I just need clarification. Madam Speaker, I reserve my time.
Reserve time of 3:48. At this time, I'll give the floor back to the Speaker So.
Thank you very much. Ado, thank you very much, Honorable Simonson, for your support for this legislation. Do ani zilijin ka neket in o yudne do bilaol khada do hayuta da hazna. Some went as leaving the nation to be called to active duty in Vietnam. They never made it home. There's stories like that across the Navajo Nation. There's a lot of untold stories that are out there. It really impacted the Navajo Nation like that indirectly. And it's just trying to get the community to chibito nothing else. Maybe people think that I have an agenda. There's 9 other commissioners that can steer the ship. And all we're trying to do is be on one bandwagon to try to meet the needs of those individuals that were directly impacted, those families, by the Navajo Hopi Land Settlement Act. It's okay, Not but wait, God, you have your nay and nays. And that's what leadership is all about. If there weren't politics, the world wouldn't be perfect. Everything now. I don't know. Moving on, Honorable Jesus. They chose to live there because the natural they saw that we can get a home site lease, we can get electricity, we can get water. St. Michael's, Fort Defiance, Torreon, New Mexico. I remember working for Indian House Service, serving a home out there where relocation built a home out in Canyoncito. Everywhere. Kaya Klatchenna ik nahas kai stuilo sani it's on nahas kai Bernard so stabagat hasnil. And it always was my thought, why did the federal government pull the grazing permit prior to the court decision that happened that resulted in Public Law 93-531. At a court decision, within the 1882 executive order, grazing permit in 1973, that tells it immediately makes you think, did the federal government already plan this? We're just trying to make the federal government responsible for their responsibilities that they have been charged with within the Navajo Hopi Land Settlement Act. There's some revenues that are generated off of the Navajo Hopi Land Settlement Act, which are entitled by certain beneficiaries. We're just there to make sure that their interests and their rights are met. Those permits, it's very hard. They signed on the dotted line, which allowed them to relocate out of Hopi partition land. And I always say that, and it impacted generations. Some families, 3, 4 generations in a family. Those kids, the net has none chinito, beto kebanaleketo, na kidanatsuik akwada ochi. That Navajo Hopi Land Settlement Act does not benefit the children and the descendants. There's stories, different stories in different regions, and Honorable Simonson, each region is different the way they're impacted. Ati Washington, in late the kid had eaten. Wait, never show the Hayula in Sintla. What ego, what baby, and Hanash. And this legislation is particularly just to get the voice of Chilchibito there at the commission. Thank you very much.
Speaker So. Colleagues, we did get some of our answers to our questions. Ado koneb not the kidigi kodo shade Honorable Tlaw.
Thank you, Deja, Madam Speaker. Ado Shatui, Ado So, Ado Shadeja, Shanding Parish, Nana. So my comment to you is that as we sit here with every legislation, it's like you're building a case, right? So when you're building a case, you should have things that will help you and help others to understand why you're presenting the legislation. So for the delegates that have presented their questions, I can see both sides. First of all, we always say that certified chapters have their voice, and then also they're autonomous, so they do have the authority. And so in this case, the email that was presented was from a certified chapter who is probably about 98% of relocatees. And so when they present that resolution, you have to weigh in the fact that they are certified. However, in order to alleviate some of that confusion, maps should have been attached. So we're talking about Navajo partition lands, we're talking about Hopi partition lands, and we're talking about former Bennett Freeze area. So each of those have different maps. And if you look at the map, it wouldn't have been questionable. If Chilchimbito is included in one of the maps, then we know that the community there does have a right to be seated at the table. But right now, it's unclear. And so that would be just my recommendation, is that you attach those so that our colleagues can see that. And then also they know that those are the areas that were designated by the United States government. And so if it's under the government, that supersedes Navajo Nation, which supersedes the certified chapters. So that would be my recommendation and my comment at this time, and I'll reserve my time. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reserve time of 2:35. We have Honorable Vice Chair Johnson.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, and my honorable 25th Navajo Nation colleagues here with us this evening. And as we all have the legislation 005423 in our hand, and it was up for a 5-day comment period. Nobody opposed it. Nobody, there was nothing. They had 5 days, to make a comment. Went through Law and Order, it went through NABI, it went through the process. So, then if these were the concerns or the questions, then this should have been brought up during NABI, to add these documents, to make these recommendations so this can be ready by this time. So I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to cease debate and just go right into a vote.
Thank you, Honorable Johnson. You did have a motion to cease debate. I'm just looking back of how the debate went throughout the whole duration. We did start the debate on this legislation at 5:08 p.m. So it has been approximately a little bit over an hour and a half. So we had 10 honorable colleagues that stated questions and comments. And so far who stated that they do support, as on the record, that they do support this legislation. We did have approximately three colleagues that clearly supported the legislation. And we had 2 strongly opposing the legislation, and then the rest also had a lot of questions for clarification. So with that, I would see the debate going evenly. So colleagues, I'll be willing to recognize that cease debate. But however, we do have recognized times for 5 colleagues. We have Honorable Vice Chair Yazzie with 3 minutes and 29 seconds. We have Honorable Yanito with 3 minutes and 43 seconds. Honorable Chair Vince James with 3 minutes and 44 seconds. And then Honorable Chair Jesus with 3 minutes and 48 seconds. We also have one by Honorable Claw with 2 minutes and 35 seconds. So that's half and half that have, out of the 10 that have spoken, half still have reserved time. So it's a split evenly, the debate split evenly, colleagues, and some of them do still have additional questions. So I'm going to refer back to my colleagues who do have reserved time. Honorable Yazi, Honorable Yanito, Honorable James, Honorable Jesus, Honorable Tlaw. Okay. Just a reminder, Honorable Johnson, this would require a 2/3 vote. It will be 2/3 of the body.
Debate.
And I'll see any other objections to the cease debate on the reserve times. Point of order, Honorable Carl Sater.
Thank you, Speaker. On the screen, it doesn't indicate that there's a second for the motion, and I think we haven't established that yet.
We did get a second, I think via Zoom, by Honorable Simonson. Honorable colleagues, since it is even between the debate, I'll leave that on the floor through your vote on the motion to cease debate. Point of order, Honorable Vince James.
Speaker, I call a point of order because you didn't ask the individuals, your colleagues that have reserved time, if they wanted to waive their time. So with that, I'm going to challenge your mode. You're accepting the motion and accepting a second. I'd like to make that challenge, Speaker.
Thank you, Adet Shiyaj. Honorable Vince James, you do have that right to challenge the ruling according to Rule 25 on the Navajo Nation Rules of Order. So according to that rule, Rule 25D, once the speaker has made his or her decision on the point of order, any delegate may appeal the decision. The appeal must be seconded. The appeal shall not be amended. If the appeal is made and seconded, the speaker shall restate his or her decision and submit the matter to the judgment of the council. The decision shall then be subject to debate by the council, during upon the speaker may state his or her reasons for the decision. Upon conclusion of debate, a vote shall be taken, and the decision of the speaker shall be reversed if the majority of all votes cast are in favor of the appeal. With that, do we have that a second to that challenge? Second by Honorable Vice Chair Yazzie. Okay, honorable colleagues, it does say in the rule that I had to restate the decisions that I made. Just going through my notes, since we started the debate at 5:08, we had 10 honorable colleagues who stated comments, and it was evenly split between in favor and opposing. And we did have half and half, 5 with no more reserve time and 5 still with reserve time. And I did state out the reserve times. And with that, and there was also a second. So just to respect that motion, I did accept the motion to cease debate. According to the rules, the challenge can be debated if you there is a motion on the floor to challenge the ruling. We do have a motion and a second. If there is no other further debate, and then we can. Point of privilege, Honorable Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members of the 25th Council. Good evening. This question will be going to, let's say, Council. And I'm just reading the cease debate. I just need clarification before we vote on this, and to make sure my colleagues know what we're voting on. According to the cease, I don't see anywhere in the rule on cease debate. Again, let's say Council needs to clarify this, that the Speaker does not need to recognize those reserved time. Is that correct? Let's say Council. Because the party that's challenging is stating that those reserved time were not recognized. But according to looking at the rule, it don't have to be recognized to go into cease debate motion. Madam Speaker, thank you.
Okay, Honorable Simpson, refer that question to Legal Counsel. Ms. Barbroff.
Thank you. The cease debate rule, it's Rule 12, and Delegate Simpson is correct that there is no requirement under Rule 12 that the Speaker requests people to waive their time or such. That was a common practice in the 24th Council, but it is not a requirement under Rule 12. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Oh, thank you.
Ms. Barbara, for that clarification on Rule 12 of cease debate. Colleagues, if there's no other further debate on the challenge. I don't see any. We'll go to a vote. So the request to speak is for the challenge here. We have first Honorable Arvizo. Point of order, Speaker So.
Thank you very much. There is no debate when a cease debate is called. Yes, it's been a common practice on the 24th Council to see if time could be moved. So this challenge came forth pertaining to the time remaining for the delegates that spoke. But in a cease debate motion, there is no debate. Motion second, and go into vote. That's way it's done with council session. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker So, we are on the debate of the challenge. So we refer that over to legal counsel to make that further clarification on Rule 25. Point of order, Speaker So.
So what happened to Honorable Casey Begay's motion, or Casey Johnson's motion for cease debate? So with that, if in order, the second motion should be directly called, and then we move forth with cease debate. So, with that, thank you.
Could the legal counsel, Ms. Barbara, could you give us clarification and direction here?
Thank you very much. And yes, it has gotten a bit confusing, but Delegate Johnson did motion for a cease debate, but then through a point of order, let me back up a little bit. The Delegate Johnson motioned for the cease debate. The speaker went back through the cease debate rules, which are, I lost it, Rule 12, and she identified in her determination that that the debate so far on the legislation had been equal. And so she allowed the cease debate motion to go forward. However, there was a point of order challenging it, and that's allowable. So then you move to Rule 25, which speaks to appeals of decisions, and that does allow debate. And so what your debate is on right now is on whether Speaker's decision to allow the cease debate to go forward was correct. So the upcoming vote, you're going to be voting on the challenge to Speaker's decision. Generally, I'm going to go ahead and state this. There has been in the past some confusion on the voting on the on a challenge. So I want to make as clear as I can, and if you're confused, you should ask. A green vote on the challenge means you are supporting the challenge. Okay, everybody got that? Green vote means you are supporting the challenge, and actually you are supporting Vince James' point of order. A red vote means that you are supporting Speaker's decision, that you don't want her decision overturned. Okay, everybody got that? Green is for Vince James, and red is for Speaker. And I hate to put it that way, but that's the easiest. Okay, back to you, Speaker. I didn't want it to be like a personality contest. That's not what I meant.
Yeah, Ms. Barbroff, legal counsel, for that clarification on the challenging rule and also the meaning of the green and red vote. And it will require just a majority vote for the challenge. Are there any other further debate on the challenge? Honorable Vice Chair James.
Speaker, for the record, it's chair, not vice chair. Speaker. And then to the challenging motion that I made. Earlier, Honorable Simpson said, respectfully, and all of us have said that. Let's work together. And if you're just going to cut off your colleagues that have reserved time or other colleagues that would like to still speak, E o the nebe dastil kal. Di den hinat ni hit the na pa editne. Lato ba yeltje. Kot the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Lato di dipeni na al state. Is that the direction that we would like to see of the 25th Navajo Nation Council? I know we're exhausted. I know it's been a long week. It's been a frustrating week and so forth. But, you know, this is what we took oath for. We raised our hand for it. No. And we do this to each other. This is a very important topic. Our Navajo families and children have already been affected. And Shanala Otto made a clear statement that there's individuals that were affected. And so that's an amendment that some of us would like to make on this legislation, that if there's JUA housing in my other colleagues' district, then they should join Navajo Hopi Land Commission, because those JUA housings, those families were directly affected, just like how Honorable So stated. So oko benina kodo challenge ishta do hajo hilnil nesto le beniye ashon deshin kodona o kando le to vote green. It's been a very frustrating week. Yes, I know, and we're all learning. And then there's 24 council members. Not you've indicated on the record that there was 10 members that spoke. That's not evenly. Evenly is 12. If we're going to talk about evenly, and if we're going to talk about evenly of those delegates that are in favor of it, you indicated 3, and you indicated 2. That's not evenly as well. And that's the reason why I took on this challenge, Shema Speaker, of your ruling, because we're not at this point, it's not evenly. And I think it's just in the matter of, we just want to rush through this and get it over with. The kui the shibe hanet zi ehilnel nestole ditne. Hot artskin honoko edo di nida doko. Ashon deshanat no leniki. Kodo let's vote green and let's just get back to the floor. We probably would have been done with it by now if there was no motion to seize debate. We added another issue that we're just going to go round and round on. We would have probably been done with this legislation by now if there was no motion or a second to challenge or to seize debate. It's not evenly broken down. It's not evenly broken up. So let's just vote green and then let's move on to the reserve time and let our colleagues make the comments that they need to make. That's why we're here. We have until tomorrow. So clearly the agenda stated until Friday, which is tomorrow, until midnight tomorrow to be here. We need to understand that we are here for the people and we work for the people. And we're doing this for our people. Again, I'm just going to try and just like Manala said, I'm just going to be frank about it, and I'm just kindly asking for you guys to vote green on this. And let's get back to the legislation. Shema Speaker, thank you.
Vice Chair James. Just for the Chair Vince James, yeah. Kodo, apologies, Kodo Shiyaj, O Anitene Kodo. You know, there is some issues on the challenge, and I just really own up to it, Kodo. And it's not my intention to create a division. It's just a decision that I just based my ruling on the rule books, Kodo. That's the reason why I just went with that decision to honor Honorable Johnson's motion to cease debate, and that second too. I just want to make that clear. So it's not my intention to make clear division or you know, that wasn't a part of my decision rulemaking. It was just referring back to the rules. Although in regards to the challenge, back to request to speak, we have Honorable Simpson.
Okay, Madam Speaker, the members of the 25th Council, Madam Speaker, as Honorable Delegate Vin Shane stated, all I'm debating right now is your decision that you made. And when this was motioned to challenge your decision, it was based on what was said, that there are still individuals that have the reserved time to speak. And that's what is being challenged. So based on your decision, you based your decision on the rule book, the full rules, and you said it was equal opposition and support. But according to what was stated by, let's say, council in Rule 12, the speaker doesn't, when he or she makes a decision to recognize the motioning party to cease debate, he or she does not need to recognize the reserved time. So that's what I'm questioning here. I'm not questioning the legislation. I'm debating on the challenge. So I'm asking my colleague, the speaker did make a right decision, not right, made a decision according to the rules in the council's 4 rules. So yeah, so debate. I'm not debating on the legislation. I'm debating on the decision that was made on to accept the motion party to cease debate. 80 that was so vote red.
Yeah, Honorable Simpson. Next we have Kodoshiche. Honorable Tol.
Shinda, Mr. TBG, Ila Hayunile, Benashni, Oko, Anhiot Enheshi, procedures, though guidelines, though rules, I totally agree with what decision was made. Oh, he Tiobani Ka Kujida, he did not Kotobilt. I thought 24 council with up in shortness. Cease debate, no, it goes to the whatever decisions make, we don't debate. Ako hota lerebe honosa ato nunsen. Shall we continue that? Ako behon hidohnia. Rules again not tadoba ako nosen hidohne. Jo of course, we laughed at the Naja Natolis. What decision you make, Speaker, it I thought or cease debate or now we should have gone to a vote, not do other things. Joy Hotaba, Mr. Sampson, Honorable Sampson's right. Quaki Hashit Ati ne. O diba ruzi he tiho oko kodena kaos odo bichil bilt eda shukadons inko judai da hotla do I da hot abina la oko ahuna il oko ben not insto. So the rules is the rules unless we change that. e hot echo nisis debate ado e vote as e hot aga shibik isti ni hunna sala da shija e ni bik e da honi tlalon dik ate yat o hatashi ben halla e do ben holchijo ko honana tako ni koro hodi no e ya e do ot e dan hi we shouldn't be saying that a koshet a hilne stole a ko e shidil a ko a lebe hat o zehat a lebe kodo hoto nesna a hasti so hot a tenne khabe has ani hat nil a ko shan ebik e italia landi the rules that we have in this chamber akko e joban so case akko e ni I do support and let's vote red hot in o hi tin hot o ta latil tkhalo aro nada no o doch spielt eda shiga hot an eben na hot in hitcha sido and then weigh my time also. Thank you.
Honorable Toth waives his time. We have next in queue, Honorable Arvizo.
Madam Speaker, I see Tado Nada Ida. I want to say Sudan, she nebulek additional in Sweden. A colon, this need the chichita hist. Could you see the bait and any door challenge? What when the decoagate air. How la ya behoidil, Aslan son osata. The could you legislation are no tozigi here. Arot at the Honda and I saw Tanigi, Aro are the Isinal time, Mr. Cody lady. But all cash. How lapa we deal, Asla, Jutia ya added nepa da isnil. We need to trust each other. We need to learn to trust one another. I have to put trust in these two legislation in source. Lado le large tashi. Aro hard the hanahot ero do dado lesinte go we can change it. The neta no. Digi behuidil learn to trust your delegates within their regions. Juda lahot the ARPA funding. Kodoha shin daidil kiddo. O you don't hit it and halin the hashi kodo eshe habitat eto the quilla nedadi. No, we need to trust the delegates. Let them run with their legislation. Jo ya be pasala. Aja she sabich hin deto lis. Nhet o beke neka de read on ntan ho kaho. Aided a Yabahunosan, shorted the 25th Navajo Nation Council. She thought ahead. I'm ready to vote. Banoja. Thank you, Speaker.
Honorable Arvizo. Next in queue, we have Honorable Riquinez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Arosh ano senik di horo neda do nesa ora hos dai bada ne zendira hot ende shnant di sa ba no sin di an hede nabikia hede ade o consent agenda de dia ara khode ya at I is nabikiel are nabikiasil doya kore nabikiel are ya ho nabikiel do nabikiel sis debate or challenge the no obayel nana the best thing to do if we're going to continue talking about cease debate and challenging it is Honorable Casey Johnson, just withdraw your motion for cease debate. Shanella, Honorable Vince James, you can do the same thing because let us just finish the time reserved and let him have at it. We'll just vote on it at that time. So next, let's not do consent agendas that will help us and prevent us from doing this in the future. I'm really just ready to vote on this legislation. If we can just withdraw, because we're just going to continue talking again.
Honorable Nez, with that request, Honorable Chair Vince James withdraws his challenge. There was also another request from Honorable Nez for Honorable Johnson to withdraw his cease debate. Honorable Johnson.
I'm going to stick with my cease debate. Let's just go straight to a vote.
Point of privilege, Honorable Charles Newton.
Speaker, I know that things get confusing, but it's very important that you remain, that you stick to a logical, process. So there was a motion made, you have to ask the person who seconds the motion if they are also going to withdraw. So it's like kind of building blocks, and as you remove blocks, you have to remove them the way that you built them. So it's really important that you keep up with the motions, the seconds, and then the different debates that are happening. Otherwise, it's just like something that's just hanging out there. So you need to ask the person who seconded Delegate Vince James's challenge, because they may want to challenge. So you need to ask that question. Thank you.
Yeah, Honorable Chair Charles Newton with that recommendation, and also furthering with that, just summarizing, Honorable Johnson declined to withdraw that motion, and the seconding party, Honorable Vice Chair Yazzie, do you concur?
I want to keep the challenge in.
I was asking on the seconding of the motion to Mr. Johnson. She is. Oh, never mind. It was the second that was Honorable Jermaine Simonson. Honorable Simonson?
And I want to stay. I want to stay with Casey Johnson's motion as a second.
Point of order, Honorable Chair James.
No, I'm just kidding. My point of order is I withdrew my motion, but you forgot to ask the second motion, which is Honorable Yazzie. Point of order.
Point of order, Honorable Slater.
Thank you. Point of orders, you're supposed to immediately identify the rule that was violated, and that has not been done quite a few times in this entire discussion. But there is no provision in the Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order that says you have to recognize the second that I'm aware of, and that's what I would like clarification on, because it seems like we're adding in customs that exist without enforcing them from a strong standpoint in the Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order. So we need a provision that says you need to recognize the second. Once you don't have a motion on the floor, then there ceases to be a motion. And it's just a courtesy that's extended beyond the rules as far as I understand. So I'd like to know where in the rules it says that you need to recognize the second.
Honorable Slater, we'll refer that clarification to our legal counsel, Ms. Barbroth.
Thank you for the question. I do not find anywhere in the rules that.
We have a point of order online. Honorable Riquinez.
Thank you. Speaker, I want to clarify what I said first. I asked, my request was to Honorable Casey Johnson first, if he was willing to withdraw. If not, Vince James can keep his challenge. That's what I was saying, because I knew the second would agree or not. Since Casey Johnson, Honorable Johnson, is not willing to, I believe what I asked was the clear question to him. If he withdrew, then afterwards, Honorable Vince James can withdraw. But Honorable James decided to withdraw first before Honorable Johnson answered the question that I was requesting. So that question was first directed to Honorable Johnson to withdraw. If he doesn't want to, then I believe Honorable Vince James should keep his motion. Thank you.
Another point of order raised by Honorable Toth.
Since Honorable James Vincent James took his motion out, and then it goes back to Mr. Johnson. Honorable Johnson ceased debating. After that, we should have a vote. That's the way the rules are in place. When you motion to cease debate, we should have gone to a vote instead of giving people a chance to deliberate all that. Speaker, thank you.
Point of orders that they'll need. And summarizing, we'll refer those legal interpretation and clarification to Ms. Barbroth.
Thank you very much. I will answer Carl Slater's prior question in a second. But first, I want to put put this in context as I understand it. So, originally, Delegate Johnson ceased debate, motion for cease debate. He had a second. Speaker recognized the cease debate. It was challenged by Vince James. So you were getting ready to vote on the challenge. However, now that Chair James has withdrawn his challenge, you are back at a point where Speaker has recognized the cease debate motion. So you should go into a vote on cease debate. That's where you're at. As far as Delegate Slater's Vice Chair Slater's question. The way I'm going to attempt to answer the question is, he said, is there anything in the rules that states that a seconding motion needs to be recognized? I actually believe that I would rephrase the question to say that when a motion is being withdrawn, does the party who seconded it also have to withdraw, be recognized as withdrawing? There's nothing in the rules that say that that's the case. It has been a practice, but once the original motion is withdrawn, there's nothing to second. So because of that, you don't technically need to recognize the seconding party's withdrawal. The motion, just when the first party withdraws, the motion goes away. But the seconding party can always do their own motion. So that's where I think you're at. And right now, as I said earlier, you're at voting on the cease debate. Back to you, Speaker.
Point of order, Chair James.
Speaker, thank you. I'm going to challenge Chief Legal Counsel's interpretation. Now, Rule 17, withdrawal of motion. In that, a delegate may withdraw or modify his or her own motion made by the delegate when recognized by the Speaker. The Speaker shall then call for and entertain a new motion, which would, in this case, fall back on the seconding motioning, which would be Honorable Yazzie.
It would be the next person in the queue. That seconding motion is now superseding the queue.
That's not what the rule says.
It says shall entertain a new motion. And that's not from the seconding person. It could be anyone. I could be allowed to say motion.
Point of order by Honorable Chair Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. This is really kind of turning into a circus here, and the people are just going crazy on social media right now. But it doesn't help the situation when you have Delegate Slater yelling across the chambers, and it doesn't sound very positive listening through the phone. So maybe we can stop having people yelling across the chambers, because those who are listening in, we can't hear. Perhaps he's talking to Chair James, but it sounds like he's yelling, and to me that doesn't sound very positive. And anybody who's listening in, it doesn't sound very positive. And then those who are watching on YouTube, it doesn't sound very positive. So maintain order, Speaker, please. Thank you.
Chair Charles Newton, we do have a motion on the floor to challenge the ruling of legal counsel in regards to Rule 7 of the Navajo Nation Rules of 17, Navajo Nation Rules of Order, Rule 17. Do we have a second on that challenge? Second call for a second. Motion. Second by Chair Charles Newton. Point of privilege, Honorable Simpson.
Madam Speaker, members of the 25th Council, Madam Speaker, I'm not sure where in our floor rules states that the legal counsels, we don't, like it says, his or her opinion. So I have to ask DOJ, since Office of Legislative Counsel is being challenged, DOJ, is there anywhere in the floor rules that opinion from the legislative council can be challenged? I think the only one that can be challenged is the speaker's decision. We need clarification on that, DOJ. Yeah.
Honorable Simpson raised clarification from Department of Justice. Department of Justice.
Thank you. Looking at the rules here under Legislative Council Challenge, I don't see anything coming up challenging Legislative Council on her ruling. That's written in the rules. If I may, this is, I think, something that Council and Legislative Council can go ahead and take a look at. There is, when you're making a motion, a requirement to have a second motion. So I think I can understand the logic of them saying, okay, there's somebody that was asked and required by rule to go ahead and second that motion to move forward. So it does paint a question, is if that motion is, that second is required, does it need to be, does that second motion need to go ahead and be asked to withdraw or concur with the motion? But when you move to motioning, when you go to 17, it doesn't have a clarity. It just says, let me see, draw. Hold on, let me get to it. Withdraw a motion. And I don't mean to repeat the on there, but it says the delegate may withdraw or modify his or her own motion made by that delegate within when recognized by the speaker. So I think the key point is that to modify his or her own motion. The second sentence on there, it says the speaker shall then call for and entertain a new motion. So it doesn't give clarity what that new motion is. What we're reading on here is that new motion would be the delegate that is next in queue to call a motion. I think in this particular situation, if second wanted to go ahead and call for a new motion on that, that could be done too as well. I hope that helps clarify a little bit.
Thank you, Department of Justice, for that interpretation. However, there is still a motion on the floor to challenge Chief Legal Counsel's interpretation. We do have a motion by Chair James and seconded by Chair Eugenia Charles Newton. Point of order by Honorable Slater.
Thank you. I believe we just heard from the Department of Justice saying that there's no provision in the rules to challenge a Chief Legal Counsel's interpretation of the Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order as it shows on the screen right now. And so the Chief Legal Counsel or Legislative Counsel is supposed to advise you as Speaker, and you as Speaker are conducting the meeting and make the determinations on the conduct of the meeting. And so it seems reasonable that the challenge would be to your decision, and therefore the motion would be out of order and you shouldn't have recognized the motion. And you could ask the motioning party if they want to challenge your decision if you're going to be abiding by that. But if there's no basis for challenging an interpretation that's provided within the Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order by the Chief Legislative Counsel, then why are we voting on that? Because it's not about the disposition of the meeting and how we're going to conduct it. It's just about what the chief legal counsel or legislative counsel said.
Vice Chair Slater. I was just reflecting on what Department of Justice said, so that was that for that short little pause. But that is correct on what we heard from Department of Justice, which she stated on record that there is nothing in the rule books that pertains to challenging of Office of Legal Counsel or the legal counsel. With that, so I would state that I will not recognize the motion to challenge Chief Legal Counsel's interpretation of Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, Rule 17. Honorable colleagues, we are back to the motion to cease debate on legislation 0054-23 would require a 2/3 vote. We do have a motion by Honorable Johnson and second by Vice Chair Simonson. We go to a vote.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Brenda. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Canespa-Crotty is excused. Honorable Seth Damon is excused. Madam Speaker, with a vote of 12 in favor, 9 opposed. Madam Speaker, not voting.
Thank you, staff. We do have 12 in favor, 9 opposed, and Speaker not voting. It didn't require a 2/3 vote, so the cease debate motion fails. We are back on the main motion. We have first up in line, request to speak, Honorable Arvizo.
Cease debate. Good evening, Madam Speaker, and I got a little confused. I don't even know what. Delegate Parrish and so the legislation ni Latin has twido sani shi banso case o eya bin nachi eya kodo eya also speta na di ahigini tato non Ako she I'm ready to vote and ARG on hibin hoholni need hot hala ARG ya base pass an panosli she kudeha ahpia jugo ya base pass an in shleko on hilak and shledo ado labe shit or need a she nihaja hashnet or lako. I'm ready to vote, so ya beni hasti or Madam Speaker, thank you. I waive the rest of my time.
Honorable Arvizo. Thank you, colleagues, for being here this long evening. But thank you. So really, it gives self-reflection on ourselves to really study the rule books and really identify the gray areas that are in our rule books. So just something for food for thought for my colleagues here as we proceed with our agenda. We'll go back to reserve time. We have Honorable Vice Chair Yazzie with 3 minutes and 29 seconds.
So I just want to say thank you for the education. I really love, being a part of this. But this whole thing that's happening right now is exactly what the whole Navajo Hopi land is about. It's all the confusion. It's nothing getting done. But again, this is what our constituents, I guess, are wanting us to involve them in these discussions. We're talking about we want them to have a voice. We want them to be informed. And I think we should be taking this to them so that we can hear directly from them. And that way we're not confusing ourselves when it comes to this time when we're trying to add another person. And I know there's having more people at the table is also a benefit. So there's pros and cons to what we're trying to do here. And one of the other things is I want to know from the Executive Director, Raymond Max, can he provide an impact statement to what's going to happen if we include an additional person? And then the other thing is this going to create some kind of disparity in the funds? I know you said it's not going to, but do our constituents know that? And so I reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve time of 2 minutes. Next on reserve time, Kodoshi Yaj, Honorable Yanito with 3 minutes and 43 seconds.
Oh, Yanit Eo, yeah. Jono Ian Sunday is the Dada, no, I touch on Sananas case. What in the here got on had a sort sorry to I don't the penas or does the nation that Abe able Inya ado here to Ninashi Kodo Asana live in nature. She is Antana the dish kittens on Roche set da or the Rana or Kitnaso. Did it relocation that I know about the Hashnet on Lego a Chineda Daneya. I don't know other Yagida nest and that's in the cities. Erotai, Adi that's in the button to the cultural, didn't hear all the internet, Kahodats and Sakis, Lido de Yosna. Kodats and dish, Nathan's did it, Kaya no double nest, Carrego. 80 year, Edats and the Badak kid, to Halit Ayan Sakis and so. Good old my colleague. Sherlyn Yazia, Nate, this needs to go through like a process. Nahalo, Shibana, Kaigot, Elto, Jodaban Sakis, go AD the Halanza hol Jishla. Is there a progress on it? How long has this thing's been going on? Ado Zacha Gila a hol Jishla, to a Bekat Ahodatz, Halet Ala a Kodo. But Hanelan so Iban's case in the to overnight dish killing so. Aro kodo aro so do here kodo you breathe a good history about all the event took place do jodi do ba honsun la do. Ako whatever you guys want to proceed to be successful in your future, I am supportive of that. I want aro one so yeah bahas sidom na del kido I'm gonna go ahead and delete my time, right? I want to waive my time. I can't.
Honorable Yanito waives his time. Ado Kunabana Soy Shiyash. Chair Vince James, 3 minutes and 44 seconds.
Speaker, thank you very much. And then Kodona Adadish Kiliki, the 1882 executive order, within that boundary, it does not include Chichimbito. So when you look at the map and the documents, it does not include Chichimbito. So when we start talking on Shanale, when you start indicating that we're talking about individuals that are directly impacted, and we have families that have been directly impacted and that have been relocated with JUA housing into Chinle area, into St. Michael's area, into Fort Defiance area. So if we're going to do this for Honorable Parish and her community, these other delegates that have JUA housings in their community should be part of the Navajo Hopi Land Commission as well, because they have individuals, they have constituents that were directly impacted with a new home that was built in their community, which is the JUA. So I'm just trying to go back to equalization, that if we do this for Honorable Parish, then we need to think about our other colleagues to join the Navajo Hopi Land Commission. At that time, it's going to be a very big concern, because it's going to really impact the financial wise, it's going to impact. And when we start talking about O'Neill, the $15 million, that's going to impact that whole for the communities that we've been fighting for. And so these are some of the things that we need to take into consideration, and I look up to your leadership, that should we include these others that have a JUA home in their communities, because those families were directly impacted. Reserve my time.
Reserve time of 1:31. Ado Kunab, for reserve time, we have Honorable Chair Jesus with 3 minutes and 48 seconds.
Yate, Madam Speaker, Ado Kun Liningi, Del Masto Bahind. One question that I have, Ado, Shadeja Do, Sitsile, Dish, I thought Hopi Navajo Land Commission, I thought Aja Hashink Ad Tanahaz Tanish Dish Betata and no, so with your intention. 8 Anna, the Deshkit, I reserve my time, Madam Speaker.
Reserve time of 3:22. Ado Kunapana Soigi, we have Honorable Shauna Antlaw with reserve time of 2 minutes and 35 seconds.
Thank you, Shadeja, Madam Speaker. And the question I have is, it's going to go back to the funding. And so I know that was probably why Nahat Adzil submitted that letter. So how does this affect the indication of the funding in PL 96-305? I'll reserve my time.
Reserve time of 2:16. Going to return the floor over back to the sponsor, Speaker So.
Thank you very much. Let me go ahead and go to the questioning for what has been relayed by posed by Honorable Chairman Yazzie. Number one is that the Navajo Hopi Land Commission has been established, and what we're doing is we're amending the enabling legislation which created the Navajo Hopi Land Commission, the enabling legislation. Baban nacha e bishma sa an e ya ohlni ki e aji ya ya ki o ya na ga ki e ya e pepe has an ki e indikas. That's where we are submitting the names. But again, if finances and things like that is an issue on this, that's the way I'm getting your question, Ms. Yazzie. You know, the commission is in place. The commission is embedded with the legislative branch. The Navajo Hopi Land Commission Executive Director works for the President. So right now, this legislation really doesn't have nothing to do with the Executive Director. The enabling legislation. You can do an amendment here to withdraw your chapters from there. You know, you can do that here. But it's going to create a lot of dysfunction. And but the bottom line is getting the voices there that, or the chapter that's within the 1882 executive order. Chibito chapter is one of those chapters where it borders the 1882 executive order. Chibito chapter bihi a ni ayal here chairman nes adi san khai khai in it anin adon da Honorable Herman Daniels can attest to that there's members of Chibito they're directly impacted by this. This is no agenda or anything, but bottom line is moving forward to make sure what's in the enabling legislation. All members of the commission shall be appointed by the Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council and shall serve at the pleasure of the Intergovernmental Committee, and that's Nabakiyati Committee. There's communication. The agency superintendent, the Bureau of Indian Affairs of the Western Asia, Tuba City agencies, now Western Agency and Crown Point. Those are the agencies that indirectly work with the Bureau of Indian Affairs. Reporting mechanism. Tribal employees shall provide technical input to the committee, and that's what the Navajo Hopi Land Commission office, which is embedded in the executive branch. The President of the Navajo Nation has nominated and Raymond Max the administration technical support the President and the Vice President of the Navajo Nation shall serve as ex officio members of the commission. To make sure that everything pertaining to the Settlement Act this is just to make sure that we do allow and make sure that UNIR finishes their mission. The UNIR checks them off. They have succeeded with their mission. They relocated a family out of HPL. Okay, that's all I have to say on the questions you posed, Ms. Yazzie. Moving on down, Honorable James, your question pertaining to the commission. These are chapters that are within the 1882 executive order, Ibahashna. And Chilchibito lies within the 1882 executive order. It's like Tonalia, Tonahele. You have where the chapter house is at. Though you go drive about 3 miles west of the chapter house, the 1882 executive order. Adoi which Tonahele a Bennett Freeze be hit. Uncle. That's the same scenario with Chilchibito. Those chapters that border the 1882 executive order, such as Pinion, such as Blue Gap, Tachi, Blue Gap. Also going on up the Black Mesa, because that's where the county line, Navajo County. Navajo County and I think it's the Apache County. Moving forth on the expanding the commission, and that's up to you. You as an elected person to this body can make those amendments, can drop legislation to make those requests. Ahot ego ko nisbest ego ko so ahot anko bahashne bahas ani anal bahas ani di khata shi khatliyaek at anal ne so we're adding to it ben nago hot aben ha ben ha sin adon the moving forth Honorable Parish, these fundings that you're talking about, beneficiaries, in the Navajo Hopi Navajo Rehabilitation Trust Fund lists about 4 to 5 beneficiaries. One is the relocatee, Chinnani, peso pedete. People who are living within the MPL, the host families, peso pedete. And it speaks to the former Bennett Freeze, peso pedete. It speaks to chambers and new lands, relocatees. We have to make sure that these funds indirectly benefit those people that are beneficiaries. It's just not made for one group. Different individuals, because you have the Arizona settlement of the Navajo Hopi land dispute, and you have the New Mexico settlement of the Navajo Hopi Land Settlement Act. That's the reason why we have property in by Tohajale. That's the reason why we have property in New Mexico. We have unselected lands that are that we have to continue to select in New Mexico. INDOT, Sa'anigi, it's part of the New Mexico settlement. We put that land into trust. That parcel of land belongs to the Navajo Hopi land, under the Hopi Land Commission, to benefit the relocatees and the beneficiaries. That's on the New Mexico side. Arizona, and that's where the funds come in, based off of the revenues that come in from tornadoes. When the land is taken into trust for the new property up in Flagstaff, when gaming finishes their development there, those lease payments will benefit will be going into the New Mexico, Arizona, the Net Relocated Trust Fund on the Arizona side, and that indirectly benefits the relocatee. O'Neill has to be part of the conversation. When the nation does their due diligence, the document goes to O'Neill to make sure that the beneficiaries are correct. So indirectly, she has MPL in her chapter. And just like your chapter, Yanito, it's MPL. Even now, we're trying to make sure that the correct delegate coming from that region speaks on behalf of her constituents. And then she chibito, even na my co-sponsors came to add on and agree. And that's all we're doing to make sure that we get those people's voices heard. Even na aben hichet nasit or leto nasit ashini lo be khabad nil ne to tanoseno clearly just vote red. That's another way to go. You're not beating around the bush. If you don't support Honorable Parrish to be on the Navajo Hopi Land Commission, just vote red. To move on to the next legislation. And the same thing again. Even now, I appreciate this discussion. But again, we're just trying to make sure that group of people that's all I have to answer at this time. Also, yeah.
Yeah, Kodo Speaker, so for your responses to those questions. I don't see anybody else in queue for questions or comments. Colleagues? Online? We do have 4 reserved time. Vice Chair Yazzie with 2 minutes. Chair Vince James with 1 minute and 31 seconds. Chair Jesus with 3 minutes and 22 seconds. And Honorable Claw with 2 minutes and 60 seconds. We'll first go to Vice Chair Yazzie, 2 minutes. No, we don't see her in the chambers. We'll go forward with Chair Vince James with 1 minute and 31 seconds.
Reserve my time, Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable James reserved his time of 1 minute and 31 seconds. We have Chair Jesus with 3 minutes and 22 seconds.
I waive my time, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Claw, 2 minutes and 16 seconds.
Thank you, Shadeja, Madam Speaker. I just want to make a correction for Shatui Aroso. This is not about supporting Shunding Parish. By all means, I do support Shadeja, but I think that the legality of the questions do need to be answered. And the reason why I asked that question is just the example that Shanella Vince James gave. If there are all these chapters all across the Navajo Nation that have JUA tenets and they want to be a part of it, and we add them on through legislation, will the federal government recognize that? So it all goes back into the interpretation of how those laws were written in the areas that were identified. So that's where my question came in. So it's not about her being a part of the commission, because I know she's an advocate, she's outspoken, she's intelligent, but it goes back to, will the federal government allow for that? And I'll reserve my time.
Reserve time of 1:17. We do have Vice Chair back in the chambers. Vice Chair Yazzie, you have reserved time of 2 minutes.
Reserve my time.
Vice Chair reserves her time of 2 minutes. Koro Honorable So, we'll return back the floor to you for those further questions.
Thank you very much. First of all, the question from Honorable Shamasan Ms. Clark. Your question to, if you want the voices to be heard by the other members of 24 Navajo Nation Council, it's very simple. It's very, very simple. Just rescind the enabling legislation. That's all. That will satisfy Honorable James. That will satisfy the question that Honorable Parrish or Claw is speaking about. That will dissolve the Navajo Hopi Land Commission. It's that simple. You can drop legislation to rescind the Navajo, the establishment of the Navajo Hopi Land Commission, and then it'll go back to the council. 109 chapter is Navajo Hopi Land Commission. If that is the wish of James, my son, just drop legislation to rescind it, and that authority will go back to the Navajo Nation Council in general. And that's the established. And right now we're on the enabling legislation. This is the enabling legislation. But the plan of operation. There's a process to this. Once the enabling legislation is passed, we still have to move forth to amend the plan of operation. Again, I'm gonna say, it's really nice to say, oh, we're not supporting. It's not that we don't support Honorable Parrish. That's basically what you're saying. I don't want you to be on the Navajo Hopi Land Commission. That's basically what it is. A red vote is saying we don't want Honorable Parrish on the commission. And to represent the community members that are impacted by Chilchibito. That's what it is. And a red vote, that's what it's gonna say. But right now we're talking about the enabling legislation, which we are amending. But that's to your discretion. You can drop legislation to dissolve the Navajo Hopi Land Commission and give it back to the Navajo Nation Council. And that's going to dissolve everything of the plan of operation. The establishment, whether it's going to be needed or not. But we have an office that is in place and who will govern them. Leave that. Those are the only two. But again, I'm going to just tell the council. This is just entertainment. Any policy change, he or she has the ability to fill out one of the purple forms and drop it at legislative council and say, I don't like this law, this policy. And this is what it was. That's all I did. I dropped the purple sheet to say that we need a person to represent that community that was directly impacted. There's no other agenda to this. The legislation doesn't say this is what Mr. So is going to do or anything like that. I'm just trying to shed light to the community members that are impacted there. And that's all I have to say at this time. Yeah.
Yeah, Speaker, so for your clarification on some of the answers to the questions. Adokwai, we still have reserved times. We don't see anybody else in queue for any more questions or additional new questions. So we have reserved time of Vice Chair Yazzie with 2 minutes and also Chair James with 1 minute.
So what I want to know is, what is this legislation really trying to accomplish? And have we informed those constituents in our communities? Is this legislation disrespecting our current Navajo Hopi land community members that are impacted there? Reserve my time.
Reserve time of 1:32. Honorable Chair James, 1 minute and 31 seconds.
Reserve my time, Speaker. Thank you.
Reserves his time of 1 minute and 31 seconds. Honorable Claw, 1 minute and 17 seconds.
I'll reserve my time, Speaker.
Honorable Claw reserves times of 1 minute and 17 seconds. We have Honorable Vice Chair Slater, new in queue.
Thank you, Speaker. Last week we had a Navajo committee meeting, and there was a move to do a pretty large consent agenda. This legislation was included in that consent agenda. And I think what's important for this body to consider is that when there is a balance of needs on where individual delegates or groups of delegates need to be, and there's a lack of understanding on legislation, that we should use this as a learning and a teaching moment to think about how we organize ourselves as a council. This sort of discussion, education on the Navajo Hopi land dispute, on what a joint use area is as opposed to what Navajo Hopi Land Commission land is, which are different things, what partition lands are on the Navajo and the Hopi side are, that those are all different things. And this discussion, for people who are aware of how these issues are, it shows a real lack of knowledge on some of the comments that are being made. And I think we owe it to the Navajo people to have a more informed understanding when we're debating legislation instead of asking a lot of open-ended questions. When it gets to council, of course everyone has a right to speak for 5 minutes, but getting deep into these issues, that's where at NABI we can ask for a work session on a particular legislation. And I've just heard so many different conflations of all the different acts that are implicated here. And it's somewhat complicated over time in history, but I think if you understand where we're at in this moment and what's trying to be accomplished, this is a pretty simple legislation to give voice to people who ought to have a voice and have been left out to date. And it is unfortunate that some people see this as a zero-sum game, that there's automatically going to be a diversion of resources to individuals who are affected and either probably were owed or should be owed certain resources. But realistically, those claims have been made, and it's about fulfilling a different set of obligations at this point. So I want to ask a question to the motioning parties if they'd be open to tabling the legislation until the next council session, whether that's a special session or regular session, because it seems like we're just at an intractable point. And I don't know what to say. I think no matter how much education is provided by Delegate So, there still doesn't seem to be an apprehension of the issues at hand here, and people seem to keep getting things confused between the different land statuses and the premise. And I just hope that we can work cooperatively to give voice to people and not view everything in our resource-constrained environment here on Navajo as a zero-sum game. If we try to give a leg up to someone or help them out or get them on equal footing, that automatically means that there's less for my family, for me, for my relatives, or for my communities. You know, we're stronger when we work together and when we support one another. And I think we owe it to each other to dive a little deeper into these issues before they come to the Navajo Nation Council floor at a regular session. If we have these big overarching questions about what is going on in this legislation, there's nothing that prevents us from reaching out to our colleagues to get an understanding of that prior to consideration of the legislation, and not to ask rhetorical questions on the council floor for which there really is no answer. And there's been a lot of rhetorical questions that have been asked, which I understand, but if that's the basis for stalling or not making action, then I think it's disrespectful to the colleagues and to our legislation when they're all considered. So I've made that question. I hope that the presenters can consider it and provide an answer back. And I'll reserve my time, Speaker. Thank you.
25 seconds, reserve time. We'll give the floor back to the legislation sponsor, Speaker So.
Yeah, first of all, Honorable Yazi, this will not impact any funds pertaining to communities and so forth. But what I would say is that funding mechanism pertaining to ONER is based off of individuals who were certified. And yes, there's fundings that are generated off of that benefit those beneficiaries, not communities, beneficiaries. Peso, pitadet igi. So meaning, when you look at the Navajo Hopi Land Settlement Act and you look at the Arizona portion of the settlement, an agreement has been made with ONER, the Navajo Nation, and Department of Justice to say that these monies are going to benefit these individuals. Enabling legislation with APA Khadilya. Aro naballah a plan of or fund management plan based off of the enabling legislation, that how indirectly these funds will benefit those individuals. It's set up for the Arizona portion of the settlement and the New Mexico settlement. So the beneficiaries are the ones that are going to benefit from this. But this legislation is addressing a group of people in Chibito in the commission. And the chapters. Today we had Tisto chapter here. Talk to them. Khalid ela tihina adilkit. Dich epanda adilkit. Khalid ela. And the two Chibito chapter, I think it's the CSC, and I think the other is a chapter official. The Never Relocated Trust Fund, Mr. Raymond Max was there. So we both educated them, and okay, I didn't know this. That's what I mean. And Abik Ekogo, we gave her that information. And giving them the information where the status is at. And Mr. Max said, Nick Adetib, Bez Ani Adalia, Besman, unable non so yidla. Adeya is the implementation stage from the administration. Ek apane kaisnila. Ako e ha ho shi e ba ne dole lego dibin ya khata dole dole. Beni na niki e peso pita det iki etaso. If you lived outside the 1882 aren't one of the beneficiaries, you can't utilize those dollars, whether it's in the New Mexico settlement or the Arizona portion of the settlement. And that's all I have to say, Honorable Yazi, pertaining to this. It's not an agenda. We're just trying to get the voices heard there in that community. But when you really look at it, that's basically what it is. Legislation clearly states adding to increase the Navajo Hopi Land Commission membership to the representation of Chibito community. Increase, ne? And who is the Chibito representative? It's Honorable Parrish. And the way I see it is, a yay will support the community voice to be heard by their delegate. A no is for her not to get on the commission. That's basically what it boils down to. Oh, I don't the Honorable Slater Naash. Anitne consent agenda. Let's see, 4, 5, 6. 6 Navajo Hopi Land Commission members voting in favor for the consent agenda. And those members had a chance to say, Speaker, or Pro Tem Speaker, I would like for legislation 0054-23 to be taken off the consent agenda. That would have gave a debate at Nabakiat Committee. That's just the votes that I see here. And Anni, consent agendas. This is what happens. So the body voted on it, and they said, we agree to this. And yes, we're treating Nabi, treating council like Nabi. And I wish that there's changes to Title II. Wish that council would just do a motion, second, and vote, and only entertain motion, because the committee work, again, it went to Law and Order Committee. Law and Order had a chance to ask these questions there, and it went through. Committee resolution was signed off because this legislation was amending the enabling legislation to Title II. Then it went to Nabakia Committee. Law and Order Committee. It passed. Passed with the vote of 2 in favor and chair not voting. So, what up in then it went to the council. Whether you want to move forward to table this legislation, it's up to you guys. Again, I am just trying to address these the community members of Chibito to get their voices heard at the commission. It's no grand plan or no agenda or anything like that to take resources from communities or anything, because the law already says who the beneficiaries are. It doesn't list communities. It lists individuals, people that are impacted in certain zones. And as I say, zones is like MPL, HPL, former Bennett Freeze, Chambers, Newland, Ka. At that time, it wasn't not Atzi. a indanahas niyo, and the transfer of land happened. Ako epe ko o ape ni tatin nilsos. Ako again as Honorable Slater, yes I do you are correct. This is a simple legislation that's just adding on a name, another individual to the commission. And you know, the other thing can do is can move forth with the vote and just vote it down. That will end the conversation. And we'll just have to continue to operate to have Mr. Honorable Daniels and represent that community in the commission. And at the same time, Honorable Daniel communicating with Honorable Parrish with their regarding her constituents that are indirectly impacted. So, this legislation is a council legislation. That's what you guys that's my response.
Yeah, Speaker So. Thank you, colleagues, again for staying with us long into the evening. I know we're probably tired, but you know these are good discussions and good questions are coming from the floor. So I just want to thank you for being here during this late hour, especially our staff that are still here with us. Thank you for being patient and understanding this evening. We still have reserved time. We have reserved time for Vice Chair Yazzie, 1 minute and 32 seconds. Chair Vince James with 1 minute and 31 seconds. Honorable Claw with 1 minute and 17 seconds. Vice Chair Slater with 25 seconds. Chair Yazzie, 1 minute and 32 seconds.
I'll reserve my time.
Honorable Chair, Vice Chair Yazzie reserves her time of 1 minute and 32 seconds. Next in queue, for reserve time, we have Honorable Chair Vince James, 1 minute and 31 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. I do have an amendment, and it was emailed out to the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Reserve my time.
Reserve time of 1:23, and just gives us a few seconds to put that on the board. Right, we do have the amendment on the board here. We'll have staff read amendment number 1 into the record.
Amendment number 1 to legislation number 0054-23. 1, page 3, line 19, insert new subsection as follows. 3, underline, all Navajo Nation Council delegates whose constituents and communities are or were directly impacted by the Navajo Hopi relocation may be added to the Navajo Hopi Land Commission through Nabikiyatket Committee Resolution. 2, page 4, line 6, add new section as follows. Underline, Section 7, Directive. The Navajo Hopi Land Commission shall not request additional funds for stipend payments and shall instead prorate the budgeted stipend funds equally amongst all commissioners. 3, renumber or re-letter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel are authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and its exhibits to implement the committee's intent. This amendment supersedes inconsistent language in any other amendments. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, staff. Ms. Cook, for reading that amendment into the record. Colleagues, do we have a second? Second by Honorable Tlaw. Colleagues, do we have questions or concerns on amendment number 1? Second call. Honorable Vice Chair Sater.
Without deducting my time, can you pull down the motion and put it on the screen again so I can read from it? Okay, now start your clock. On page 3, line 19, so it says, all Navajo Nation Council delegates whose constituents and communities are or were directly impacted by the Navajo Hopi relocation may be added to the Navajo Hopi Land Commission through Nabakiatia Committee resolution. So I think it's been established that there are relocatees in every single legislative district, but that doesn't, and that's just relocatees. If you want to say directly impacted, there could be people who were directly impacted but didn't end up having some sort of status under the law or different laws. I don't think I can vote for this at this time because we're going to have a 24-member commission, so it seems like this is purposely installed into this legislation to ensure that the power of the Navajo Hopi Land Commission is diminished or returned back. So I just have a lot of trouble with moving forward on it, and I don't know what the stipend payments have to do with any of this. I'm not sure any of this is related to compensation, but if that's a big deal, maybe I personally as a delegate could live with that second item where it says it could be divided, but removing the first one I think makes a lot more sense. I'm going to reserve my time.
Reserve time of 3:38. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez.
Thank you, Speaker, and to our sponsors here with the legislation. Quite similarly, it is related to what Honorable Vice Chair Slater had mentioned. I wanted to ask the motioning party to define directly impacted, because I know within my constituency there are at least 30 homes within the Black Rock Acres there in Fort Defiance, as well as some scattered homes in the upper District 18 region. And I had spoke with the sponsor and as well as one of my constituents on this topic. And to my understanding, I know that, you know, the voice of those that are affected can come before the commission rather than actually serving on the commission, which I am okay with as well. And again, stipends also doesn't really concern me. That's like the least of my worries, but I just wanted to ask the motion party to define directly impacted. And with that, I'll reserve my time. Thank you, Speaker.
Reserve time of 4:02. Next in queue, questions on the amendment number 1. Speaker So.
Thank you very much. I indicated a path to that would really address and dissolve it. That's another route. That way you have the 24 members of the council to be the indirect individuals to address those issues. But we will be meeting every 4 times a year. And I think that's about the easiest route because you have committee schedules, you have other chapter schedules that happen for commissioners. On the 23rd Navajo Nation Council, we always had a quorum issue. 23rd, 24th Council, we had some quorum issue. Really had to try to keep members on there. And then they would get off and say, I got a chapter meeting. I got this meeting over here. I got a meeting with my this and that. So a lot of that come up. Ako, to me, you know, I think I just recommend just withdraw the legislation or withdraw your amendment and introduce legislation to dissolve the commission as a whole. And that will give the authority back to council. And then when you look at it, is it a time to do away with all commissions? Yeah, you know, that's the reality of it. And if stipends sounds like it's an issue, let's dissolve it. Let's dissolve it, you know. And that way council can address it. Everybody can have a voice on it. Okay, that's just my recommendation. But again, let's on to the amendment. That's just my recommendations. I don't need an answer or anything, but you know, realistically, is it time to just dissolve it? That way, you allow it to be governed to the commission or to the nomination council as a whole, meaning that a lot of the funding mechanism that's established, we would have to go back and amend all of those to make sure that the nomination council is the final authority on those actions. So, that's all. Thank you. I really waive the rest of my time. Thank you.
Speaker So waives the rest of his time. We have Honorable Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, members of the 25th, members of the 25th Council, and good evening. Madam Speaker, Honorable Delegate also Madam Chair Parrish, and I'm going to be upfront with you. I totally support this legislation. But with this proposed amendment, I totally oppose it. Ada. Ako dito di correct so the 0054-23 Shnanta brother delegate so dita. So she couldn't do okay though, and I'm gonna be upfront with you. Again, I support your legislation as it is. If they want additional resolution from chapter, she could be indulged. So, okay, indicate, so, I'd like to motion to table this legislation for 30 days and come back during special session. So, Madam Speaker, I'd like to make a motion to make a tabling motion to come back to the council within 30 days during special session. Motion today.
Thank you, Honorable Simpson. For clarification, we already do have a motion on the floor for amendment number 1, so we can't have that a motion within that motion. However, we can entertain that after amendment number 1. Point of order, Honorable Slater.
Thank you, Speaker. I know it's late. Rule 19, tabling motion. Any delegate of the council may move, parentheses, or make a motion in parentheses, to table legislation that is before the council. The tabling motion shall take precedence over all other motions before the council, except the motion to adjourn. So if I say the magic word to adjourn right now, then you're up the creek, Delegate Sampson. I'm just kidding, Delegate Simpson. But right now, this this motion would take precedence over the one that is on the floor. And it includes the specific directive that's mentioned in the second sentence there, or sorry, the third sentence of that. So I think the motion is in order. And I very much would like to hear Delegate So's response when he gets his 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Slater. I think it is way into the night. We did misstep me in legal counsel. It is stating Rule 19, the tabling motion, that the tabling motion does supersede. So with that, we do have a motion in place. Honorable Simpson, can you clarify the time frame? I believe it was 30 days, but we just want to make sure. Honorable Simpson?
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members of the 25th Council. I guess I said within 30 days or no later than 30 days, and this will be reconsidered again in the special session, Madam Speaker, and members of the 25th Council. Thank you.
Thank you for having staff put that on the board here correctly.
Sorry, I had to get the same joke there.
Honorable Simpson, if you can go look at the board, and if you concur with that language.
Madam Speaker, the language is correct. Thank you.
I believe we had a second by Honorable Nota. Thank you, honorable colleagues. With that, pertaining to Rule 19, letter C, the sponsor at his option may be given 3 minutes to express his or her reasons not to table the legislation. No further debate shall be allowed. Speaker So, your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Adit, staff, for proposing the tabling motion. Adit Kate Ninya Hagi. Ani Nikin Khan Dishley. And again, back to the main legislation. This is simply trying to get the voices heard in that northeastern portion of the Navajo partition land area. That's the main intent of this legislation. It's not intending to divert any funding from anywhere or any place. But right now, the community there, I will go ahead and just say I'm going to vote red on the tabling motion. But but again, back to the effort of getting the voice of those community members, those individuals in MPL, their voices to be heard. Lanja bendi kato bendi shalido eda. We have to continue with the mission to support the interests of those people that live in that area. And if you agree to vote on the tabling motion, that's up to you. I respect your vote here in council. All the votes is like that. But again, I'm going to go ahead and vote red on the tabling motion. I don't think it's going to go anywhere. You get time that's just being reserved. Then whether it's something that's going to be indirectly manipulated, that's the way I see it. The community members there in Chilchibito are just trying to get a voice out there for you. The other portion, just dissolve the commission. That way we don't have to have this discussion. We don't have to have anything else on it. A Bishman has on the 24th Navajo Nation Council in Handolze. That way you will be the body responsible to make those decisions.
Thank you, Speaker So, for making your 3-minute statement. Colleagues, we'll go straight to a vote on the tabling motion. It will take a majority vote. Mr. Asteroid say red. I dropped my headphone when he talked.
Honorable Stephen Arvizo, how do you vote? Honorable Stephen Arvizo? Honorable Stephen Arvizo did not vote. Honorable Lamardo Asteret, how do you vote? Honorable Lamardo Asteret voted red. Oh, excuse me, Honorable Stephen Arvizo voted red. Honorable Lamardo Asteret, how do you vote? Honorable Lamardo Asteret also votes red. With that, Madam Speaker, you have 9 delegates who voted in favor, 12 delegates who oppose, with Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati and Honorable Seth Damon excused, and also Honorable Madam Speaker not voting.
Thank you, staff. We do have a vote of 9 in favor, 12 opposed, and Speaker not voting. The motion, the tabling motion fails. Colleagues, we're back to amendment number 1. I believe there were some posed questions, and we'll give back to the motioning party. Honorable Chair Vince James.
Speaker, other presenters, if we can have the the amendment back on the screen, I'd like to clarify my colleagues' questions in regards to my amendment. Now, for amendment number 1, that's not saying that it's going to be the whole 25th Navajo Nation Council. All we're saying here, as if you can read it, all we're saying here is that we're opening up the doors to those other delegates that have Hopi relocatees in their community to join Navajo Hopi Land Commission through, in this case, I guess, to understand as final authority at Nabak-Iyatkit through a Nabak-Iyatkit committee resolution. That's all we're saying there on number 1. Now, for number 2, as the 25th Navajo Nation Council, you know we've already worked on our budgets. We worked on our committee budgets. And as Navajo Hopi Land Commissioners, as members, once we have our meeting, we receive $300 per meeting. So if this legislation goes through and we have Honorable Parrish join the Navajo Hopi Land Commission, what number 2 is saying is that Navajo Hopi Land Commission will not go back to Speaker's office or other sources asking funding for additional funding to cover Honorable Parrish's stipend, but do it internally as Navajo Hopi Land Commissions to reduce that 300 to have that equally distributed among us as we would have a new member joining. So in this case, if I were to attend the Navajo Hopi Land Commission, instead of getting 300, I'll probably be receiving like 200 because Ms. Parrish would be joining the Navajo Hopi Land Commission. And that's the clarification for number 2. And I believe that we should not ask any other committees or the Speaker's budget or Nabak-Iyatkit's budget to prorate that funding to assist us with the stipend. It should be done internally as Navajo Hopi Land Commission, and we just puff up and stand here and say, hey, we're just going to reduce the $300 to make sure that all of us have a stipend that serve on the Navajo Hopi Land Commission. That's all number 2 says. So I just wanted to answer your questions and your clarification. Honorable Don Slater, Honorable Nez, and then Honorable So. So that's my clarification on amendments that I have before you, 1 and 2. That would be my response on Speaker. Thank you.
Yeah. Chair Vince James, for those clarification. We do have 2 additional colleagues in a request to speak on amendment number 1. Honorable Toth.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and the rest of the council colleagues. Number 1, you state that effective Joharat ein Hindlej or New Mexico Kuishi Nihitana, especially in Teru area, Smith Lake, Church Rock, also in Crown Point. Then reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve time of 4:32. Next in queue, we have Vice Chair Simonson.
Good evening, members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council and Speaker. Good evening again. This Navajo Hopi land dispute issue it's extremely complex. This is 50 years of activity and information that these new commission members will need to learn about. And so you speak about impacted communities and impacted people and folks that have signed a relocation agreement and yes, they're dispersed all throughout the reservation and off the reservation. many folks moved off the reservation and received their benefits. And so in that, when these people received their benefits, and my grandpa at 102 years old was very clear and understood what he agreed and signed to. So if you say that you have folks who have moved out and received benefits, the agreement that they signed, they actually signed an agreement that said, in exchange for the land that I'm giving up, I will receive a home as a compensation. And that's it. That's it. That was it. They signed the dotted line. And yes, it was unfortunate because I, for one, think that what they received in exchange was certainly not comparable. It just was not. And so what they signed to is what they got. And so in the eyes of the federal government, and if you try to go to DC and say, well, I'm here for those folks who have relocated, they're going to tell you, we did our job there. They signed the agreement. They signed on the dotted line. That's what they're going to tell you. And so this is really, Chilchimbito, and you talked about the lines of, the boundaries that were drawn. So there was no Chilchimbito, there was no Black Mesa back then. That's how, the line was, unfortunately, the line crossed them. And this would be in the case, for example, like Tohono O'odham, so they're in Mexico side and they're on the U.S. side. And there was no lines back historically. But then when the lines were drawn, unfortunately, some were caught on New Mexico or Mexico, and some were caught on, in the U.S. And so, but they have the ability to move back and forth, and so this is the same case with residents of Chilchimbito. So yes, the line might not be an exact present day Chilchimbito, but these are families that moved up and down, and nobody, not even our Navajo Nation government, came to their defense to say these people were not included. They lost homes. They lost land. Nobody ever said that. And this now is an opportunity to hear them and hear their stories. And so with Delegate Parrish, the work is going to be on her as well as her constituents to build that case. So and as with each and every one of us, we're going to have to work with our communities and really fight for the things that we need and how we see there's still a lot of open loose ends in our communities. And so this gives her an opportunity. That's all it is. I reserve my time.
51 seconds.
Reserve time of 51 seconds. Next in queue on amendment number 1, we have Honorable Daniels.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good evening, members of 25th Navajo Nation Council. Other than to the sponsor, other than to the amendment, the motioning party, we are just not trying the amendment. But not stinky. We have other commissions, like the Navajo Utah Commission, the Eastern Navajo Land Board, so that Land Commission. I aided that. On first case of that did a quarter Eastern Navajo Land Commission. They are the best I have some of their constituents over here too. Whatever same with Navajo Utah Commission, we have constituents from other communities, New Mexico, so they're going to be on the Navajo Utah Commission. Whatever about first case. Arunana Padu with the spike and forget a say out of slit at I think ended a fat dart of it. I called them, oh, 8 young husband, I called her to a sworn away. A cocodina later, the lands that the key. In the great Navajo partitioned land. So in the great, I see, Santo Hashing for Bihi, the great in the other Hazata, other than Dito in the great, Samakodo, Honorable Parish. She's tribute to the Hashing for Bihi, Anibina. He asked Naket, Indiki, Edo, and delegate Parish. He added that Patoka, so I had to Yande, or you go there, rented Hatat, the Lati, about 4 hours that one king's flat, but say it, I don't have it, I don't know, say like this morning. Say the E, what are you get, Papa, just care, so that it. So, oh, yeah, you do. Hashit Agawandi, Nadan, he's fine. Ilaban Alte, Iliana, Kebasa, Anna, a hot other yet, Texas, Ekat. So, every other is for the Kadona Veda, Asosama, Yitrato, Yitrato, Gato, Argent, NPL, cat, any change to Yayas, Hito, less, and you said in the Yende, go there, got it, had a lucky the cut. So any on top of it, I will do my time. Thank you.
157. 157.
Kodoshi Yaj, Honorable Daniels, you have reserved time of 157. Honorable Koagi will return back the floor to the motioning party for amendment number 1. Honorable James.
Honorable Toth for that. According to the way Shanala presented, that's how I'm basing this amendment. Because Shanala Honorable So indicated directly impacted in individuals that have been impacted. And so this amendment 1 is how I draft the amendment. This amendment, if you want to join, if you would like to join under Amendment 1.1, then that's totally up to you and you can do it. And that was concurred by Shanala Honorable So, that you can join if you want to. That's totally up to you, Shana Ash. If you want to join, then you just can drop the legislation and the final authority would be Nabikiyat Committee. Because that's how I understood the presentation. And then there was other colleagues that addressed similar question, and that was his response to those questions as well. Amendment 1 I'm not opposed of Honorable Parish being on the Navajo Land Commission. That's not my intention. I'm just going by how it was presented to us and how we got the approval to move forward. So if you have individuals, if you have JUA housings in your district, and if you like to sit on the Navajo Land Commission, then this opens the door for you to join the Navajo Land Commission. Because what happens is those individuals are going to come back to you and indicate, shahot ahawan shadliande, kwagi kohot, edo ado hot ashadliada, do jo ado, di kwagi ado oteilada, you're going to get that back. And that's where I understand where Honorable Dr. Nez is coming in and indicating that, these could just be brought up to the commission and so forth. So, and then going back to Vice Chair, Honorable Jermaine Simonson, again, just like how I stated earlier, that the way the presentation was done was that, yes, it can be done. We can go this route, and that's how I generated this amendment. So it was okay with our chair of Navajo Land Commission, even that, Dean, I don't recall it coming before Navajo Land Commission We didn't talk about this. It just came directly with the legislation. I just want to respond to you like that, Honorable Herman Daniels. Me and you and others, we sit on Navajo Hopi Land Commission. This wasn't brought before us, and it wasn't brought at our meeting. Then nothing, and a lot of these questions could have been answered at Navajo Hopi Land Commission, but it never went that far. It never came to us. I'm just saying, you know, well, if our chair says it's okay to have other delegates involved, then that's how I written the amendment. And then number two, I mean, if we're going to have other delegates join the Navajo Hopi Land Commission, then we shouldn't be on the sideline asking for additional funds to cover the new person that's going to be coming on as Navajo Hopi Land Commissions for their stipend. And so, I put in number 2 to indicate that we, as the current ones that sit on Navajo Hopi Land Commission, we need to stand up and say, hey, we can reduce our stipend to cover whoever joins the Navajo Hopi Land Commission. So we need to alleviate ourselves from requesting or asking for more fundings from our Navajo families and children throughout the Navajo Nation. And so and some of the committee budgets, you know, we've already submitted those have been done and those have been completed. So that's where we're at. I put in number 2. So on here we can puff up and assist one another. Adonana, we want to make sure that the voices of the Chichimbito is needed. So we have to step up ourselves and reduce our stipend to make sure that we all have a stipend when it comes to it. I don't think we're in this for the money. I think we're in this for the Navajo people and the Navajo children that have been affected by the Navajo Hopi land dispute. And so to that extent, I mean, I don't know why we would have to be asking for additional funds to cover stipends. So I inserted that number 2. Speaker, thank you.
We have a request to speak by Honorable Parrish.
Thank you, colleagues of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, and thank you, Speaker, for recognizing me this evening. I've been listening to the debate this evening, and I just want to express my appreciation for Speaker So for really advocating for Chilchimbito chapter, as well as Delegate Herman Daniels for carrying the responsibility of advocating for Chilchimbito for the past 8 years. And before that, I believe his predecessor was Jonathan Nez, who also advocated for Chilchimbito. So this is a region in Chilchimbito. The reason why this is important to Chilchimbito is because of the land disputes that happen on top of Black Mesa. And again, you'll need to come to Chilchimbito, you'll need to come to Kayenta, to this region where there's diverse topography. So as I stated before, this is to, again, advocate for their grazing permits, because it's frustrating for constituents, from people from a community, when you go to your council delegate and they don't have the resources to do so. And previously, my predecessors, like Delegate Nathaniel Brown, and before that, Chair Catherine Benally, these are the issues that they were already, that they were working with their colleagues at the time. And so today, this discussion happened previous to the 25th Council, and Speaker So has been a part of the discussion for many years, and I just want to thank him for advocating strongly for the communities because he understands and has seen before the Resources and Development Committee, not just the Navajo Hopi Land Commission, but in the Western Agency, the discrepancies and just how Chilchimbito chapter has been left out. So, originally this was just sponsored by Speaker So, and we had a brief discussion about it. But this is what I'm saying is that this has already been thought about before I was even a council delegate. This was thought about solely for the people of Chilchimbito. So this has nothing to do with a council delegate or the stipulations that are alluded to regarding stipends. This is for the advocacy of the constituents of Chilchimbito. So I just want to impress that. I want to impress that this is a discussion that has been before many councils, before the 25th council, and I want to impress the importance, and I hope people are still listening for my community, because my community members are the ones that have come before myself and my predecessor as well to discuss these issues. And this is a people advocacy issue. This is not a money issue. This is how does the people that live in my community have that voice. And again, I just want to reiterate my gratitude to Delegate Herman Daniels for carrying that weight for numerous years. And if there's anybody that understands this debate the most, is probably Delegate Herman Daniels. And he understands the difficulties, and he also, this is giving him an additional responsibility if I cannot advocate for Chilchimbito chapter myself. And I just wanted to clarify that this is about the people in the community of Chilchimbito. So thank you, Speaker. I waive the rest of my time.
Honorable Parrish waives the rest of her time. Colleagues, I don't see anybody else in queue for amendment number 1. We do have reserved time by Honorable Vice Chair Slater with 3 minutes and 38 seconds. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez with 4 minutes and 2 seconds. Honorable Toth with 4 minutes and 32 seconds. Honorable Simonson with 51 seconds. Honorable Daniels with 1 minute and 57 seconds. We'll first go to Honorable Vice Chair Slater, 3 minutes and 38 seconds. Point of privilege by Honorable Chair Charles Newton.
Speaker, I guess based on the statement made by Chair Parrish, is there a law that says that she can't advocate if she is not on this commission? Can that law be forwarded to me? Thank you.
We'll refer that question immediately to Ms. Barbara, and she can help answer that.
Thank you. So the question was, is there any law that prohibits Chair Parrish from lobbying or advocating, for her communities? No, there is no law that would prohibit her from advocating, but to actually have a vote on matters before the commission, she would have to be a member of the commission. Back to you, Madam Chair, or Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barbara. With that, we did have that clarification on that question. We'll go back to reserve time. Vice Chair, Honorable Slater, with 3 minutes and 38 seconds.
Thank you. I would like to reiterate that the purpose of the inclusion of Chilchimbato on the Navajo Land Commission is because of the unique status of the grazing permits that related to the customary use areas up on the mesa. And it's not related to relocatee or joint use area housing, as has been discussed as the basis of this new amendment. And so what we're talking about is a unique set of circumstances where people had one of their seasonal homes down in Chilchimbato. And so during the relocation process, they maintained their homes there and did not sign the agreements. So for example, if you have someone in Wheatfields, as we do, and multiple folks who are relocatees, they signed those agreements, and that eliminated their grazing rights and their rights to their traditional homestead back on Black Mesa or wherever the dispute area was that they were coming from. But these folks didn't sign these accommodation agreements. And so as the commission and as the council moves forward in discussing matters such as increasing the number of sheep units within the permit, it affects them. And so by denying their representative an opportunity to vote and discuss those matters within the commission, we're denying their voice. And it's not related to joint use area housing, relocatee housing. It's about this unique situation about seasonal grazing, the customary use area, and the grazing rights that they should still enjoy as the commission, RDC, and the nation look toward amending and working with the BIA on the restoration of those permits. I think that's one issue, and I don't want to say that that's the only thing, but I think that's one thing that we all have some familiarity with as we discuss issues over the past few months, particularly members of the Resources Committee and elsewhere. And then second, the way that I read this, and I'm going to direct this question to the Office of Legislative Counsel, that if you have constituents in your community who are relocatees or whatever the definition means by directly impacted, that means you're eligible for inclusion. If this amendment passes and the legislation moves forward and it's signed into law by the president, that you would be eligible for membership on the Navajo Land Commission. And so if we accept that every single delegate region, and this is the question here, if every single delegate region has relocatees within it, then doesn't that mean by definition every single delegate can be on the Navajo Land Commission? And so whatever's said, that's, I think, the fact of the matter. And then second, that means that a delegate from Eastern Agency, a delegate from Northern Agency, myself from Chinle Agency, living in Round Rock, that I could then become the chair or the vice chair of the Navajo Land Commission, despite not descending from anyone who is involved in the land dispute and not presently having really any relatives who currently live within that area right now. So I want to ask that to the Office of Legislative Counsel. If you accept that every delegate region contains relocatees or individuals that were quote unquote directly impacted by relocation, again, whatever that means, then they could be eligible for membership on the commission, which means all 24 members of the Navajo Nation Council would be
Vice Chair Slater, time. You want to take it on to? So there's that request for that interpretation on the amendment number 1 from legal counsel. Ms. Bobroff?
Thank you. So the first step is to be added to the commission. That would be through a NABI committee resolution. As part of that resolution, the delegate who wants to be added to the commission will have to explain the impact, either on its community or that they have in constituents that were impacted. And then that, under this amendment, that is going to be a decision for NABI to make as to is that impact sufficient enough to be added to the commission. If 24 delegates, if the remaining 14 delegates 15 delegates wanted to be added to the commission, that would be by Navi resolution, and at that time you would determine whether they meet the qualifications. So, short answer is yes. The way this is written, there could be 24 members of the council on the commission, and yes, you could be chair if your colleagues supported that. But yes, so the answer is yes. There's not a clear definition. None was provided to Legislative Council, and I really don't have one myself to describe what directly impacted means. Back to you, Speaker, and thank you for the question, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Bobroff, Legal Counsel, for that clarification and guidance. Next in queue for on reserve time, we have Honorable Dr. Andinez with 4 minutes and 2 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Aro kaiki alto hashil sagot be tasit to be yatil tio aro and sago ahya ni hitini to les adenshma. Honorable Vice Chair Simonson, what ahan eki be hinzi to ade kita what a da so indiki kwa eki injuno what a bikidinsta hala ya ade zitlijin do kwa eki keda what iniki what a be na host do hashil sogo what a bitnada steo aro kwa eki shna ye hazi nana kuro delegate Vice Chair Slater. Alto what big idishtra hala ya kwa eki ade keda hot iniki what ya nacha be kata zin do les what be adestin son kwa eki do. Thank you again for the comprehensive overview. At this time I will reserve my time. Thank you, Speaker.
Reserve time of 3:08. Honorable Toth, 4 minutes and 32 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll yield my time to Honorable Slater, please. Thank you.
That was a time of 4:30. Yielding it over to Honorable Slater. Honorable Slater, do you accept?
Yes, but I see 429 on the board.
Four minutes and 30 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. I appreciate the response from the Office of Legislative Counsel establishing that every member of the Navajo Nation Council can be a member of the Navajo Hopi Land Commission if this amendment passes. And I think it's clear with that knowledge and interpretation from the Office of Legislative Counsel that this is a poison pill amendment to eliminate the legislation or eliminate the commission. And I think that there's a lot of good work that has been done by the commission over time, and the effect of removing it and its integral place within advocacy for relocatees and those affected by the Navajo Hopi land dispute is incredibly traumatizing. And to think that a body that has been looked at by generations of families and individuals to be their advocate, to understand their issues, to meet them, and to understand how we can try to improve their lives and have the federal government uphold and fulfill the commitments that they made decades ago, I think, it's very traumatizing. And I don't want to go further beyond that because it is so traumatizing. But I guess my question is, can we see how this works? Can we pass this legislation? And as the Navajo Hopi Land Commission convenes over this next year, maybe it's the next quarter, and if they realize that this configuration does not work, then they can pass a resolution saying, Navajo Nation Council, we respectfully request that you remove this position from the Navajo Hopi Land Commission. But to me, it seems clear that there's an opportunity to provide a voice to people who have a clear connection and have a clear set of issues that need to be addressed within the commission and their advocacy before the federal government and with the Hopi tribe. So that's my request, that we could withdraw this motion, and instead we could include a directive saying, by the end of the fiscal year, by the end of the calendar year, by the end of the summer session, that they provide a report back, and they could give a thumbs up or a thumbs down, something to that effect. I'm not going to offer that motion because I think it's fine, and I'm not the one who's petitioning to have every delegate potentially included within this commission. But this does go back to this point that we have been debating as a council since the committees were established. And that is the principle of not having any committees or commissions on the council. I think since that time, a lot of delegates' opinions have changed on the value and the utility of the commissions, of the committees. We need to divide up work. We need to become subject matter experts within the different portfolios and jurisdictions of the committees. And, there's opportunities to debate this at LOC. There is an opportunity to debate this at NABI. And now we have an 11th hour Hail Mary, I think, to defeat the construction and original position of the of the commission. We need to take advantage of the opportunities to debate at the committee level, to not be a rubber stamp there, to debate at our other committee, NABI, and really have true discussion. Every delegate has a right to advocate in DC or wherever they may have been during last Thursday. Every delegate has that right. But look at this incredibly complex, important issue, and we're trying to decide it with 5 minutes of time if we're just going to pass it, and then only 5 minutes for each motion. If we knew that we were ignorant on the circumstances of this issue, then why did we wait until the Navajo Nation Council to raise them? And I'm not talking to the delegate who is raising this motion. He's very knowledgeable on this issue, although I think there is a conflation in the joint use area and the permittee issue that we're discussing at hand because of Chilchimbato. But we need to take advantage, and we need to hold each other accountable on when we have and where we have these debates. Because this is a great discussion, but it should have happened at NABI, it should have happened at LOC. We could have requested a work session. So let's see if this works, and let's see if the commission can make it happen.
Vice Chair Slater, thank you. Time. Next for reserve time, we have Honorable Simonson with 51 seconds. Vice Chair Simonson, if you're still online with us, you have reserved time of 51 seconds.
Speaker Curley, are you calling upon me for my 50 seconds?
Yes, Vice Chair, you have 51 seconds.
And I agree with Delegate Slater for certain. There's quite a bit to understand. And I think for folks who have people with relocation homes. Hello? 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 Can you hear me?
Vice Chair, we can hear you on our end.
Hello?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Yanante, good evening, everybody. And thank you for taking this discussion this far. I don't know why it's become this complicated. It doesn't need to be. We need Speaker Parrish on the commission. And part of what the work that she's going to do within this year really also helps us build a case that the relocation, the federal government was really negligent in the way they went about the Navajo Hopi Relocation Act. And they've blatantly disregarded, a traditional lightweight.
Honorable Vice Chair, time. Honorable Daniels, reserve time on amendment number 1 minute and 57 seconds. Honorable Daniels?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Arunana Koto, not Senegi, Arata Koto, the Muslim party. Koto, Shananta Koto, Akibanaki, this Koto, the 25th Navajo Nation Council, Koto, and the original legislation, Koto. What are the entities, Koto? I don't know the East and the Koto. I don't know Koto, the amendment, the key, the Pesmaja. Yes, I don't know. I don't know Koto, the legislation had the Yagi, the Katie, Katona, the Koto, the Honorable Pierce, Koto, the Navajo Hopi Land Commission, or the Kato, Gosh, Robertson Base in the story. 80 Yakodo, Yakin, Skate, Koto, Sanata, Senegal, Ashko, Koto, Aruna Fani, Kato, the Koto, next legislation cut as Koda is Yabiga, Koto, in the Hal, Happy, the Koto, Sanata, Senegal, Navajo Nation Council, Spring Session East, Hopi, Koto, for the Randa, Daitis, Kito, Nana, Koto, Len Ladies, Tosto, Nana, Beast of Beta, and these, Koto, the Ned and Heath, Mado. Ilaban the sheet of it, the Naho. So I did one Panan horse car, Kodosman, Senegi, on Toiba Happy or Yakudo. Madam Speaker, thank you. Reserve time to state hand.
25 seconds.
Reserve time of 25 seconds, Honorable Daniels. We have new in queue, Vice Chair Yazzie.
Good evening, everybody, those still here in the chambers and those that are listening. I do want to bring up and go back to Honorable Slater is correct in that we need to have a proper debate. And as being part of the commission, we didn't have a chance to debate this back at our commission meeting. And if I pull out my calendar, on Friday, April 7th, we had our first meeting, and that's where we picked our committee members, our chairs and our chairs and vice chair. And then it came to the Nabakia, and then it was voted consent. And so we are doing the debate right now, but I think to have a proper debate, it needs to go back to the Navajo Hopi Land Commissioners to have our first official meeting for us to talk about this. Thank you. I reserve my time.
Honorable Yazzie, reserve time of 3:57. We have additional questions by Honorable Johnson.
I'm gonna go get my blanket, my pillow, my teddy bear. Okay, I'm gonna reiterate what I said early on. You had 5 days to post a comment. You had LOC, you had NABI, you had all of that. That was your opportunity. And then now we're over here trying to, change this thing that there's been a lot of work from previous delegates that have put in, their tears, their sweat, their time, trying to take care of, these areas. So, like I said, if there was an issue with this legislation, there was a chance to, state it in the comments. There could have been attached, resolutions and emails or whatever, but there was nothing. So all these amendments, they do need more discussions and everything, back. Go before the Navajo Land Commission before you start doing this. So, just would like the motioning party to, understand that. You know, we're getting tired here, but it's what we were voted in to do. So I'm willing to sit this through. Reserve my time.
Honorable Johnson, reserve time of 3:13. I don't see anybody else in queue for questions or comments on amendment number 1. We'll go back to the motioning party. Honorable Chair Vince James.
Thank you, Speaker. Ado Kodo, members of the council. Ado Honorable Slater. I don't know if he wanted me to respond to him. Shache, do you want me to respond to you? I know that you've indicated that this is a poison pill. From my understanding, you know, as it's being stated as it's being a poison pill, that is very true because it never came before Navajo Hopi Land Commission. And there's a reason why we have plan of operations that are in place. There's a reason why legislation was adopted to have a Navajo Hopi Land Commission. And we continue to move back and say we need to respect one another, respect with and so forth down the line. And I think, Speaker, I think at certain points you really need to manage and to keep the meeting in order. Poison pill no. It's not the intention of running it down, or it's not the intention that we disagree with Honorable Parrish to not be on the Navajo Hopi Land Commission. It's just in the matter of we have a procedure. And there's nothing coming from Navajo Hopi Land Commission. And that's the part that's very bothering some, because we have, under Navajo Hopi Land Commission, we have beneficiaries, chapters that we respond to, that we have to hear from. And earlier it was brought up by Honorable Don Toth that there was Nahat Atzil resolution that came through. They're one of the beneficiaries of the Navajo Hopi Land Commission. Akwadat ehiki nahaz aniki nihich ahadosh kehliki hodlo nihent ol sosi hodlo ana anlet din hich ahadosh kehli hodlo benina di kodo halet alpiti nila. Honorable Slater made a good point. What is the definition that we've been getting presented to for the past several hours? Impacted individuals, impacted families. Who are the direct impact individuals? And that was one of the information that we constantly got from Chanela Honorable So throughout the whole presentation. And it's just, he opened this up, and that's why I have this amendment here. And at this point, it's just being considered as it being a poison pill. And then it all comes down to it. I mean, I have nothing against Honorable Parrish. I know we need to advocate for our Navajo people. But when you go back to our plan of operation, it talks about stipend payments. There's wording in there that talks about stipend for our commissioners. And that's the part that we're not seeing. Now Hopi Land Commission. Every committee is set up that way. Kodoshin na ye khadzi to Honorable Herman Daniels. Ado khayla to ye khadzi ko I think it was Honorable Slater Shache. That we need to make sure that we establish these committees, subcommittees. There's task force committees that were in place. We were so behind that we don't know what committees we're going to be sitting on. Shareholders, go down the line. I have a little bit responsibility. But when all of these committees and once all of this is established, it's a whole different story. And I wouldn't want Honorable Parrish not to be paid because she's going to be advocating for Chief Chimbito. So I'm standing here respectfully saying, hey, I can reduce my stipend payment, then let's do it across the board for the whole Navajo Hopi land commissioners to do the same. Because the key is, just like she stated, speaking for our Navajo families and children that have been impacted. But our policy plan of operation says otherwise. So but it's totally up to you guys how you guys want to vote on it. But no, and that hajo is not in place right now because it never came before the Navajo Hopi Land Commission. The only meeting that we had was to select chair and vice chair, as it was stated by Honorable Yazi. I'm more than willing to withdraw this motion if Manala is willing to being agreeable to table this legislation. Let's go back, let this legislation go back to the Navajo Hopi Land Commission. The beneficiary chapters because we're going to be attacked for it. Because there's a lot of money that entails the Navajo Hopi Land Commission. One of them is the $15 million. Our beneficiary chapters, or your emails, because that's going to reduce the financial portion that they were entitled, that was spoken to them for the past many years that they should be receiving. So ayon hijahat dishkaut Navajo Hopi Land Commission. So we have to have that understanding that we should have brought this up at Navajo Hopi Land Commission. It was never on our agenda. It was never before the Navajo Hopi Land Commission at then. So but I leave that up to Shanale, Honorable So, if he's willing to let it go back to Navajo Hopi Land Commission, then I'll be willing to withdraw and then make a motion to table to have it go back to Navajo Hopi Land Commission. Thank you, Shanat Ahnochleniki.
Chair Vince James. Honorable colleagues, we still on amendment number 1. We still do have a motion and a second, and we have 4 colleagues that are on reserve time. Honorable Dr. Andinez, you have 3 minutes and 8 seconds.
Great. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will, again, just appreciate the dialogue this evening, and at this time, I will defer my time to Honorable Speaker So. Thank you.
That was a time of 2:57. Speaker So, do you accept?
Oh,
You have 2 minutes and 57 seconds.
so I'm going to directly go to this legislation. This legislation is the enabling legislation. Nowhere in this enabling legislation that's being amended is talking about stipends. The stipends is within the plan of operation. After this is done, the next work is to amend the plan of operation. Just stipend that's when we will address that. This is the very first step. You have to amend the enabling legislation that Council authorized the Navajo Nation, Navajo Hopi Land Commission act on their behalf pertaining to the Settlement Act. The stipend by a plan of operation piece. So, there's stages to it. When you look at when the Navajo Hopi Land Commission first letter came out, the commission had Honorable Shandine Parrish on there, but in the legislation, in the enabling act, it listed that the community was not listed in there. That community was not on there. That's the same scenario with the 23rd Council when we had to add in Key Ellen Begay to represent the community of Blue Gap. This is the same process that we went through. We had to amend the enabling legislation. Whether, it's up to you guys. I'm not going to say, don't do this and don't do that. But practically, this amendment is happening. And whether you vote for it or not, but again, I say the better thing to do, because we have 24 regions, each region would have a relocatee in their chapter. Why don't we just move forward to dissolve the Land Commission and give it back to the Navajo Nation Council? That way everybody has a responsibility, and that will address your stipend issue. Right now, we're just trying to get the voice of Chichibito out there. This legislation.
Speaker So, time. Speaker So, time. Honorable Daniels, you have reserved time of 25 seconds.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Legislation over the entities. What I would like to recommend is to have a Navajo Hopi Land Commission to have their meeting at Chichibito and here.
Honorable Daniels, time. Next on reserve time, we have Honorable Yazi, 3 minutes and 57 seconds.
I do want to just bring up an email that we received again from the Nhatatsil. They're just asking for consultation, and I think that goes back to what I had brought up earlier, in that, they just want to be a part of the discussion. And I think as a commissioner, a new commissioner to this, and I would like to hear them out. I want to be able to hear what they're saying and hear their concerns, their goals, their priorities of what my job should be for them. And if I pass this, I'm not doing that. I'm, shutting them out, and it becomes one of those legislations where it's from the top all the way back down. Whereas, this impacts them more than me. And so I have an obligation to listen to what they have to say and hear, and this legislation should be created from the bottom up. And so I reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve time of 2:48. We have Honorable Johnson with 3 minutes and 13 seconds.
I reserve my time.
Honorable Johnson reserves his time of 3 minutes and 13 seconds. We have Honorable Reconvening, 5 minutes to the amendment number 1.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Curley, honorable members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. We're creating our own demise. I can say, just by reading the amendment language here, it says all Navajo Nation Council delegates whose constituents and communities are or were directly impacted by Navajo relocation. I have people that live in water flow and some in Farmington. They don't come to me and ask me to be on the Navajo Hopi Land Commission, but I guess this opened the doors for me to be on the Hopi Navajo Land Commission. But it wouldn't be right because some of these people go back to their homeland. It's a tad I cannot, in all honesty, vote green for this amendment. I just can't. What happened? For 4 years, the Navajo Hopi Land Commission did well. But in there, our new colleagues changed on no I don't think this is the change that we should be looking at, or else I'm going to be a part of this Hopi Land Commission. And I can't be. With all due respect, I need this. You begin to understand which way the votes are going to go. Just debate, no. You kind of know that 2/3 votes is not going to happen. How do you know that? You learn this. You learn that 4 delegates were excused, so that reduces the number to 20. And you know that speaker can't vote, so that reduces the number to 19. And you know at least 4 or 5 people are not going to vote favorably, so it goes down to less than 16 votes, 2/3. This is experience. Ayo to connect go to ya shore electric and hot rational. I'm not sending it to table now. I guess that on an ago legislation saw the Ben seat don't any betan the hosti. Aki Oyan skill go at the I say because I'm a part of the council. I think it's time to recess hada dos nation and Oda dos hos benda bande so geldo but so that dos nation the nation ke era dos Oda own haban suscation and I'm not Seneca. But on this amendment, I just cannot support this because I'm way over here along San Juan River, but I have people that are living across the river from me that came from Tuba City. They love to go back to Tuba City, and that's where they're registered at, up in that area. Jo NPL hat nenjon hidden naeda. I just can't vote green. I'm going to vote red on this amendment or withdraw. I wait the rest of my time if I have any.
25 seconds.
Honorable Nez waives his time. Honorable Vince James, back to the motion party. We did go through all the reserved times.
Ihadan speaker ado kodo hanada so zigi shinat ahno linigi ado kodo bin nashidol kid if I can withdraw my amendment. Shisazido adi ninit we stand for the people ditne. In this case, I have to stand for the beneficiary chapters that are under the Navajo Hopi Land Commission. And I want them to know that, we did an attempt as Navajo Hopi Land Commission. I want them to see the votes on how this whole process is going about with this particular legislation not going before the Navajo Hopi Land Commission. And so with that, with all due respect, I am not going to withdraw my amendment. And it is all totally up to you, my colleagues. But I really am doing this on behalf of the beneficiary chapters of the Navajo Hopi Land Commission. So that will be my response. Speaker, thank you.
Chair Vince James. Going back, I don't see anybody else in queue. We only have 2 reserved time. We have Honorable Vice Chair Yazzie with 2 minutes and 48 seconds, and Honorable Vice Chair Johnson with 3 minutes and 13 seconds. Honorable Yazzie, 2 minutes and 48 seconds.
Thank you again, everybody. Thank you to also Honorable James. I appreciate that you're willing to really fight for, the individuals that were originally impacted by, this dispute. And I really feel like I support that. So I reserve my time.
Reserve time of 2:27. On to next reserve time, we have Honorable Johnson, 3 minutes and 13 seconds.
I'm going to defer the rest of my time to Honorable Chairman So.
Referring time of 3 minutes and 11 seconds to Honorable Speaker So. Do you accept?
Yes.
You have 3 minutes and 11 seconds.
Thank you very much. Again, with this amendment, whichever way you feel to vote on this. But again, I will reiterate, the easier thing to do is just dissolve the commission. That way, the responsibility will go back to the Navajo Nation Council. That will address your stipend issue. That will address that. The only thing is we'll have to meet every quarterly on it. That's okay. That's okay. You know, we're just trying to make sure that a certain community that's within the 1882 executive order under MPL, their voice is heard. You know, and again, this is your right to oppose amendments. Your right to either vote green or red. You know, the easier thing was to obey. That's the easier thing. But it is something like a poison pill. That may not be the intent, nicely stated, but that's basically what it's saying. At the end of the day, when this legislation goes to the main motion vote, on there it says, to increase the Navajo Hopi Land Commission membership and add representation from Chibito. At the end of the day, at the final vote, you'll cast that vote whether Chibito will have representation. If you vote against it, that's what it is. This is basically what it is. And yes, Navajo Hopi Land Commission, we had little stumbling blocks that have happened with the drafting of the legislation. And even not. But again, the bottom line, again, it's no agenda or anything. It's getting voice to the community that's there in Chibito. And yes, Chibito is a chapter. They are impacted too. So it's not only impacted by Nahatazzi, it's impacted by Chiba City, it's impacted by coal mine, by Tonani Lake, Loop, White Cone, Jedito, Ajuhut Egogo, Naike, it impacts them, those chapters. Uncle Ho, we're just trying to make sure that the representation is there. Uncle, with that, Shanand, I'm going to go ahead and just move with cease debate. That's my motion this time. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, so just trying to locate that specific rule in the rule book. Hold on. Honorable, so I would have to not recognize that motion to cease debate based on Rule 12. Letter B, it states any delegate may motion to cease debate, so recognized by the speaker. And second, except that a delegate shall not offer a motion to cease debate when utilizing the debate time that was yielded to him or her by another delegate. We still have 2 reserved times by Vice Chair Yazzie with 2 minutes and 27 seconds. And also